Open Welcome, everybody, to the AAA Challenger Series. My name is Danger Taco. I'll be the host for this evening. I am joined on my left and right by two wonderful casters. This is Squid and Chixa. This is the bubble event, just trying to make sure all those teams finishing just outside that top 16 for main event for RLCS still have a place to play. And of course, we have to give a huge shout out to AAA, our premier sponsor. There are over 1 million roads out there, but no matter which road you take, AAA knows the way. Learn how AAA can help you on your journey through advice, discounts, roadside assistance, and much more at AAA.com. Without much ado, we have quite the road ahead. We have a lot of series ahead, and thankfully, we will have many different casters, many different perspectives to take us on that journey. Squid and Chixa, how you doing?
Oh boy, I am ecstatic to be here. We have long lamented the lack of support for the bubble scene, but now here we are with the help of AAA, of course, and Flashes of Brilliance. I could not be more excited to see these teams compete. They don't get the spotlight like they deserve, and now they finally have the chance.
Now, I'm so excited to be here as well. Of course, I'm just here for today. I'm coming in for Jolly, who couldn't make it. So excited to, see these teams, excited to be here for the first event. And, the bubble scene, they always dominate those tournaments that we see a ton. But now they're all collectively here and they're ready to play, and the stakes higher than ever.
Absolutely. We were talking a bit before. This is a $50,000 total event across a lot of different events. We have 9 total planned. There's 6 Challenger Series, 2 Super Challenger Series, which you can think of as kind of de facto majors, and then we have Grand Final. And the factoid that we had actually produced beforehand is that if one team was able to just completely dominate everyone, win every single one of them, that is 29 grand that team would be walking away from. That is a pretty chunk of change. That is a new car. That's paying for your rent. That is just so many scalped graphics cards on the black market right now because they are incredibly expensive. That's at least 3, I would say, at the current prices. So regardless, it's a lot of cash, and it's so great to, again, have FOB, have ProMedica, have AAA hopping on board, providing this platform. And at least for right now, we can look forward to some of our first matches. In fact, we're going to get a regular name in here, Flashes of Brilliance, going up against eUnited in our first match of the day.
Imagine that, Flashes of Brilliance on the Flashes of Brilliance run event. Wow, who would have thought? Well, I mean, we talked about this. All right, you guys corrected me. I thought it was biased, but no, we actually had a different match originally on the docket first, but some schedule changes happened, and eUnited coming up against Flashes of Brilliance. I'm very excited. I feel like this represents two different ends of the spectrum, right? Flashes of Brilliance, they've long been around, but they've had a little bit of trouble trying to really crack into that bottom level of the RLCS, whereas eUnited, they cracked that bottom level, but then they really struggle to actually grow from there. And with the recent addition of Savvy, they've had a lot of growing pains. Many people, myself included, were questioning the pickup, but they have shown some tangible growth, and I'm excited to see how they can move forward starting here and now, but it's definitely not set in stone here as a victory.
Flashes of Brilliance as well, with the swap of Team Creams coming in originally for Seabass from last regional. So they had a switch up. I heard they're a very dynamic team, this new squad. They like to hit clips. They like to have a lot of fun, but they just can't make that day 3. They get ever so close both times they can't make it. So I want to see how the growth of this team is, especially even just throughout the tournament or even throughout today. Are they really going to be hitting those clips? Are they going to be confident? I know they have some younger players there, and of course eUnited, as good as ever. I've seen Tristan play a ton, so I expect some dynamic plays out of Tristan himself.
And then with all that said, I mean, there's so much to be said about this tournament and what we're actually going to be going up against. But with this bracket in place, it is double elimination. But this first round, all of these quarterfinals, since there are only these 8 teams, are going to be best of 3. So fairly quick series. You need to get going right out of the gate. And it seems like all the players are really waiting at that gate. So I'm not going to hold up anything anymore with this series. We have Flash of Brilliance. We have eUnited on. Right now, we have Squid and Chixa to take you into it. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Taco, and an excellent start to the evening, I would suspect. I'm very excited to be here for the very first match of this series. And of course, eUnited and Flashes of Brilliance, I talked about how they've both had their individual struggles, but now we get to watch them here playing off directly against each other to see who really is the cream of the crop in the bubble scene.
You know, best of threes, they're so tight. They're short games, so you really do not have that much time to adapt, that much time to change. So start off hot, play ready. I think all the teams are indeed ready.
That they are. We're underway here. eUnited going to be represented in the orange. Again, against Flashes of Brilliance, who are already on the defensive here. Spider, touch off the back wall, will see that ball away. I think the question, again, I talked about how Savvy has been fitting into this team. Will they stand out? Unfortunately, that one going to go just a little bit wide. Of course, I say unfortunate, but, you know, here with the Flashes of Brilliance guys, you know, kind of watching us, I wonder how much bias we're allowed to show in this series.
Bias indeed. I mean, really hard not to wear my FOB jersey that I have tucked behind me. Certainly a little bit of bias there, but nonetheless, we're hoping for a good game. And both teams have had some shot opportunities now. Flashes of Brilliance trying to break onto that defensive barrier of eUnited, but they've done such a good job of clearing this ball out and looking to make a counter attack now.
Double tap opportunity from Tristan. You have to be wary of that at all times. He can be an absolutely lethal force in the air if you give him the space and time to utilize. He did get denied that time. First minute of gameplay, relatively uneventful here. A couple of shots on target here or there. Jacob will pick one up there, but it's only a formality at that point. Not much of a real threat on the net. The complications here on the sideline. AAACS looking for the backboard, we'll find it, but the coverage is there for Spider. Both of these teams realistically just looking for that one entrance. They're playing safe defensive rotations up until now, and it really seems like we're just trying to get going in the neutral. Somebody's looking for some sort of an opening, but right now it's very fundamentally based on the play.
Absolutely. I mean, they're waiting for that small mistake, that little error that they could just capitalize on. They're so good at pointing them out, and both teams just haven't had that mistake. As you said, they're playing safe. Who's going to take that first risk? Who's going to get maybe the demo off of rotation? Anything to open up a play, and that net almost seemingly open for eUnited. It indeed is. Creams with the 50 gets first blood for Flashes of Brilliance.
First of the series, first of the night. Certainly not going to be the last, though. Taking that one directly away from Tristan. You can see Ajax not set for that one, most likely expecting a 50-50 there near the top of the box. But there's still 3 minutes to go, so can't rest on their laurels yet. I do like that aggressive stance, though, from Creams, just trying to get some sort of an entrance for Flashes of Brilliance in the offensive end. Speaking of, though, Ajax looking for something. Perhaps a miscommunication. Seemed like it could have been a pass down there to Tristan. Dead and gone now. They get pushed back to the midfield line. Flashes of Brilliance looking to hold on to and expand this lead, potentially with a push downfield, but eUnited still have some to say. Savvy over top of the last play. No! Jacob is there, diving save. Tristan denied as well. Ajax can't get it underneath the bar, and eUnited denied in a critical moment.
Knocking on the door, the goals, the shots everywhere, but needing to be on the back of the net. What a last-second save for Flashes of Brilliance to be able to come out and not get penalized. So just the panic not there for them. They stayed strong, and still they need to stay strong. They can't get complacent. Another 2 minutes left in this match, and eUnited, they've at this point tripled the shot count of Flashes of Brilliance. So Flashes of Brilliance, they really need to get on that other side of the field.
That they do, but it was a phenomenal effort on defense. More so considering that was the most lethal attack we've seen out of eUnited so far in this game one. We're less than 100 seconds away from the end of regulation here. Beautiful air drag by Spider. Jacob is there for the follow-up. He's turned away, though, by Tristan. Ultimately good 50-50. For eUnited, they really need to find some way to break this defense. We haven't seen too many effective passing plays. Of course, they've gotten close to the goal line, but it's a bend, not break defense so far for FOB. They'll drop this one out in the corner. Jacob way up high. This looks like a good opportunity. AAACS, no contact, and Spider will punish. Little bit of physical contact, but not nearly enough.
A beautiful drop down pass by Jacob. He places it exactly uncomfortable spot for AAACS, and a finish by Spider. He's in that second man. He knows exactly where to finish that shot off, and Flashes of Brilliance gets that 2-goal lead.
That's twice now where eUnited have shown a moment of vulnerability and been punished on it immediately by Flashes of Brilliance. You have to commend the recognition there, not only by Creams on the first play, but now Jacob and Spider both co-locating for goal number 2 to gain insurance now with less than a minute to go. United are not done yet. I mentioned how they have had some good looks, but so far it's just that, looks. They need to get some consistent pressure. They need to make some sort of a passing lane open up, perhaps a demolition, something. Just pull something out of the hat. I know they have a huge bag of tricks, but they're not diving into it just yet.
Flashes of Brilliance has just stayed steady on the offensive side of the field with eUnited. Their contests, their 50s, not allowing eUnited any of that time, and as you can tell, they're continuing to just pressure the defense, kill that clock time. It's just ticking down and not in the favor of eUnited. They only have maybe 1 or 2 opportunities in the last 10 seconds to make something happen, and Flashes of Brilliance is just not giving up this ball possession.
Just a complete shutdown. Oh, and what a fake by Spider. Follow-up challenges there, and will burn the rest of the time off of the clock. eUnited, not even a consolation goal here in game 1. And an excellent performance here from Flashes of Brilliance. But again, it feels like there are so many different ways that eUnited could potentially approach the situation. But the fact of the matter is they don't seem to be using any of those potential options.
Now, doubling the shot counts of Flashes of Brilliance, 8-4 is eUnited, but the opportunities at this level, they weren't as deadly. Flashes of Brilliance, those 2 beautiful passing plays by Jacob, allowing for such quality opportunities on the offensive side of the field, and they can't miss. They get the couple of opportunities they did, they capitalized on them, and they hold that lead, and that's all they had to do. And eUnited pelting the net constantly. They held on defense, and they won that game. You know, match point right now for them, best of 3. They have one in hand. Can they change in game number 2?
That is the question. eUnited, to avoid going down to the lower bracket, they'll need some sort of a change. It's an amazing look from Tristan very early on in game 1, and then 1 consecutive offensive push that saw them get turned away. They went completely scoreless. Can they change fate this time around? They've got to have more respect for Flashes of Brilliance, that's for certain. And a nice bump here by Spider will reinforce that. Savvy is set in the back for it, however. Only touches as far as Creams looking for an option here in the mid. AAACS, no contact made here. It's looking complicated on the back end. What a bump here from Creams. Nobody is set for it. But Flashes of Brilliance just getting in the face of eUnited at every opportunity. And they had a completely open net should they have chosen to take it.
Certainly a missed opportunity for them, but the aggressiveness working out in their favor. They're opening up opportunities on eUnited's defense. That little bit of a bump just opens up possibilities for them, and it's making eUnited feel uncomfortable. A demo by Spider on the back end, again, making them have to react quickly. That one saved by AAACS, and eUnited just constantly in survival mode.
Constantly in survival mode, but it has worked for them up to this point, so you can't really fault them for that too much. I would personally love to see them get more onto the offense, but they are making the necessary plays, as AAACS does there. They're looking for some passing lane now. Tristan will find AAACS. Plenty of control here. Tries for the flip reset, but loses that ball basically for almost nothing here. I mean, eUnited, again, I talk about the variety of options that they haven't even tried to use just yet. We saw a pass, a little bit of a solo play there by AAACS, but they were hardly explored. More just kind of thrown out. Tristan here for the double tap. Cannot put that one on target. The one mechanical player that they always rely on. AAACS certainly talented as well, but you gotta have Tristan on point if you want him to lead this team.
That's had 2 double tap opportunities that haven't resulted in a goal for eUnited. So certainly they're struggling, and again, keeping them on their toes as Flashes of Brilliance. Another good 50 just gets the ball out of their possession, and they're gonna have to start from square one over and over again as Flashes of Brilliance just continues to contest this ball.
Savvy, good look at the net though, and finally a breakaway will result in goal number 1 for eUnited in this series here. The 50-50 for Jacob, maybe not going the way that they expected.
Of course, maybe a little bit too complacent there for Flashes of Brilliance, extending way too far out on that play and penalized on the counterattack. eUnited gets their first goal so far of the entire series. So halfway through game number 2, they finally get first blood. They finally find some success. Can they keep up this success? Or is Flashes of Brilliance, are they going to keep fighting? Are they going to be able to get the equalizer?
That is the question. And eUnited winning out in a war of attrition. Perhaps wasn't the change that I was anticipating, but certainly securing your backline is going to be an amazing start. So I guess it was baby steps, and they paid off. There's still a lot of time to go here, so they can't really rest easy just yet. Tristan here, contesting creams. Does force the issue on that one. Over to Ajax. Nobody back home for Flash of Brilliance. I love the fake challenge here from Tristan.
Unsure who just didn't rotate back, but where's your third man? Where's that rotations for Flashes of Brilliance? Maybe that over-eager aggressiveness by them is biting them now in game number 2. eUnited, they found that weak spot. They found that over-contesting nature of Flashes of Brilliance, and now they've gotten 2 off it, and they're looking so much more solid than in game number 1.
Tristan, flip reset. I love the idea, but no dice on that one. Although I must say my curiosity now moves over to questioning whether or not Flashes of Brilliance play better with the lead. And that, of course, also extends to eUnited. As we saw, as you mentioned, Flashes of Brilliance maybe getting a little bit overzealous on that previous goal against and causing the over-rotate. But it's not impossible that it was, just one of those kinds of fluke instances. I mean, that would be both their goals against. Now is just a little bit of an over-rotation, leaving the net slightly open, but we have, of course, seen eUnited punish on those opportunities. So at least the capitalization game is there for the orange team, but, oh, Jacob, that looks like a good opportunity to take a shot on target, but it'll turn into a control now for Tristan. Flashes of Brilliance, they need something in response right now. Beautiful 50-50 from Savvy. A follow-up from Ajax will keep things neutralized, and I think eUnited are perfectly content to play this game.
They got that demo on the offside, another demo coming out as well, and this is just making Flashes of Brilliance restart their strategy. Again, they're having to restart their offensive play. Spider got this one off the backboard, but in vain, no one there to follow it up, and Flashes of Brilliance may go down in a different situation than in game number 1 when they win it by 2.
Maybe the case. I want to say that Spider actually touched that previous shot away from what would have been a completely open net. I don't think Tristan had that touch. But either way, eUnited, they're looking forward to this win. Only moments remain here in game 2, and I really don't see a comeback in the cards here for Flashes of Brilliance. They have just been outpatience. I don't even know if that's how you would say it. Like, outweighted by eUnited. I mentioned earlier how it seemed like it was just a war of attrition for the longest time. I said over and over, like, I want to see eUnited, utilize all these tricks that I know they're capable of, but they just kind of waited. And they waited, and then once they saw the chance to attack, they took the chance to attack. And then they waited, and then they waited, and then they did the same thing. It was a rinse and repeat strategy, and it worked out. It wasn't a flashy win, but it was a solid win.
Mistakes will be made even at this high of a level, and Flashes of Brilliance, both those goals coming off of overextensions. They wanted to come off aggressive, they wanted to continue to contest that ball, but that sometimes will put you out of position, especially with the demo game that they had in game number 1. That third man rotating out, getting that demo out, sometimes leaves them back a little bit too long, a little bit too late. So we'll see game number 3, roll of the dice. Does eUnited have the momentum from game number 2? Do they play that patience game? Do the teams switch up their strategies? It's all or nothing at this point.
So many questions, and soon we will have the answers. But I gotta be honest, the first series of the series goes to game 3. I feel that's fairly fitting at the very least. will get underway here, and will it be Flashes of Brilliance or will it be eUnited already? Tristan as a lead blocker can't make contact with Spider, and Savvy will send that one just over the crossbar. That defensive play looked a little bit shaky from Flashes of Brilliance, but they're already back onto the attacking side. Spider is nearly beaten out there by Savvy, but they neutralize the ball at the very least. I have to ask myself, who will walk away with this one? eUnited is getting started with the demos early on here. We saw them start to come out in force near the end of the last game. Perhaps they started to get a little bit more comfortable with the rotations, and now they're trying to explore the full extent of their arsenal.
Oof. Difficult situation. Both teams certainly feeling a little bit nervous from the start of this game. They've had a couple of opportunities, but nothing has really resulted in anything too dangerous just yet. eUnited really trying to poke Flashes of Brilliance into an uncomfortable situation. That shot by Tristan just underneath, and Creams gets credited with that save, but still another demo, as you've stated, comes out by eUnited, and it leaves them into more offensive opportunities. They're getting so close, just not where they would like to be.
A huge clear there by Cream should allow for at least a temporary reset, but Ajax going for the aggressive bump against Spider. Again, we see eUnited really going in for that physical play. They were unsuccessful this time. I don't think you can count on that to be the case for the remainder of this game. A nice 50-50 here by Cream, sent that one skyward, and what a pinch here! Spider just muzzles it right past the defense for goal number 1.
I was going to note the double commit could cause some issues, but maybe it causes the confusion. Spider able to find the 50, and a result of a dangerous play for them in their favor. So the double commit actually resulting in a goal. Outstanding. Outstanding.
I mean, if you are going to double commit, you might as well make sure the play works out. And there you go. You know, and as they say, you know, double commits only really punish you if you don't make the play that you intended to make. Otherwise, you know, it's just a minor inconvenience. But in this case, it was a major convenience for them. So they did take goal number 1. Will they continue that? Nice redirect here by Spider. Didn't have the chance to put that one on target. Too much pressure. Oh, nice demo there by Tristan. Should relieve some pressure. eUnited now vying for control of this ball. They do keep a close possession. I love this air drag by Savvy. More boost, and that could easily have been goal number 1 for eUnited. Losing a little bit of control on this one. I love that interception lane by Cream. Savvy had to respect it and couldn't field the ball properly in the corner. Things are getting a little bit complicated here in the defensive half. Jacob going for a bit of a bump play of their own. Cream's double tap into the mid. There's Spider crossbar down and away. There still might be a chance, but Tristan there to recover. And Flashes of Brilliance, what a play there. They couldn't quite turn it in though.
Both these teams so much more aggressive on the bumps and demos than I ever thought they would be. I can't even seem to count or fathom how many bumps and demos have resulted in an opening of a play on the field. It's not something that I'm accustomed to seeing at this level, but they keep coming out and they keep opening up some plays on the field, and another demo comes out for eUnited, and they're just trying to push a demo play into an open opportunity. Since they're on the back end, they're down by 1. We know Flashes of Brilliance is comfortable with this 1-goal lead, but can eUnited find the gap, fill it in, and then make both teams start back equal?
I'm sensing a little bit of a struggle for field control from eUnited personally, and you can tell by going for all these demolitions. But you notice even on that last play, Tristan was expecting a touch from Creams, made things a little bit more complicated, and now they are really stretching for this play. They almost get it, but it's just a little bit too telegraphed for the defense. Any competent player is not going to let that one go uncontested if they can help it. 65 seconds now to go. eUnited still searching for the tying goal here in potentially the final game. Well, actually, it is the final game of this series, excuse me.
Best of 3, so short, almost too short. Can't imagine how this game would go if it went for a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. It seems these teams are as matched as ever, and they continue to just burn the clock time for Flashes of Brilliance. Spider gets a nice 50, and that net open. The second man too far back to make a play, but are they just playing it safe? 30 seconds is all Flashes of Brilliance needs for the game number 3 victory, but 30 seconds is way too much time in the hands of these players.
As it is always. But if they keep giving away the ball like that, I fear there may not be much time left for eUnited. Tristan Around one with an option in the mid. Ops will take it all by themselves, but they need the dunk on Creams. They will find it. Jacob not able to recur in time. There's a demo on the play, but Savvy just a little bit too far upfield. They've got to get this one in the air, and they will just barely, but this should be an easy kill, and Flashes of Brilliance will take it here in Game 3, a close and hard-fought series, and eUnited drops down to the lower side.
Wow. That's all I can say. Wow, what a first series that we have tonight. Who would have thought that just a sheer 2-goal difference between games 1 and 2 and a single goal would be the entirety of the field for matches 1 through 3. Oh, man, looking back, what could eUnited have done? Really, what could they have done to change that game?
That is a challenging question. You know, that's what we were speculating about basically the entirety of the series, and I discussed briefly, of course, how United was trying to explore many of their different options throughout that game, and I mentioned the struggle for field control as well. You know, I feel when you boil it down, it felt like Flashes of Brilliance more often than not were making impactful touches in the neutral. This is something that I love to talk about, and I'm sure when we get Taco back here on the desk momentarily, he'll probably have something to say about it. But it's all about making sure that your opponents can't do something effective with the ball. If you have to throw it away, then putting it into a bad spot for your opponents to make a play with the ball, or just keeping it close and then making that solid 50-50. It never felt like eUnited had any reasonable control of the situation. I feel like that was one of their biggest challenges. That's why they started to go for so many demo plays, because they wanted to stop their opponents from being able to counterplay them on every single touch that was being made. And you saw the desperation for the longest time in their play in that way. So, Taco, get you back into the mix here. I did know that you might have something to say about that whole scenario, so what are your 2 cents?
I'm going to say, first of all, home stream advantage for FOB. They're coming in here in their own orgs, sponsored tournament, and they get the dub. Feels kind of scripted to me. But besides that, I will admit that they did managed to edge out eUnited, which is a traditional powerhouse of this team. They've had some rough results down the stretch, but at the end of the day, that is a +1 goal or game differential rather coming through in that series, getting the 2-0, then an 0-2, then a 1-0. So close as he can be, and I can really only hope the rest of this tournament is as close as this game has been. And as you were talking about what had really transpired in that match, it does come down to just those tiny mistakes, and I have to think of from both of you, do you feel like that's going to be a pattern we're going to be seeing replicated throughout this tournament, or is there going to be a team that tends to stand out a bit more and maybe have a play style that maybe is a bit or higher tier than the rest of their competition?
That is an excellent question, and I want to say that I'm gonna say that we're gonna see some standouts. You know, I look through the roster of the teams that we have, you know, up here on my top screen. I'm not like looking to God for advice, although it might seem like it at times. But I'm looking at the teams that I'm going down the list: Charlotte, Phoenix, Pioneers, Accelerate, Litecoin, and Manzana. Those are all teams to me that should have a very defined and actionable playstyle in just about every situation. So I feel like we are going to see some standouts in some ways. Obviously, there will be inconsistency, but not to the degree which you would expect out of, you know, some less experienced teams.
And I think to your point of mistakes are going to happen at any level. We see them on the field. Sometimes they're pressured into mistakes like we saw the demos today. Maybe a little bit too many demos played in that last game, but they're going to happen nonetheless. They're going to be penalized, especially at the level we're playing. So it's certainly something to watch. If a player, especially one person, is not feeling themselves today and they're making a couple extra mistakes, the team's going to focus on that, and they're going to get goals off of that, and they're going to continue to play off of those mistakes. But it always comes down to, can you make your own opportunities? The mistakes, they're helpful, but you can't rely on them.
Not at all. Nothing is guaranteed, but it is nice to see that at least when the stakes are risen so far as to have a best of 3 to start out this tournament, that teams can rise to the occasion and still give us a nice little content. No sweeps here, at least for this first match. As you mentioned, eUnited going to be sent to our lower bracket. This is still double elim, but that series somewhat in the past now. We turn toward the future. Our next matchup is Charlotte Phoenix versus the Kansas City Pioneers. Another best of 3, but this is actually a very intriguing lineup because this tournament is based off of the regionals and how these teams finish within those competitions for qualifiers, and if they don't quite cut it, then they are sent over to us for the eligibility to play in this. And Charlotte Phoenix was able to get into the next main event, but because of the results last time, they are still here in this tournament. So could be quite the matchup here against the KCP squad.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I mean, with the roster of Alraz, Delta, and Beastabonium, I really don't see too much in the way of weaklings. I'm in particular, you know, Beastabonium and Alraz, they have been players that have been just on the outside looking in, right? They feel like that player that you're going to pick up, and suddenly it's like, oh, wow, this is a miracle. Look, we're so much better. And that honestly has been kind of the story for Alraz, is he's been bouncing around some rosters. You know, I think there have been a couple of, you know, personality issues in most of the drops, the kind of problems that he's had with some teams, but he is an amazing player, and as he matures more and more, I have no doubts that he will eventually find more of a niche in the scene. He'll be one of those players that you can count on. And then, of course, Beastabonium, he's been around for, well, actually, come to think of it, he's not really been around for ages, but it feels like it, doesn't it? It does feel like it, and of course, as a mainstay now for Charlotte, it just feels natural that they would continue to improve as a team. So I look forward to seeing if they do have the changes that they need. Of course, as you mentioned, Taco, moving into the main event now for RLCS in this second split.
You know, you took the words out of my mouth. If I was going to pick of the 6 people that are on that we know we're about to play, it would be Beastabonium and Alraz that I recognize and that are notable players out of the bunch. They're just very dynamic. I've seen them make such phenomenal mechanical plays, and Alraz, you know, as you said, he might be a little bit more of a personality, but that's what makes him so special in the field. He'll make plays that you just don't expect out of him, and he'll open up those opportunities by making a mechanical play for someone else to finish up on. So I think they might dominate this next matchup, since I know KCP, they've been struggling a little bit, especially recently. So KCP, they have certainly a battle on their hands.
And that's certainly something to keep in mind, that Charlotte Phoenix has been able to qualify in that next regional. However, the main thing for Pioneers that I'm looking at is that they're still a fairly feared team. I had several different players talking to me in DMs or when you're looking at different broadcasts, and when the teams are fighting through and trying to make plans for, okay, are we going to have a day 3 broadcast? Most all of them are saying, whew, we don't have to go through KCP yet or something. That's just one of those teams that's just a road bump that's such a higher tier that you have to keep in really on top of, because you have one to Mike, you have Mektos, and now you have Krazix, the exchange program, coming over from Oxygen. And so that's going to be a completely new roster, and I think they're still in, I would say, a development stage coming through, because with a new roster, it's not just about figuring out, okay, what skills can they bring to the table, but it's also how chemistry works, how you all work together. And Chicks, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, is really, how do you think tournaments like this really help out those teams? Because, of course, their eyes are always on RLCS, but an event like this, it still provides stakes, but it's important to also get those matches in. And how do you think that will affect teams who are trying to build that chemistry and really build coordination throughout all of this?
Well, we always say scrims are good, but they're just not the real deal. And at this point, this is as close to the real deal as you can get. So I think the pressure, the nervousness, maybe the comms, they're a little bit more serious, a little bit more focused. Sometimes you want to fool around a little bit, but in this case, a team that's developing, a team that's new, you're starting off from square one, you have some stakes, you know, you want to play competitive, you want to play to your best ability. So I think they're really going to show out and, of course, experiment. Nonetheless, for however long that they've been playing, even though they're a new roster, they're going to continue to experiment. They're going to continue to find what works, and they may have some stumbles here and there, but that's all part of the process.
It's important to really be mindful of that process, because there is a lot to go, both in this broadcast and also, of course, in the entire RLCS season. But one step at a time, let's get this matchup out of the way. This is Charlotte Phoenix, this is KCP, and they are up next here on our Challenger Series. Squid and Chixa, take it away.
Thank you very much once again, Taco, and we are ready to get underway, it seems. So, KCP and Charlotte Phoenix. We obviously, you know, talked about the elephant in the room. Charlotte Phoenix having qualified for the main event. It seems like they are the favored players in this matchup. But I gotta be honest, yeah, I'm with Taco here. It feels like the Pioneers have a heck of a lot of potential here. One to Mike and Mektos alone are 2 amazing names that you have to be looking out for. But Krazix is also a massive potential player in the scene. And of course, Talk about the personal growth for Alvarez. Talk about the personal growth for Beastabonium over their tenure with the Charlotte Phoenix. But as much can be said about KraZX with Oxygen and now moving over to Kansas City as it can with Charlotte Phoenix.
You know, those players that are a little bit more experienced, they might give some lessons along the way, give some help, and, you know, ultimately build that team. You want your team to do the best that they possibly can. So the steps are going to be taken on both sides of the field. You're going to have the more experience, the less experience. You're going to have the different styles at play. Of course, you're going to have those players that have been playing a really long time that like to play a certain way that necessarily don't want to learn the new mechanics that we see come out. Or there's going to be the mechanical Alrazes of the field that are going to learn whatever new crazy mechanic comes out, and they're going to put it to use on the field. So it's an old style, new style mashup with a ton of chemistry involved that needs to be developed.
Yeah, I think what's that new thing that they just came up with? It's like jumping off the wall but preserving your flip. The licks jump, I think, is what some people have been calling it. I don't know if that's like the fully coined term for it. All right, so if somebody wants to yell at me in the chat, you can. But you know, I think you're right. We are going to see a lot of players who kind of subscribe to that kind of a philosophy. And I mean, as we were talking about all the players, I didn't really get too much of a chance. It looks like we are trying to get a bit of a server reset for the players here, just to make sure everything is nice and competitively integritous? I don't think that's a word. But in any case, we want to preserve the competitive integrity, so we're making sure the players have the best experience. In any case, back to the point I was just about to make, Mektos. I freaking love this guy. He is just insane on the sticks. I think the only big problem that he has is sometimes he can be incredibly inconsistent. And that can be in a variety of ways. It could be, you know, maybe just doesn't mesh so well with his team on the day, right? They don't have like that Vulcan mind meld, for instance, or maybe it's just not quite as mechanically sound on one day or the other. You know, so sometimes he's hitting double flip reset, double taps off the backboard with ease. Sometimes he gets a flip reset and then it just kind of like, you know, craps out on the side. And you never really know which Mektos you're going to get. So I think that's one of the biggest parts of the game that players have to watch out for is whether or not Mektos is going to be popping off on the day, because it can really make or break your game.
I think the team has also a little bit of a justice to work around the strengths of each of their players. So if me Mektos is feeling a mechanical day, they're going to let him ball chase a little bit extra. They're going to let him have extra time on the ball. They're going to support him as best as possible. So I think it's going to be, again, that experimental phase that we keep talking about, that process. What is working on the field that, you know, do they need a change, or is that how it's going to go? Is that how it's going to function correct? So overall, Mektos, as you said, may have a good day, then we'll see him have the ball a lot on the field. Not feeling it, then maybe someone else's turn to have a chance in the spotlight.
Yeah, and of course I do put Mektos kind of on blast here, so to speak, but I think it's also worth mentioning that, you know, Wonder Mike and KraZX are kind of in the same camp for the most part. I mean, Wonder Mike had that notorious rise to glory through 6-mans, getting his spot on eUnited, I believe it was first, and then, of course, transitioning over to the Pioneers after a roster change. But, you know, it's wonderful to see these kinds of mechanical players coming all over the place. And now, you know, that provides the same kind of, you know, situation as Mektos, right? You know, you got Wonder Mike. It was basically word for word the same thing, you know, depending on the day, he could be absolutely nuts. I think the only difference between Wanda and Mektos for me personally is that Wanda leans slightly more on the side of team-based play. I think that he's just a little bit more mindful of what he's doing in that regard, but, you know, where Mektos might trail behind a little bit on that, makes up for a mechanical skill. KraZX is KraZX. I don't think I need to talk about him. In any case, it looks like we do have the players just about ready here in the lobby. I want to give a huge shout out to our admin team who's working behind the scenes. We got J Cubed, who is our match official for today. Thank you very much, sir. You're doing just a swell job there. While I'm at it, I might as well shout out Simpson for pushing the buttons behind the scenes. And then, of course, you guys have seen Danger Taco and then us. So there you go. And a huge shout out to the players as well as we get ready to get underway here with our second series of the night. Again, it's going to be the Charlotte Phoenix versus the Kansas City Pioneers. We have talked your ears off about this match here, waiting for it to get started. So without further ado, let's send the players on their merry way.
I mean, the game is played on the pitch. We could look at the stats. We could look at them all as much as possible, but it looks like they'll shut me up real quick. Pioneers out early with a kickoff goal. Not what I thought we'd see first.
Kickoff goals. Who doesn't love them? Well, the other team. That's 2 seconds in. I guess that's one way to start things. We didn't see one yet. It was bound to happen. Might as well get it out of the way early. And Mektos over here in the Fennec. I wonder if that's a good sign or a bad sign. I guess that remains to be seen. Of course, we talked about the mechanical talents of many of the players on the field, and hopefully we'll see them in full force here. I mean, realistically, Delta is the only player that we didn't explicitly mention for being mechanically talented. I wonder if that's a bit of a disservice to him, in all honesty.
Well, already Bisabonium Alvarez certainly pushing the offense for Charlotte Phoenix. As for Delta, Delta's been mainly back in that second, third man position as we somewhat expected. So nonetheless, he's just as important as both of them are on the field. He'll clean up certainly those gaps on the field, but nonetheless, the other guys, they need to score first.
They do. We're getting more and more into the meat of things here. I'm noticing, yet again, I mean, to be expected almost, neither of these teams is really taking off immediately, much akin to the eUnited Flashes of Brilliance series we just saw, save for that one goal from the Kansas City Pioneers that saw them take the lead here.
Oh my
Charlotte
goodness.
Phoenix now, yeah, they are being quite victimized here on the back end. I suppose the demo meta might be making a little bit of a resurgence here.
Again, 3 demos by the Pioneers within seconds. And, you know, of all the strategies that I expected to see today, demoing was not one that I thought would be utilized so heavily to start off our matches. But again, we always say new strategies, new metas, new all of that, and certainly something that these teams have decided to utilize to start off these series.
I gotta be honest though, you talk about new metas, I'm afraid that the demo meta might be a little bit of old hat for my taste. You know, I'm just not too much a fan, but I can't deny how effective it is, and Wonder Mike has historically been a player to utilize. A nice flick here by Mektos, that'll make number 2 for the Kansas City Pioneers out in the mid in the 1v1.
Again, just a gorgeous solo play by Mektos, gets it over Delta, and no one is back for Charlotte Phoenix. And Pioneers, that one-on-one situation, we said Mektos may pop off, may not pop off. He executes the play exactly as needed, and they get another goal.
Razix already off the face-off, looking to try and make it 3 now. KCP, they are looking confident today. Delta nicely saved by Mektos, way up high. Perfect positioning for that one, but it may have just been not good enough. Bisabonium going to try their hand now. Off the backboard. Touch ease made by Mektos. Pass over to Krasix. They're off to the races, and Alraz cannot make it. It's 3 now for the Kansas City Pioneers.
You know, we talked earlier about Charlotte Phoenix qualifying and the Pioneers not. Maybe this is a little bit of a revenge sort of match. A little bit of, you know, I could be as good as you too. I can qualify. I'm good enough to qualify. And they're coming out and they're trying to just demolish Charlotte Phoenix off from the back. They've done 3 fantastic plays, all executed flawlessly, and they're up by 3. It's a comfortable lead, and that team play by Charlotte Phoenix maybe completely gets rid of my point.
First real resurgence that we've seen. Krasix, see, didn't really have much of a chance of tracking that one down effectively. It was the 1-2-3 from Alraz to Bisabonium to Delta to the net. Basically a textbook passing play. And only half the game is gone, so there's no saying that this game is over quite yet. Delta still with Alraz in support. They're unable to make a play on that one, but they do hold on to control. Does now beg the question, Charlotte Phoenix starting off on the attack after this kickoff. Is there a bit of life still left in them? Seems like they're taking control of the neutral game here. Nice drop down. Delta not quite fast enough though. And Wonder Mike will be able to make that play away, although it is a controlled transition on the defense here.
Midfield again, ever being so vital. KCP trying to get some more pressure through. They had that one play, of course, by Charlotte Phoenix that ended up working, but they want it back. They want that 3-goal lead that they fought so hard for. And as I say that, Wonder Mike does indeed get it. A beautiful passing play on the resurgence of offense from them.
I think it's undeniable. KCP well and truly outpacing the Charlotte Phoenix at the moment, or at least they are when they're in the red zone. It was a nice touch. Wonder Mike off the side while the Mektos back to Wonder Mike, and nobody could quite track it down from the defensive side, and now into the corner again. Is anybody home? It's Bisabonium. They had to touch that one over top of Krasix. Mektos Try to keep it in, unsuccessfully so. The Phoenix need a little bit more than some nice clearances to get game one under their belt. 75 seconds left to play here in regulation. One to Mike, nice and high pop, goes for the flip reset as well. Forces Alraz so far back. They try to challenge that in the air, but still almost no success. Razix, though, is in a bit of a difficult spot for a moment. 1 minute left here. Charlotte Phoenix getting a little bit desperate, it seems, here. Try and make something happen. This one back out to the mid, but there's nobody available.
The boost game ever so vital in these last 40 seconds, and Pioneers, they've been struggling a little bit to get it, but holding on just barely. 3-goal lead is pretty nice to have with only 30 seconds remaining, and the couple of balls that have gotten onto their side of the field have been cleared out, and time has just continued to wind down for the Charlotte Phoenix team. They need another something. They need at least a little bit of momentum to get going, since it just seems like they've been struggling to create something throughout the entirety of this game.
That last attack there presented quite the quality opportunity. They were looking for a bump play. They were looking for a fast play. They had opportunities for both of them. They were unable to convert that into a goal for, and KCP will quite confidently, I suspect, take game one here. 4-1 is not a scoreline that you can shake a stick at. I believe Charlotte Phoenix, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, at least in some way, shape, or form. They did outshoot their opponents, but if you ask me, I would not have guessed that.
You know, when it came down to it as well, the first series we saw, Flashes of Brilliance was able to win, also not outshooting their opponent. It just seems like today is more quality over quantity, especially when the defense is as good as it is. You need to break open those opportunities. We saw the demo play trying to create something early on, but that was soon left behind. And Pioneers, they were just able to poke on the mistakes. We saw those kickoff goals. That shouldn't happen at this level, at least not to the consistency that they were for the Pioneers. So I think at this point, Charlotte Phoenix, they need to shake it off. They need to restart, and they can't let those kickoff goals, those mistake goals come through in game number 2.
Well, you know, I think the one thing to be thankful for is something I love to talk about, right? Is game 2 is a clean slate. You know, no matter what ill fate befalls you in the first game of the series, you don't have to worry about it, because as long as you have game 2, you know, it's an extra life. You can just get it out of the way, all right? You know, say, all right, you know, maybe we messed up. Maybe we weren't quite as fast. Maybe we weren't quite as physical. Maybe we weren't quite as smart. Maybe we weren't quite as patient as we need to be. But you can always fix that. All it takes is a little bit of a mental reset. They had ample opportunity for it. So now, clean slate. Game 2, KCP with Mektos to lead the way already. Oh, well, that would have been a way to start it off, but they're still in danger. Krasix to Wonder like there is no shot on target. Still in the zone, though. Off the backboard, Beastabonium is there. High velocity start there for the Kansas City Pioneers. They come away with nothing, but you can tell they want this lead early on. They might even get it here. That was a bit of a misplay, but the Charlotte Phoenix get away with it.
Charlotte Phoenix looking so panicked as ever, and they need to fix that quickly. We expected them to come off fiery, come off hot, come off with some mechanics, and they have yet to find it. Who's going to pop off for them to start something? But still, on the offensive side of the field, they just haven't gotten a good look. A miss there may open an opportunity, Delta to come in and push some pressure, but a good clear, but Delta's still in position. Could this be dropped down? It's cut off by Wanda Mike, and Charlotte Phoenix looking and getting closer to that possibility.
They're still able to keep it at the midfield line, though. I very much like that attack. Despite the fact that KCP were able to turn it away with relative ease, they were still able to get something moving, right? They had to deny the shot prior to the source of the actual shot itself, but now redirect downfield, they're off to the races, and Alraz never had a chance. The redirect from Wonder Mike will put the Pioneers on top.
Again, just another small mistake, a little execution needed for Wonder Mike to make that play. Something, but Delta, you know, that could have gone his way if he got there quick enough. It didn't go his way. He didn't get fast enough. Should he have waited? Should he have kept going? That question, would it have made a difference? Who really knows? But nonetheless, Charlotte Phoenix, they need to find a way to score again and score consistently.
Absolutely. you raise an excellent point, right? Because Delta, when you find yourself in that spot, is like, should I be faster? Should I be more patient? Oh my goodness, Wonder Mike almost had that one with the redirect. There was nobody back. And that kind of plays into what we were just saying, right? Everybody on the Charlotte Phoenix is getting upfield. They're trying to make this play, but I'm wondering if they really should be doing that. I feel like they should just let KCP try to make this play that, you know, is so mechanical and then just wait on it, but they can't. Not when they get demolished. 2 players gone. It's too easy.
I mean, you said it, a double demo, and what better way to open up the field when you literally have nobody to defend it. And Pioneers have just consistently created offensive abilities for themselves, whether it's demos, whether it's an extension off redirects, off mistakes, capitalize everything. It just looks like they're playing so well, and man, how many demos have we seen?
Well, if you're asking the players, apparently not enough. Wonder Mike, even another shot threw out of the corner. It seems like KCP is all over this right now. The Phoenix simply have no response so far, and yet another goal going to be scored here. Wonder Mike off the backboard receiving from Mektos. It seems all too easy at this point.
They just consistently keep peppering the net, and most notably Wonder Mike, 5 of the 7 shots right now for the Pioneers. He has been that offensive driving force, of course, 2 of the goals, 1 assist himself, so 100% participation on the scoring side for Wonder Mike, and it's worked wonders. But as I say that, off kickoff, Alraz with the individual play.
This will spark some much needed vitality, or at least I hope it will, in Charlotte Phoenix. A nice little flip reset play there by Alraz, using the momentum to push him down to the ground and then get back up to the ball. That's the kind of creativity that you need to have to very effectively utilize the mechanics at your disposal. It's something you don't see in every mechanical player. Gimmick revolutionized the game back in Season 6 with his ability to do the exact same kind of stuff. Alraz tap into that same power to get his team back into this game. I'll be honest, I'm not so confident at present. They still need 2, and Mektos is having his way on the offensive side. Delta is able to backflip it away. It's not exactly a strong clear. They will get this one back under control. Alraz loads a boost, loads of time. Past Mektos. You need to start up some offensive pressure right here. We talked about quantity not being as important as the quality of shots so far in this series. Charlotte Phoenix, they're struggling to find any sort of passing lane. Their transition onto the offense was just much too slow, and now even seeding back onto the defensive side, it doesn't look so solid. Delta is narrowly able to get that one out, but still a very scary play on the back end for the Charlotte Phoenix.
Pioneers consistently making Charlotte Phoenix so uncomfortable, and it just seems like Charlotte Phoenix, they're fighting to survive. They're clawing their way through, trying to get these goals, but every attempt, it's just thwarted by the Pioneers. So again and again, Alraz, he's trying to do something special. He's their sole goal, and another opportunity for him just barely missed and not executed. Too many people in net to defend that play, and as time keeps ticking, if the Pioneers can keep up what they've created, then they sure will be continuing on. Charlotte Phoenix, they need to do something quickly, but the Pioneers just keep putting it on. 2 last-second saves for Charlotte Phoenix, but saves aren't gonna win this game because the last one goes in, and a 3-goal buffer for the Pioneers.
I gotta commend the effort there for the Charlotte Phoenix defense, but in the end, they cannot make it happen. Alraz was waiting on the corner boost, just hoping that it would spawn in and allow him to get back into the play, but it was not meant to be. And now they are staring down a chance of moving on to the lower brackets. Alraz, beautiful touch here to the backboard, is completely open, and there is Beastabonium. It's a second win now, potentially, for the Charlotte Phoenix. They need this desperately.
But where was this the last 4.5 minutes this game? They're popping off too late. They're getting comfortable too late. This may be too late for Charlotte Phoenix. They need to have this type of pressure way earlier. And with the remaining 24 seconds, they may just be out of time.
Sponium off the backboard. Oh, Delta was almost there in time. Alraz with the follow-up. Delta trying for the pass back to Beast Ebony, but the communication is not there. Over to Alraz, over to Delta. They've got to put a shot on target. They had so many chances to do so, but they just weren't quite fast enough. And now KCP looking to put another one on target. It doesn't matter at this point. The series over. The Kansas City Pioneers will take it, but I got to admit, what we saw here in the latter half of Game 2 looked like a completely different Charlotte Phoenix squad. If we had seen that earlier on, then I think this could have been a different series.
Not even just the latter half, maybe the last minute when they realized, they finally had that realization that they were behind, that they were struggling, and they needed to change up their game plan. They got those passes through. They were able to use their mechanics to create a 2-on-1 situation, but it was just too late. And as for the Pioneers, they were just able to slowly pepper down the Charlotte Phoenix defense, and that gives them the 2-0 sweep, a sweep that we didn't expect.
Yeah, I certainly did not. And we looked at that graphic just a moment ago. 5 demos for Wonder Mike out of the 6 for Kansas City. Of course, one of them directly, or 2 of them in tandem directly leading to goal 4. And I think that was one of the tools that KCP had at their disposal, but it was definitely their ability to outpace Charlotte Phoenix, but not only outpace, but also make impactful context, because there were so many instances where I saw a Charlotte Phoenix member just kind of basically in a position they didn't really know what they were accomplishing there, or at least it didn't seem like it, because, touch into the corner from a KCP member, goes to another KCP member, goes to another KCP member, and into the net. And it makes you wonder, well, all that's happening, there are 3 Charlotte Phoenix players somewhere on the field who are not able to get in the way of that passing play at any single point. And I saw that more than a couple of times, and it makes me wonder to myself, like, I wonder if they're just having a bad day. But, I don't know. It's all speculation. But the king of speculation is on his way back into the booth now. Taco, you got any more insight for us on that series?
I don't even mind that title. I'm 100% down with it. All I know is that someone on this desk did speculate that they thought this would be...
I can see his mouth moving.
Oh my goodness.
But,
I have 9 different mute buttons, and all of them were unmuted, except for one. But I like that title of King of Speculation, although I'm not the one who claimed that I think this would be a pretty clean Charlotte Phoenix victory for this series, and it seemed like that's not the path we headed down.
Was that me? I don't remember doing that. Was that Chixa, or was that me?
That's why we need replay. Run back the tape. I'm hearing... I don't have that power. I
actually don't remember.
You guys can use your own memory banks, but I'm just saying it was not as clear cut. KCP looking fierce on that. The one thing that really stood out to me though on that last series is looking through these statistics across the whole series. Charlotte Phoenix shooting 20%, which is not always bad until you realize KCP is shooting almost 50%. They were at 47% for that series, and that's just not going to get you a lot of victories. Chixa, what are you saying if you are sitting down with a Charlotte Phoenix squad? What's your advice to them as they now have to make the lower bracket run?
I think for them, it was a lot of, like we were talking about, quality over quantity and creating those awkward situations for the Pioneers. Their success came in using a mechanical play to create a 2-on-1 situation, using somebody. Just use your abilities, your facets that you have on the mechanical end to open up something. And it just seemed like they weren't connecting on the field. Pioneers, they opened up opportunities for each other. They created ways to score differently. And for Charlotte Phoenix, it just looked like they were struggling. They were panicked until that last minute where they utilized each other.
At least looking forward into these other matches, Squid, you were talking about there's so much movement around, but it felt fairly one-sided. Do you feel like this is just one team outclassing the other, or was this just kind of a letdown performance from the side of Charlotte?
Now, it's interesting that you phrase it like that, Taco. A letdown performance from Charlotte Phoenix. I'm not necessarily sure if I would call it that, although that is what it appeared to be to me. And I think that the other side of the coin that I'm trying to get at here is I think that KCP just saw every single gap in the defense, and they took it as soon as possible. You mentioned the shot percentage there for Charlotte Phoenix. Well, I will grant that it's pretty low at 20%. The defense for KCP also did look fairly stalwart in many of the critical moments. We talked just momentarily ago. Jixie, you mentioned, though, the mechanical plays for Charlotte Phoenix. They were definitely coming out, at least in a couple of different spots, and immediately right at the end of Game 2, it looked amazing with the amount of team plays that they had, but there was never really an opening for them to actually do anything meaningful because KCP was always shutting it down. I talked about the potential for Mektos, for Wonder Mike to pop off, and Krasix was looking insane basically everywhere on the field. You know, it wasn't anything particularly flashy, but it was just the game sense, the pure ability to break down your opponent's gameplay and just hit it at the source, just stop them before they get anything meaningful done was absolutely nuts to me.
It's so important to be able to take all of that in. And of course, I'm sure the team managers, the team coaches, they're writing down all of your recommendations. So their success going forward is all on your shoulders. But I know you nailed it because it's exactly what they do need to hear. They need to pick it up, especially those lower bracket teams. But we do have our first kind of upper bracket matchup in that next round. It's Flash of Brilliance and Pioneers. But we still have to go on to the rest of them. We're going to be showing a short break to all of you lovely folks in chat. We'll be right back with the former Nefarious, now Litecoin Gaming, going up against Accelerate. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the AAA Challenger Series.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Stranger stuff.
And welcome back, everybody. We told you it was a short break. We keep our promises here on the AAA Challenger Series. It is back, still me, Dino Taco, on the desk, along with Squid and Chixa, and we're going into the second half of our first round of the upper bracket. This is Accelerate, whichever way you want it, going up against Litecoin Gaming. And these best of three so far, I think we started off with some great content, a game all going all the way to game 3 between eUnited and Flash of Brilliance, then a little bit one-sided for Pioneers. Squid, do you feel like we're going back to a close series with this one?
Now, I really want to say yes, but I'm looking at the rosters up here. Again, not praying to God. I'm looking at the rosters up here. I have a lot of confidence in Litecoin Gaming. You know, I feel like we've seen them put up a lot of surprising results in RLCS before. It's like, oh my goodness, how did they make it this far? What? And I'm starting to think to myself, like, we say that so often. I wonder why we're ever surprised anymore. These players have been playing together for quite some time now as well. I mean, Accelerate, you could say the same for them. They are undoubtedly talented, but I look at Buddy, and I think to myself, you know, Taco, you and I especially, we watch him in CRL, and he consistently outperforms my expectations. I really have confidence in them, and so I want to say it's going to be a close one, but if I had to be biased, I think Litecoin has got this one pretty well unlocked.
Okay, well, that's weighing in on that, and at least when I come over to Chixa, Litecoin Gaming has been a team that has struggled a little bit, I would say, coming into the regionals. However, Accelerate has been consistently getting pretty deep into those qualifiers, getting into those closed qualifiers, even getting into a main event, but they've struggled a bit down the stretch, like so many of these teams that finish just outside that top 8 for that main event. Do you think that aids in their confidence being in that consistent contender circle, or do you think that can be a little bit frustrating a little bit as that team is looking to up that quality?
You know, I think a team that's consistent is better off than a team that just kind of goes day by day. It's certainly easier to point out if you're going through that replay review, then you could see what are you consistently doing well against what are you consistently failing at. So the issues on the field may be a little bit easier to fix, a little bit easier to figure out, and if they make those changes from game to game, from series to series, then they'll come out as a better team. So it's certainly a team that is a little bit more consistent, a little bit more there and able to play. As for Litecoin, I think a team still developing. I mean, of course, we had the name changeover, but with the name change comes, you know, some changes, maybe some more development for them. So 2 different styles that can play.
Oh, we'll never know, really, until we actually see it for ourselves. All the players are already in the lobby. It is a Team Accelerate. It is Litecoin Gaming, and it is a best of 3 to determine who's going to go on in the winner's bracket. Please take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Taco. Litecoin and Accelerate. You know, I made my standpoint known. All right, in that I think that if I had to be biased on one side, I would choose Litecoin. But you do make a good point, Chixa. I mean, Accelerate, with the consistency that they have, it is a little bit difficult. Now that I'm looking back on it, it's a little bit difficult to say that it is going to be a one-sided series.
You know, especially with consistency, though, we're only playing a best of 3. Talking about consistency-wise, Litecoin only needs to pop off 2 games. You know, that's not too many. You know, just feel good for 2 games and then you're done. You know, those longer series, more time to adapt, more time to change, but it doesn't matter because the teams are ready, they're on the pitch, and they're about to play.
That does remind me of a particular quote from one Randy Gibbons. You might have heard of him. Way back when RLCS qualifiers were still completely open quals, nobody got an invite at all. It was just like a couple of brackets, and if you do well enough, you get in. He said that it only takes 15 minutes of greatness to take down a Titan. And that, I feel, can be applied in many an instance. Perhaps this is one of those instances. We get underway here, still searching for goal number 1, Litecoin over there in the blue. Accelerate. The opposing orange. Still a wait to see how exactly this is going to turn out. Adam to the backboard instantaneously. Buddy is there, but denied as well. Excellent defense. And of course, as I like to say, you know, an open backboard is an open net, so I'm glad to see, well, yeah, I'm glad to see, and I'm also quite expecting to see these teams up there on the back.
Ooh, almost an open net here, and that's an own goal. That's an own goal.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think there's any 2 ways about that. You know, I'm going to ask Adam if he wants to talk about it. I don't think he does. But I will ask him. I'm going to be there like a good friend. All right, well, jokes aside, though, that's not exactly how I envision this series starting, but I guess you can't always get what you want. It's 1-0 now to Team Accelerate. I'm sure they'll gladly take it one way or the other. We get underway here even further. Still haven't really seen too much of a pattern moving forward. There's a demolition here on the back end. J-Bot does recover. Hockey lurking in the zone. Trying to get the flick over the top with the bump too, but actually gets bumped back into his own ball and sent away. Again, not exactly what I was expecting. This game is subverting my expectations in more ways than just one.
The aggressiveness by all the teams being played out today, between the bumps, the demos, that seems to really be a utilized force and tool, actually playing the field, trickling that pass towards an open net. Unfortunate, no one there to capitalize, and the continuous pressure now by Accelerate, but it doesn't matter since there's demos on the field and a quick 2v2 with a demo on each side of the field. And again, teams have to start back from square one, and no one yet able to really get it through. We of course saw that own goal, but otherwise both teams have had some opportunities. Bambi trying to make work of his own, and still continued pressure by both teams just trying to poke the bear.
Yes, indeed. Oh, whoa, okay, all right, this one out of nowhere. Talk about poke the bear, talk about poke the Bambi, straight out of the net here, Buddy with the flick, and there will be no credit given to Buddy's best friend Adam, but truly the bump making the play.
Now those bumps, those demos, I guess that is officially the meta. As you said, old meta, new meta now brought back, and all the teams today have so far utilized it. Slightly different ways nonetheless, but have continued to utilize it. That's a shot on target, and that's a really far shot that finds its way into the net across half field.
Just a little bit shocked to see that one go through, but Adam just behind the play there. Perhaps didn't get the pathing back as they needed. The rotation is just not quite there for Litecoin. All the ways to concede a goal, that's probably one of my least favorite ways to do it, is over-rotate. Unfortunately, it's not the first time that we've seen that tonight. And of course, Adam also responsible for that own goal earlier on. You know, it's not looking like such a great game for Adam. I'm going to level with you on that front. There's still loads of time left to be played here, and oh, this looks relatively open. J-Bot does quite recover in time. The pass back down to Hockey, they're still there, and they will not be able to get it through. Bambi with a bouncing save. Hockey denied again, but Buddy will finally finish it off. Litecoin not to be denied on the goal line.
So much pressure by Litecoin. They were like, I'm going to get this goal. I don't care what it costs. I will throw everything at it. And it takes them a good 3 or 4 opportunities to finally punch that one in. Team Accelerate just putting on work on the defensive side of the field. They've gotten lucky, of course, with those mistakes that we've seen of Litecoin, but Litecoin has struggled and been able to make their own opportunities. And there's more bumps, and my goodness.
Bumping each other. J-Bot now being bumped. No touch from Tool, though, and Hockey is prepared for it. But things are just going wild down here on the field. It feels like the name of the game right now is just bump. People got over the demo meta a while ago, and then they kind of realized, they came crawling back once they realized just how effective it really is. Breaking up that rotation on the back end. Litecoin in the first lead of this series that they've had.
You know what? They've earned every single one of the goals that they have gotten as well. They've continued to pressure, continued to fight, open up opportunities, extra touches here. Just Hockey with no boost cannot make a touch on that, but yet Litecoin still continues to make some plays on the ball. A double commit, though. This could cause some issues in the midfield, but no one there to capitalize on that open ball.
They might have been worried that Hockey still had some boost left in the tank. They wanted to give some respect there, perhaps. Either way, gone by the wayside now. Demo on back end looking for seconds as well, but Adam is able to avoid. Pass back into the center. J-Bot, no! Denied by the Ironworks up top. And now Bambi, 50 away. J-Bot with no boost. It's an open net downfield, and Litecoin will punish here. A playmaker now for Hockey, and the long goal from Adam.
Great vision for Hockey to be able to get the touch, and Adam, knowing this net's open, all he needs to do is race for it, get that open net, just shoot it straight. You know, sometimes those open nets, hardest nets to hit, but shoots it on straight, and back to a 2-goal lead is Litecoin, and it has just been a back and forth game nonetheless.
Well, like I said, this game subverted my expectations in just about every way. I think, for the most part, it's continuing to do so. Of course, I think the demolitions are the only universal constant here, and Tool reminds us all of that only moments ago. Still, for Accelerate to have dropped this lead that they had, it certainly probably does not feel good. Final 10 seconds on the clock. They need one right here and now if they want a chance to get back into this one. But Hockey, intimate control, excellent fake here. Stops J-Bob from making an effective touch. And that will be game number 1 here for Litecoin. It was a shaky start, but they got back in the saddle.
I think that main difference, though, for Litecoin, earning every single goal that they have gotten, continuously finding an opportunity, giving it to someone else to shoot it on. And of course, Hockey, 100% goal participation for him, as you noted earlier, 3 assists and you know, the 1 goal himself. So him just feeding his teammates in order to make those plays possible. As for Team Accelerate, their 2 goals off of mistakes. And as we said earlier, mistakes cannot be the only thing your team wins off of. You need to be able to create your own opportunities. So they're helpful, but not the entirety of the game.
Very much true. And I think if you look at this critically, right, if Accelerate does not have the 2 goals that they earned off of mistakes, this is a complete blowout. I mean, Litecoin wins it 4-0, no questions asked. And I do feel like there is something to be said about having some discretion with your demolitions, because it is nice to take opposing players off the field, but if they don't have any boost, or if they were already out of position, then you're just doing them a service by sending them back to their own side of the field with a third of a tank of gas. I mean, that's... You gotta be careful about when you're pulling out the demos, because we saw a couple from Accelerate that didn't really make much of a difference, and it makes it even less predictable for your teammates. If you get a demo in the backfield, your teammates, you know, they had a very good idea of where that player was most likely, and now he could, that player could spawn on either side of the field in the backfield on the opposing side. So some discretion I would advise for Team Accelerate. I don't think they got supremely punished for it before, but it's just something I wanted to note. As Game 2 gets underway now, they find themselves in their last legs here in the upper side of the bracket in round 1. Will they be able to return to form, or will Litecoin run away with it? That is the question.
Certainly the biggest question that we have asked today, and the biggest discrepancy that we've seen on the field when we expected this to be closer. But can Team Accelerate find the back of the net? Bambi will put a nice shot on, and Adam will need to save this. And again, pushing the net is Accelerate. Tool makes a little bit of a play. Litecoin is getting Buddy tries to sneak that one in, and some continuous pressure. Still, J-Bot cannot find the pinch, but still on the side of the field. It's far down for Tool, and of course, the pressure works out in the favor of Team Accelerate.
When you keep throwing those kinds of balls high and off the corner, it certainly is going to cause a lot of trouble on the back end, an incredibly taxing type of rotation for the defense to be taking. On the other hand, you have your players rotating through the midfield. They're free to utilize the boost lanes to grab that mid pill, and it is just easy for them. And Tool makes it 2 now off the sidewall, receiving from J-Bot. This is a revitalization if I've ever seen one.
They have found ways to score themselves, and that's what we said they needed to do. And twice now, 2 assists given both to Tool to finish, and he has done a fantastic job of just putting that ball on target and placing it where it needs to be. Team Accelerate has found the back of the net on their own will, and that has given them the confidence and the momentum to start off this game number 2.
It's given them confidence, it's given them momentum. Those are not the only 2 factors at play in a game of Rocket League, so we'll see if they can keep this locked down. The demolition there, J-Bot actually taking Buddy out of the rotation, and no secondary. A bit of a misplay. I think a bit might be an understatement at that rate. We'll allow Litecoin onto the attack. J-Bot lost the control off to the side. Hockey should have a double tap perhaps. That though, a good demo again from Tool. Taking the second player out of the rotation. I noted how they need to have a little bit more discretion on who they're choosing to take off the field, but this time around, it looks like every single time it has been a very well-educated decision.
Team Accelerate holding on to that lead, throwing away that ball though, and now Litecoin has an opportunity. Of course, J-Bot though, the demo opening up the backfield and Tool finds himself with the hat trick.
I just find myself basking in what I just said about the demolition play. Just gonna let that sink in. But yeah, in all reality, well played. And this is what I'm gonna say again. I'll reiterate: every single demolition I've seen so far has had a tangible impact on the play. If they've either taken out the second man for Litecoin and been disallowing any sort of attacking play or attacking continuation. And Tool, actually faked out! They try to utilize the demo attempt against them, and it might work, but Buddy is denied by Bambi. Oh my goodness. Sometimes the mind games get a little bit too severe for me. That one almost caught me completely off guard as I was ready to praise Accelerate for their use of demolitions. They almost got punished for it.
Off the clear, Litecoin fighting to find some success, but Tool just making work of them on the offensive side of the field. Team Accelerate looking so sturdy, so good, as Litecoin has continued to try to put on some pressure. Still some control. Bambi actually spinning out, and a bump comes out, and Buddy finds the ball first. Can Tool get a touch? It he is. Does someone get that touchdown? No one with the shot, and chaos has resumed in front of the Team Accelerate net.
And there was a chance for Adam to put that one on target, but just did not bury it. Now Adam, again near the top of the box. That one's much too telegraphed though. Buddy with a double tap will be denied by Tool here. Things are just not going the way of Litecoin Gaming. They are doing their darndest. They've moved the chains plenty of times getting downfield, but they simply cannot break the goal line parallel. Now Tool receiving. That's a top bar play. 4-0 now, and they all belong to Tool.
Tool has just completely popped off this game, finding the positioning in order to make these shots possible, and he has continued again and again. 4-4-4 on those shots. You can't have a better shooting accuracy than that.
Talked about quality over quantity in the last series. Well, I think that might be a recurring theme here on this one. And Litecoin, I'm curious if they are even still trying to compete in this game, or if they're thinking about moving forward now to Game 3 already. Only 70 seconds remain. They need to make up for a lot of lost time. I don't know what exactly the plan was there. They bumped Bambi into the ball and then inherited the possession all on their lonesome. Final minute of gameplay, so I suppose it doesn't really matter that much, but I'd call that an interesting play call at the very least. Buddy now to the backboard. Looked like there was an open net with a bump on Tool, but they could not put it away. It all seems a moot point. J-Bot can't tuck that one in. They just want to give it to Tool. Tool's going to get number 5. They just want to give it to Tool.
But just great, again, vision for Bambi. He sees J-Bot upfield. J-Bot knows that touch, can extend that play out. And, of course, the goal isn't found at first, but Tool, again, positioned to finish up that play. Team Accelerate, they're looking flawless in game number 2.
They really tightened up their defense as well. I feel like that's one of the biggest points that we're noticing is Litecoin. Like I said, they have some amazing movement downfield, but they don't actually seem to be able to do anything when they get there. On the other hand, Tool has just been going off. I think that's that's the second shot that Tool's put on target that actually hasn't sunk. He is 5 for 7 in this game as we come up on the end of regulation. You can't really ask for a much better performance out of an individual player than what we have seen out of Tool in this game. J-Bot, final pass down here to Bambi perhaps. This one's easily blocked away. But again, it's all a moot point here. Game 2 will come to a rather anticlimactic close. I feel like we saw everything happen in the first minute or two of gameplay. Bambi will finally put up a goal. Somebody who's not Tool, but Tool still gets the assist anyway, so he's got that 100% participation, and what a dominant win here.
I mean, we could talk about Tool all day, but his team really facilitating those goals. Of course, most of them all assisted in order to make it possible for Tool, and it was an overall team effort. Yeah, 4 assists to Tool's 5 goals. So, of course, the entirety of Team Accelerate just finding the net in different possible ways, and of course feeding Tool when he's popping off, when he has the accuracy to make those shots possible. As for Litecoin, no success on the field. In fact, only 5 shots to account for it against Quick Caster Mac 15. They're outshot 3 times.
Well, here's another thing I want to point out. I mentioned in the intermission between those two games that, in between game 1 and 2, I should say, that Accelerate had a lot of demos that really did not mean much. But this time, they only had 3 demos, and 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken, led to, or at least one of them led to a goal against directly, and a couple of them, at the very least, stopped out an opposing attack that would otherwise have been a continuation of a massive amount of pressure. And oh my goodness, Hockey flip reset right off the bat. If he had more boost, that could very easily have been a goal. For Litecoin right now, they've got to be wondering, how do they break through this opposing defense? How can they avoid the demo play? And they almost managed to make use of the opposing demo play, you know, in a crazy mind game. Didn't quite work out, but it shows that they are clearly thinking about it. They had loads of time to reevaluate and maybe re-kit their game plan moving into this final game of the series.
A couple of pot shots early for Litecoin, but not able to find the back of the net. Good success early for them, though, that they're finding some pressure, that they're contesting this ball early, and they're not giving Team Accelerate time on the ball. But as I say that, this ball sneaks down towards the corner, and Adam now can't find a touch. If Tool can get this center, it'll be dangerous. It does find itself center. Bambi to finish, and again, Team Accelerate on the board first.
I think that there's very little denying, though, that a touch there from Adam out of the corner probably would have prevented that from happening. I'm not sure if I'm alone on that one, but I'm pretty sure anybody with eyes would probably agree with me on that one. So, if anybody thinks that's not the case, feel free to tell me why. Bambi gets number 2. What is going on now? 2 goals for Bambi right off the face-off. Adam just gets completely dunked here. There's nobody left.
You know, we had the Tool show in game number 2, and now we have the Bambi show so far, 2 of 2 on the goals and shots, and everyone getting a piece of the pie on Team Accelerate. They've continued to just hit each other up. Tool has both those assists, so continued plays. Bambi with the save as well, and Litecoin putting on some good pressure. Hockey can find this bottom left corner, and finally the defense falls for Team Accelerate.
Some beautiful placement back-to-back on shots there for Litecoin, really putting that play together. I mean, Buddy forcing that one into the upper 90 of the left side. You could see Bambi never had a dream of getting that one off the backboard. They just had to toss it up there and hope that there wasn't an offender ready for it. But unfortunately, there was Hockey lurking in the zone. And now Adam almost with enough boost to receive there, but just didn't quite have enough pennies to make it happen. That would have been a wonderful response there for Litecoin. This one almost even on target of its own accord, but will prove an attacking chance. Adam, pass over to Buddy. That was actually a nice late hit on that ball. Rather nice change up there, almost fooling the defense. Didn't quite have the necessary accuracy or the power to go on target. Adam again off the ceiling. This time it's Buddy on the left side. And what a beautiful continuation of pressure here from Litecoin.
They have just kept peppering the net, and this is where Litecoin's comfortable. They're comfortable on that offensive side of the field, and they've been able to stay there for those extended periods of time. So when you see 1, 2, 3 shots come during a possession, they'll continue to just pepper the net, and eventually the defense will fall.
Now the question remains, who will stand on top? Litecoin back in stride. Accelerate gave us a show in game 2. What a bit of a giveaway here to Hockey. Oh, I love the slow play here as well. There was a bump attempt in the net, though, and now things are falling apart. Bambi around Buddy, and that is basically the ultimate cacophony of trouble in the midfield here for Litecoin.
You know, again, Bambi coming out and finding success on a little bit of a solo play, using their mechanics as an asset and just making that one-on-one play. Again, we find Bambi now with the hat trick, and one player on Team Accelerate seeming to show up just a little bit more during each of these matches.
So more than half the game to be played though. Oh, Adam! Oh, what is that? That is a disgusting redirect here from Adam, receiving from Buddy. What is this? The backwards jump. Oh, that is beautiful. I've never seen anything like that. Oh my goodness.
I don't even know how to analyze that other than I wish I was cracked as you were, since that shot is not easy to make in any way, shape, or form. And there Litecoin goes to get that equalizer goal. This game's tied, and both teams have just found different ways of scoring. Again, Litecoin comfortable as ever on the offensive side of the field. They get there, they'll find a way to score. As for Team Accelerate, quality. Every single shot comes with quality. Give them one opportunity, give them a good opportunity, and they will get it in the back of the net.
Gotta be honest, this one goes out to Taco, who I know is listening to the stream right now. But I'm noticing a lot of Northwood-like qualities in the fairy, not even the fairies, in Litecoin right now. In that it seems like they allowed Accelerate to play their game for game 2. And when they realized there was a legitimate, tangible threat, they really started to kick it into gear again, particularly Adam. He came out of nowhere with a couple of the goals so far this game. Jape up high here will be denied by Buddy. Taken out of the play now, Tool with control. Hockey the last back, bumped out of the way, but Adam is there to bail out the defense. The demo just a little bit too early there this time around for Accelerate, but they remain on the attack. Tool up high looking for Hockey and will find it. Adam still there to make the defensive play. They do not falter in the face of adversity, excuse me. And they continue to get this one out. I'm honestly appalled.
That was so much pressure, but that doesn't always mean you'll find that success. But a great pass down for Litecoin. They can't find the shot on target. And still 1 minute. This is golden goal territory. Someone gets it. Someone holds on to that one goal. That's the lead. That's the game. Is this one ever more important? J-Bot is found from the pass from Bambi. And that is a beautifully executed goal for Team Accelerate.
Yeah, if you're a defender there, you are going to have a lot of trouble trying to make that read. Your ball cam certainly not doing you any favors. 50 seconds to go now. Litecoin at the deficit. They have the work cut out for them, but we have seen some crazy things already this game. Tool not quite there to deny Buddy. The double tap is there from Buddy. What more do you expect? You give him space and time and you get punished.
Buddy, oh my goodness. Those mechanical solo plays can get that difference, and he gave himself initiative to make that play possible.
What more do you want? Buddy, the remainder of Litecoin Gaming, Accelerate, and Tool and Bambi. They have all been playing their hearts out this series. This is only winners round 1, I might remind the audience. I have to remind myself at that. Seems like we could be playing a grand final right now. I would not be able to tell the difference. 20 seconds to go here. Litecoin in the offensive zone. Hockey looking for the angle. That is far gone now. Still keeps us at least somewhat competitive. Tool denied by Adam. Into the corner. Bambi for control. Cannot keep it away from Hockey. Looking for the double tap. The pass is there. Buddy cannot quite get there. And Hockey was also up for it. Still in the sky here. Tool cannot get under this ball. And will remain in play. Adam opted to keep it up. Pass over to Hockey. They cannot quite get under it in the way they need. We'll go to OT. Lots of chances. None of them successful.
Game 3 overtime. What better of a storyline could we get? Each team has just brought fire with fire in different ways. Oh no, I was gonna say that can't be how this game ends. That bounce shot can't be the one that goes in, but still Team Accelerate with the first opportunities to score. This one's looking good. Can Bambi find it? He finds the double tap goal. Bambi's good, and Team Accelerate takes it in game 3.
What a performance on all facets here. Multiple times we have seen a player step up, and multiple times I have been more than satisfied with this series. It's hard to believe it's only been 3 games. Hockey falling off the post for that last one. Trying their darndest, but it was not meant to be. And Accelerate will move on into the bracket to that top 4 spot now, in the upper side, that is to say. Litecoin will still have a chance in the lower area, but oh boy, that was certainly some performance. And I gotta admit, I mean, I'm looking at this stats sheet, and it looks like it was all Accelerate all the time, but we know for a fact that that was not the case.
I mean, man, what more can you say out of Bambi this game? And then just the continuous switches between Team Accelerate. You had Tool last game, you had Bambi this game, and the team just does such a flawless job of finding each other in different ways. It doesn't always need to be a one-man show. Everyone can have their opportunity to play, and it's just if you can facilitate that as a team. So it ended up being the team considerably more consistent in games 2 and 3 when they found their stride coming out on top.
Well, I mean, you mentioned consistency. It almost feels like it was the least consistent series we've seen so far with that 6-0 in Game 2. But for more on that, let's get Taco back into the mix. He had that eye in the sky. What'd you see, friend?
Just kind of dry my palms off. Just watching that series made me so nervous. There was so much back and forth, and I thought that overtime was going to last forever. But of course, Bambi B, of course, the classic UCF player from the collegiate scene, of course, reminding us all, no, I'm still a pro player, getting a great double. And my goodness, that's the type of series that I pitched to you guys because I thought it could be a nice matchup. Is it going to go the distance? Is it going to be a lot of drama? And it certainly was. I had no idea what was going to happen all series long, and that's what I hope this entire tournament series is going to be about. But at least more relevantly, Chixa, going to you first. I mean, if you replay this match, do you think it continuously goes the way of Accelerate? Do you feel like Litecoin had just some momentary lapses that ended up in them not taking this series?
You know, they had a very strong start in game number 1, so a longer series, I think it could have kind of bounced back and forth. They certainly have the skills to pay the bills now, to play on the field, to make things happen, to be dynamic, and we saw a little bit of star power out of them in that first game. So I think if it went to best of 5, they might have came out, they might have understood the stakes are even that much higher, they could have adapted a little bit more, had time to understand that this is how Team Accelerate plays, made those changes, and came out on top, and probably have put it to game number 5.
At least turning it over to Squid then. I mean, we're looking at Litecoin taking that loss, unfortunately, but they're going up against Accelerate, and Accelerate just really putting the stank on a lot of those plays. They seem to have that finishing touch. Of course, you have Tool just absolutely popping off during that series. I mean, what, if anything, would you advise for them going forward with the rest of their strategy? Because they were looking spectacular at times, but they didn't sweep that series. They still had to fight for it.
I need Adam to start playing like he did in Game 3 at all times. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. You know, we had Tool pop off in Game 2, sure, but Adam just randomly came online in Game 3. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who noticed that. I tried to say it, but I can't believe you guys haven't talked about him already. I mean, come on, give the guy some credit. But I will say though, as far as working as a team goes, I did enjoy seeing them move downfield. They had great transitions. Their offense looked menacing at the worst of times. I think the only problem was continuation of pressure. You know, they allowed themselves to get pushed downfield. It wasn't significantly downfield, mind you. They weren't obviously sacrificing themselves to transition all the time, and they were safely transitioning onto defense, but I would have liked to see a little bit more fight out of them to stay in that offensive half because, like I said, you know, their offense looked menacing at the worst of times. Imagine if they were able to keep that up, you know, for minutes on end. I feel like Accelerate would be hard-pressed to deal with that. If you put top corner shot after top corner shot on target, it would be very difficult to defend that. And I feel like if they could get that going, then it could be a very different series.
And I think it's important to really just think about how many things that have to go right for your team. And of course, as you mentioned, yes, at your very worst, your offense looks menacing, but you don't want to be at your worst. You want to make sure that you're always at your peak, because the moment you start to slip up, you start to have those lapses, and the other team will strike. I do want to take a quick look at our bracket as it does appear so far, at least within this competition, because we're almost wrapping up with this quarterfinal. And so at least when we're looking through a lot of these players and these results, at least we have our upper semifinals. We're trying to decide our final one with our next match coming up, in which will be Prestige Esports against Manzana. And for those of you who, when we look at this bracket and see as we try to transition over and see how it's going to round out, I would say I'm not necessarily shocked by any of these results. We really have only had, one sweep so far, with KCP making a statement against Charlotte Phoenix. And Prestige Esports and Manzana, I would say they are the little brothers of the scene for the most part. They are newer orgs, or maybe still orgless in the case of Manzana. So this is really a proving ground for them just as much as anyone else. I mean, these are represented teams that they're going up against. And so, at least in the case of Manzana, this is a huge moment for them to really put themselves on the map.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table, and we saw them performing at least a little bit in RLCS recently. You know, it didn't have a huge impact. You know, I think that much anybody would admit, but it still is nice to see up-and-coming talent, and of course, Taka, you and I being, you know, how involved we are with the CRL scene, we know Jay. You know, we know Jay having played on the St. Clair roster, and I'm very excited to see more and more talent coming into the scene via that avenue, or at least using that avenue as a bit of a parallel to their professional career. So it's wonderful to see, but in that regard, I think that they are definitely a little bit outclassed by this Manzana team. So Prestige, you know, love them with all my heart. I really wish them the best. I feel like Luke, Poyo, and J. Russ are just going to be way too much for them to handle.
No,
I mean,
I think
I gotta hear Chicks' side of it, because I wouldn't necessarily say it's that heavy, but Chicks, do you tend to agree with that?
it took me a minute to process that he was just saying one team over the other. I think that's a bold assumption, assuming that the one team is just going to outclass the other, especially out of what we've seen today. New talent, especially speaking the fact that it's new talent, they have probably generally the least consistency and the most pop-off potential, which means I think it could go back and forth very easily. Both of these teams, like we said, new to the scene. That means they have more to bring. They haven't been here. They're not old news. They're new news. They're ready to come out. They're ready to make their staple, and I think they have more to prove than anyone else here.
Feels like we have some mixed opinions. Of course, we might think that one team completely outclassed. We might see it's a close game. Either way, it's all content. It's all about to unfurl. So I'll just hand it off to you guys. Please take it away. We are going to be seeing Manzana against Prestige Esports right now.
And I could not be happier for that reason. And, you know, I said it. I did say it. All right. I expect Prestige is outclassed by Manzana. However, that, caveat, that is an on-paper prediction. I have not seen these two teams go up head-to-head. I don't have any reason to believe that this won't be a close series. But I expect that we will see a bit of an underdog story here, one way or the other, at the very least. So as the teams get onto the field here, it's just a best of three. Manzana in the blue, Prestige in the orange. My expectation is that we're going to see a lot, especially out of Luke and J. Russ. But you can't count out Poyo either. He definitely has some pop-up potential. As we get moving forward here, I guess we'll just have to let the story tell itself. And it's already Luke in the air against Diaz in the net. They will not find the dunk. J-Russ for the follow-up into the top corner. Luke is there for the redirect in just for insurance.
And just dynamic play style. We like to see these new younger players come through, and Luke just sneaks that one through on the out rotation. It is such a difficult shot to make. And, we see a little banter in chat that he's peeking, and, maybe he wants to come out outclassed. They have a lot of fight in, as I said, they have a lot to prove. So I'm expecting to see them continue to get better and better as we progress through the match, and probably as they get more comfortable, as Poyo able to score that one as well again for Manzana.
Well, I did mention how I expect Manzana to outclass Prestige on paper. I don't want it to be a blowout, though. 2 goals in 26 seconds. Not exactly my favorite look here. But I suppose we have not seen much establishment in this series so far, so I can't say too much about the play styles of these teams and how I expect them to change and morph over time into a more concrete style of play here. We'll see Prestige a little bit in the offense here. Diaz takes Luke out of the rotation. Nice doink though by Poyo. This will send things all the way backfield. But you can see that Prestige beginning to get established. Diaz off the back wall. I love this idea, but the shot on target is a little bit too predictable. They had passing options. They opted to go for the highlight reel play. I will respect that a little bit. I'd love to see a little bit more sustained pressure before they go for that final killing blow.
So I said nerves definitely a factor possibly in this game for these newer teams. These teams that aren't as comfortable. So you can see as they progress, they're going to get more comfortable. And we could tell the play's developing that much more because they're continuing to feel more comfortable in this game. And both teams, after that initial start by Manzana, have calmed down a little bit, and Poyo can't get this one on target either to start it off, but still, it seems like we have that feeler out phase. It may have been delayed to start this game off, but both teams are now finally starting to feel each other out.
Yeah, it may just be Prestige getting a little bit warmed up, perhaps, but we also did see Luke with a bit of a peek there at the very beginning of the game, giving a nice little assist to J. Russ and getting that first shot on target. Nice little challenge there from Jay in the midfield. Poyo not going to be able to put this one anywhere particularly impactful. Just trying to gain some more zone time for Manzana. Looks like they're successful. They almost even get the shot all by themselves. But serious some pressure there for Manzana. Seemingly out of nowhere. They're just pulling it out of the hat. Prestige Esports, they are still struggling to get any sort of meaningful attacking. Like, of course, they have that zone time, and now this will actually subvert all expectations that I had. This basically a one-off shot will make it through.
Now, those little mistakes that happen, and the bump as well on Poyo in the net. It's just two mistakes come back-to-back on the corner wall. The bump comes through, and that's an open opportunity. Prestige making work, just causing some chaos on that defensive goal line.
How did I not see the bump in the net? Oh, well, we talked about the demo meta. Seems like everybody is on board with that. Why has it been so many demos? And even Poyo right there trying to get Diaz out of the way was unsuccessful in doing so. But an effort was made. We'll continue, though, just past halftime here. Still no clear victor in sight. J. Russ had to avoid a bit of a bump. Luke just able to make it back in time and make that save. Also had to avoid a bump of their own. Prestige, though, they look like they're getting just a little bit more comfortable in the blue half of the field. I gotta say, I'm rather excited to see what they can do if they can really get set up. That remains to be seen, though. J. Russ in a bit of a deadly spot. No boost, though.
Jay as well, the entirety of Prestige trying to get a good clear possession out into that blue half of Manzana. Trying to work the wall. It's been difficult in the corners, especially. You want that shot to be easier on target and in center field, but Luke may just have another redirect up his sleeve. Saya able to clear it out, and a demo to eliminate that second man, and now Prestige is pushing on the counter attack, but that one in vain, and both teams just finding a way to make something chaotic happen. We're seeing those bumps and demos. We keep talking about them. I swear there must be a bet going around since they keep on happening, and each team keeps on having opportunities off of them.
I'll bet you Rocket, Sledge, or Woody put them up to this. I'm going to have a stern talk with those two guys. Oh my goodness, Diaz, the double tap looks so well put together, but they could not quite get over top of it to spike that one down on and in. Prestige will have to advance now into the final minute of gameplay, still trailing by one here against Manzana. The pass over to Saya looks good, still denied, but it was a double coming on the back end. Now Jay looking for something special with the faked over to Diaz. I love this play here, Jay. They know they can't get it, and they just let it down to their teammate.
It's a beautiful crash of the net for Prestige. Everyone finding ways to make the defensive rotation uncomfortable for Manzana, and you find those players out of position. Someone needed to be on that ball quicker, someone needed to be back post, but instead both of them are just kind of slowly in that middle of the net. And now back to tied game, 30 seconds. I like to say golden goal, and who will have the lead to end off this game, but 2 unanswered goals to start for the one side, 2 unanswered to go back. Now for Prestige, it's as even as ever.
And it is. Wouldn't ask for anything different here in our last winners round 1. Diaz, nice little control. J. Russ gets a piece of it. Giveaway now. Manzana looking to advance downfield. Bit of a drop here. J. Russ will get underneath the ball though. Pop up as well. Bit of a neutral one. Then Jay will opt for OT on the retreat in general. Prestige could have used that reset, and they will get it.
Back to midfield, overtime, dangerous territory. Diaz almost reading the bounce from the ceiling, and Diaz has been the answer, it seems like, Prestige this game in the defense and the offense, but it doesn't matter if you can only answer twice to equalize. Demo play coming out as well, and Saya will need to save some bumps. Prestige going to need to hold off Manzana just a bit longer until the team is prepped and ready. But the boost game now running out for them as they try to fend an offensive play, but still struggling.
They're struggling, but at least they are. They could not struggle and lose, so I would rather take the fight. And they continue just about 1 minute having elapsed here in extra time. Poyo over in the front. That was a rather late response there from Jay or Diaz. It could easily have been a goal against if they weren't careful. Nice touch out here to the side, but they've got to follow it up, and there is Saya. Back to the mid. Jay almost there, but cannot quite beat out Poyo to the ball. And he's being tossed off to the side. This is exactly what we were hoping for here in Winter Round 1. That could easily have been a goal as well, but J-Russ cannot quite get it inside of the zone. This is really seeming to be a battle of glass cannons. Poyo only narrowly denied there by Jay. Risky challenge out in front of the net, but they didn't have much of a choice.
Jay, that clear is not out to his team, so indeed possession will go back into the hands of Manzana, which means more opportunities for them. They have just held most of the possession in this ball on that orange side of the field for a majority of this game, but a good 50 and a continuous clear to bring it back onto that prestige side of the field. Still Manzana, they're pushing. That's a good pass. Luke with another redirect. It's a finish for Manzana, and they take game number 1 in the longest overtime we have seen yet tonight.
Oh, and Saya, they wanted to try and track that one, but when you have Poyo coming off the sidewall with such confidence, what more can you do? It's all that you can do just to try and track that play into the center of the net. That flick up using the front of the car there was just too much for the defense. Prestige will drop game 1 here. They still have one more chance to get back into this one, to push it on to match point in their favor. And I'll be honest, Manzana, they had a very early start there. You know, they were early risers, they got right on the ball, and perhaps it was just a slow start there, right out of the gate for Prestige that allowed that opening. I'm curious to see if we're going to have the same kind of start to game 2.
I mean, you have to wonder if Prestige didn't let those 2 goals through, would the game have been that much of a different story? Would Manzana still have been able to bring it to overtime? It's those little mistakes that we said could cause a whole field of difference. And as for Lucas, well, getting 2 redirect goals that match for Manzana, so certainly showing off his mechanics, maybe peaking, as we said earlier, a little too much, but Luke has found ways to score the ball in some very difficult situations. So certainly keep a lookout for him on the Manzana team.
Again, I mentioned how mechanically talented you can expect Luke to be on the field. He's been around the scene for quite some time, but happened to be the difference maker in the last game. Will he be yet again? It looks like the answer may just be yes. Receiving this one from the defense makes it 1-0.
You know, not the start that I would see come in either, but, you know, a little bit touched by Luke. That's all he needs to roll it on by. Again, position to where he can make a play, and that's been the biggest reason for Luke's success. His positioning has been on point to score.
Prestige, though, again, I question whether or not they would have the same kind of slow start as they did before. Luke already putting 1 up. Doesn't exactly sit well with me, but they have yet to put up that second, and Prestige looking for a response right here and now. Jay does have to defer to the secondary touch here for Poyo. Off the sidewall, J-Russ takes this one into the backfield out to the corner as well, allowing Prestige some space and time to try to move up here. It's a good patient play idea here from Manzana, but I love the way that Prestige are engaging with this as well. They are making that challenge directly to the man, trying to make it somewhat neutral and keeping a secondary player available, but not necessarily committing them to the play at hand. It allows for a degree of flexibility that you absolutely have to have if you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Ooh, this is an open net, but Jay just able to find it on his rotation. A better play shot for Manzana, and that would have been in. Prestige just flying by in their coattails right now. Only 1 registered shot for them in this first minute and a half, and that miss will not do them any favors either. Manzana again with another one, and Poyo, that is a gorgeous read on that play.
Yep. Only 1 more for that. Exemplary. It's a textbook just example of what you want to do if you have that double tap angle available to you. Unfortunately, Jay was unable to make contact off the backboard. You know what I like to say, open backboard might as well be an open net. Jay was unable to defend it, and therefore Poyo had a trivial matter of touching that one on target. It can, well, I say trivial, but it can be rather difficult to try and focus up when you know that somebody's trying to make that touch, but Poyo was able to fight through that. Keep focused. Now Prestige, once again, 2-goal deficit. We've been here before, but this might be 3, and Poyo will find the angle of the corner. What a snipe here.
Just I mean, this Manzana team is full of redirect angles out of their pocket continuously. Between Pollo and Luke has been so many different angles, so many difficult shots, redirects. I mean, a very untalked about shot topic for sure, and something that they've utilized to the extent that we're not used to seeing.
Old shot here. Oh, J-Russ! Oh, the threat of the demo was there, but Diaz could not quite find it. First potential goal there from Prestige. Gone by the wayside. Feels like I've had to say that too many times tonight. And Saya, oh, what an angle here, but still the save from J-Russ. No, it's not quite good enough. And Jay will also get credit for the assist. What an effort here, though.
You know, halftime through this game, and again, Prestige finds their first goal a little bit late. They got just too quiet to start off this game, and now halfway through, they're having to fight back again down in the game. So you have to wonder, again, are they just a late blooming team? Do they have issues to start in the game? This one's off, and Prestige, they're fighting them late, but is it just too late in the series?
I'm noticing something, I'll make an obscure reference just for the sake of it, but they're reminding me a little bit of the of this season's Pittsburgh Steelers. Very much a second half team. For some reason, they can't seem to match their opponents in the opening moments of the game, but as soon as it gets past halftime, they know exactly what they're doing. And again, I mentioned how I very much enjoy looking at how they are engaging with the opposition in this particular iteration. But you know, it's of course not to say that they're not having difficulties, because they absolutely are. Luke, nice touch there. Goes for the high pop now, and it's just forcing the defense to run laps around their goal box here. It's not an amazing look there for Prestige, but they do get the situation under control eventually. A nice long clear here should allow at least for a reset. Sion looking to try and stop this one in the midfield. The first to Pollo. This will allow for a safe transition. But again, they cannot keep allowing this retreat. I understand it's a safe transition. It makes sense. You don't want to allow the lead to extend, but you have to start playing with some sort of haste eventually.
Absolutely, and the haste here for Jay to open up the net for Diaz to finish, and that is again a great passing play. Jay bumping one, Pollo having to come through and just try to throw his car when he was supposed to be back post initially for that. And that's a good play by Prestige. Again, they're fighting late, a minute 10, still time for them to tie up this game, but are we going to go 3 goals first to Manzana and 3 to Prestige? It's a big question.
Big question, need big answers. Oh, I love that fake there for Diaz. Jay was able to avoid the demo, but couldn't simultaneously engage in the mind game. Now the shot, out of the corner! The fake challenge! And Jay did not have it. Makes it a 3-3 game.
You know what? It's one half against another half team, and we may find ourselves in another overtime unless someone breaks in the last 50 seconds. But the teams have somehow matched together evenly, almost same evenly on the shot count board as well, save count, all of that. They seem to match up between each game. And you know, that's the new talent for Jay, Prestige, the momentum. They have just consistently gotten started, and it's just keep on going. The domino effect is in place.
Just a little bit too unpredictable with that touch there. Diaz getting something of an assist from one of the Manzana players there. The game's not over just yet. Prestige, they may yet celebrate. They should try and get at least a little bit of insurance first. I'd love to see them take game 2 here and force something, but Luke underneath of Saya, and that will tie things right back up underneath the 30 seconds.
So many late goals scored in this game, and unfortunate that Saya can't find that ceiling read. But again, those little mistakes penalize, and that's the inconsistencies that we've seen out of both of these teams that we said they're so new to the scene. They're going to have those pop-up moments, and that's why it's been such a back-and-forth game for either side.
We still await the outcome, though. Seconds still on the clock, Sand still in the hourglass. Saya out of the corner, has a couple of players in support now. Will not hold on to that possession, though. There just wasn't enough boost in the tank. They'll get forced downfield here. Once again into the corner, a rather safe spot for both teams as the final second ticks away, and we will go to overtime now. Prestige to move on. They have to take this in OT, and then one more. Manzana only 1 goal away.
Luke already first possession for Manzana, demo coming out as well, but nobody exactly ready for Manzana to make a play. And again, Diaz gonna go through the field. Jay trying to bump that back net, and Saya over position may allow a counterattack opportunity here for Manzana. Luke can't find the initial angle, but Pollo is able to find it on the bounce read. Manzana takes it in the second overtime. 2 back-to-back overtimes, but it doesn't matter. Manzana takes both, and that may be just the closest game we have seen yet.
Certainly not the most one-sided affair. Certainly not the outclass I had expected to see on paper, but for that, I am not unhappy. I don't think I'll ever be unhappy to see a team outperform my expectations. But this time around, they were not able to quite outclass their opponents. The unfortunate reality of this particular competition, but still an amazing effort put forth here by Prestige Esports, and they are certainly not out of it. They still have that chance down in the lower bracket. You can see here it was a rather even game as far as the stats go, save for that one little column down there, the second to last row in demolitions, and that has been one of the biggest talking points for us. And despite the fact they might not have any demos, I do recall at least one particular instance where a bump play was made. So, you know, it's potato. They were getting physical in at least one way or the other, but still lots of promise there for Prestige as they continue through the bracket. Now on the lower side, well, that's if they do continue through the bracket, which I very much hope that they do. I personally hate to see anybody get eliminated, but yeah, you get the idea. If they continue through the bracket, I've got a lot of hope for them.
You know, yeah, exactly as you put it, a bracket's a bracket. You have to progress. Someone needs to move on. Someone needs to leave. But again, close game between both of these teams, newer teams, and you could tell there was the inconsistencies there. It's why it got so close. It got so back and forth. But nonetheless, we have, of course, our third man who is watching, who is waiting in the wings. And we're going to bring Taco back in for his thoughts.
I think that was the series that was starting. It was almost like it was teasing me. I felt like I was watching that series and I'm like, oh man, Manzana's really popping off. And the Prestige roars back in the second half of game 1. And I'm like, okay, Manzana gets to win. It's like, okay, well, that's fine. And then game number 2, I'm like, oh man, it's the same thing. Oh, wait, it's coming. Oh, no mind. It's just, it's letting me down. There's so much promise there. And I can feel like Prestige is right on the doorstep, but maybe they just don't have the ice in the end to be able to finish out those games. And that can be tough. I mean, when talking about you, Squid, you had a point you started to make there. You compared it to your beloved Steelers, but at the end of the day, Manzana, are they just faster, or is Prestige just making some kind of strange decisions?
I think it's definitely Prestige making some silly mistakes, and I don't necessarily mean to say that because, like, oh wow, look at you, you're a terrible team. Obviously, no, of course not. But I just think that it's in those critical moments where, you know, Jay, we saw a couple of times, Jay just, like, narrowly missed a touch off the backboard and allowed Pollo to score, right? It was those kinds of small moments where Manzana steps ahead, right? They do not miss those kinds of things in general. You know, they might have an unpredicted play that happens in front of their box, and suddenly it turns into a goal against. Oh no, but when a predictable play happens in front of their box, more often than not, they are making the play. Prestige, just a couple of times, had a very slight issue with that. It was just that little bit of option covers that they didn't quite have, or perhaps when they did have it, they just narrowly missed on the execution. So I feel like if they can get that in check, then we could talk about a different series. And, you know, that could be an on-the-day thing, certainly. It could have been a bad day for Jay, for instance. He just missed a touch off the backboard because his hands were cold. Something to that extent. So...
And bringing Chicks into this, I mean, we're talking about how, you know, Jay and the company on Prestige maybe need to pick it up a little bit. They have that lower bracket run ahead of them, but looking forward for Manzana. Compared to all the other teams that we have seen today, this is, as we said, kind of the upstart little brother team. This is an unassigned squad, and do you think they stand up to the rest of the competition here as they move on into our winter semifinal?
You know, I think they bring a different style, and sometimes that style is really unpredictable and really hard to handle. So I think next, whoever faces them next is going to have, you know, a little bit of an issue trying to figure out how am I going to beat this team that doesn't play like we normally see on the field. So they found, again, those redirect shots. they were gorgeous on the field, and it's not something I'm so accustomed to seeing. I think there was 4 of them in that entire 2-game series. And normally redirects, you know, they're kind of like a dime a dozen. You get one good one, you clip it, you're like, man, that redirect, gorgeous. But no, Luke hits 2 of them in 1 game. Hoyo gets 1 as well, and it's like, I think they're just going to bring something different that is going to, the other team's going to have to adapt, or else they're going to fall for it.
Yeah, we see a lot of these upstart teams, and we talk about how Team Queso over in EU actually being a team that had to qualify through just to get into RLCS. They didn't get in top 8. They're not going through all these crazy kind of like skipping phases. They had to qualify all the way through, and then they won a full regional. It's the depth that you talk about in the scene that really makes, I think, the entire region better. And NA, I think, is trying to catch up to that. So teams like Manzana, I think they give a huge boost, at least to my confidence, that NA's depth is growing. So it's lovely to see them move on. They will be facing off against Team Accelerate in the next round. And of course, we have their opponent's prestige drop into the lowers, which, quick update for that, actually, we did have 1 game complete in the lower bracket. That is Charlotte Phoenix and eUnited. eUnited took that 2-1, so unfortunately, Charlotte Phoenix will be ushered out of the tournament. eUnited will move on. But with all that said, we've had all of our best of 3s in the uppers completed, which means we have our next round all available. Our next match is going to be moving on to a best of 5 format. We have Flashes of Brilliance going up against the KC Pioneers, and there's a lot to dig into these 2 teams that don't often match up. And Squid, I want to get your thoughts first. What are you thinking for this upper semi?
Well, honestly, you know, I've had so much information of these last 4 matches, like cycling in and out of my head, you know, about this team, and I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, I'm trying to remember what exactly it was that we saw from Flashes of Brilliance, and then I remember, oh yeah, we saw Flashes of Brilliance. I'm sorry. Okay.
Ooh.
Sorry,
Chicksa, no, you had your time, all right? Chicksa, I would love to hear your statement. I can't hear one more word out of Squid right now. I am irate right now.
Yeah. So for this next matchup, I'm thinking when I look at the previous match, I'm thinking especially for the Pioneers, Wanda Mike. We saw him score, especially in that last match, most of the goals for his team, as well as having 5 demos. How you manage to still have 5 demos, assist the plays, and score yourself means you were all over the field, which is insane to me. So he's working the entire field and helping his team. As for Flashes of Brilliance, I think it's a little bit more of a team effort. We don't see one person necessarily all the time coming out as that star, but all of them collectively trying to hit some sort of clip, trying to hit some sort of passing play. So for Flashes of Brilliance, bread and butter is going to be finding each other in some passes, and for the Pioneers, it's going to be those demos and having someone come out a little bit on top to kind of control their gameplay, their play style.
It's always nice to hear those words of wisdom from you guys, because of course you've been watching all of this unfurl, and some of these players might not be watching the tournament, trying to get those warm-ups in. So, you know, every bit of advice that they can take, I'm sure they do appreciate it. I'm sure all the fans in chat want to get on with the game, so I'm not going to hold it up anymore. Squid, Chicksa, please take it away. Flash of Brilliance versus KC Pioneers in our winner upper semis for the AAA Challenger Series.
Well, this coming from the guy who didn't want to hear another word from me, Taco. So, you know, whatever he says. But in any case, I do have to agree, Chicksa, with your analysis of the situation. Flash of Brilliance really, I mean, what it boils down to is basically what we said was they gotta play their game. Which is ironic, because you would think that our advice to everybody is to play their game, and, well, that may be in one way or another correct. We just noticed that their particular strength today happened to be moving downfield with team plays, or at least trying to make a first-man push, you know, cause some difficulties for the front side of the rotation for the defense, and then start to burrow your way into the offensive zone, as opposed to just trying to randomly drive downfield with basically no idea what you're going to be doing. So I feel like if they can keep in mind what exactly they are going to be driving with, you know, where their passing lanes are going to be, what they're looking to accomplish with that first man at all times, then they should be in a pretty good spot. I think the unfortunate reality, though, is that KCP is probably going to have the same plan.
You know, I think the importance too, as we noted, it's our first best of 5. This gives both teams more time to adapt, more time to change their style, and 3 games needed to win instead of those 2 short ones that we saw earlier. So who will come up on top in our first best of 5? Both teams starting off early is none other than who I keyed in, Wanda Mike.
No surprises here, Creams. I mean, that touch to the side, it seems like a controlled one, but Wanda Mike is right there to double back and make that Doomsday dish happen immediately off the side. Well, only 13 seconds in, and KCP are on top.
Again, Pioneers starting off with that kickoff win, but a double commit could give Flashes of Brilliance an opening, but Wanda Mike just too fast to continue this play on the field. Creams a huge banger towards the backboard, and defense needed for the Pioneers. Flashes of Brilliance looking to make their opening. Jacob shot just off target, and continued pressure being put on. That one more intended for a pass. Unfortunate the second man just wasn't there.
Spider now taken off the field. Looked like they would have a reasonable chance to advance there, and Wanda Mike with a bump now, maybe even looking for two, but Spider is back in time. We'll touch that one away. Even Jacob getting a little bit of a piece of that, but you can see this is precisely what I was talking about. Lots of just movement downfield with one player at a time on both ends of the field now. They're not exactly looking to be passing lanes at every opportunity like you would expect out of some incredibly fast teams. No, it's often just that one player trying to drive downfield, see if they can generate some sort of an opening or an opportunity for a player to come in after the secondary touch, and just play that challenge from there. You know, play it by ear, essentially, and improvise as they move downfield. Try to position yourself, of course, to support your teammates, but understand that they might be able to do it all by themselves.
Again, so much time spent on Flashes of Brilliance defensive side of the field, and that's certainly not where they're most comfortable. A good 50 will give them some time, but none other than Wonder Mike to pre-jump this essentially and bring the ball back into the possession of the Pioneers. Another save needed for Flashes of Brilliance. They already have 6 shots in 2 minutes for the Pioneers as well. This is probably the most aggressive start that we've seen out of them yet, and it certainly have worked wonders for them. They have continued to just have possession and time, and we've talked a little bit about quantity and quality, but at this point, in the favor of the possession and the quality has been the Pioneers, and Creams a good look, just not executed, and no open net for him to shoot at either.
Of course, Wanda Mike is going to have all due respect for that flip reset. Creams didn't really have too many options on that one. And you note the aggressive start here for the Kansas City Pioneers, but I feel like one of the big things that we talked about during their series was their just insane turnover rate with their shots. We don't really see that here so far. There's Spider all by themselves with a savior medal, but we're already seeing 7 shots on target for KCP. Only one of them has actually been turned in, so Flashes of Brilliance are clearly putting up a spectacular defensive effort in just about all the ways that they need them. Bit of a double commit at the midfield here for KCP. They are first to the ball though, so no punish there. Krazik's denied this time by Captain Cobb. Opens a passing target here for Creams. Looks like they don't have enough boost to get in the air though. They're just going to have to fake it. That's an unfortunate missed opportunity as well. If Jacob had some boost there, I'm fairly certain that would turn into a shot on target, if not a play off the backboard.
No. Dangerous situation for Flashes of Brilliance. Still on their defensive half, and the speed by the Pioneers has certainly been pushing them to their extent. Mektos almost with a read, but the counterattack looming for Flashes of Brilliance. Wonder Mike, a beautiful counterattack, beautiful 50. Is this one on target? It's saved, but Mektos to finish. The Pioneers find another one on the board, and they have certainly earned their stay.
It was a good save. Unfortunately, you don't need 2 players to do it. I think that's just a simple double commit error. It's something that we see. That's it. It's something that we see. It's an unfortunate reality, but even at the top level of play, double commits do happen. That miscommunication between Flashes of Brilliance players will cost them dearly here. So now their task has doubled in magnitude. Good window from Jacob on that 50-50 Spider out towards the center, but Mektos is there in the passing lane over to Creams, whether wittingly or not. The final minute now ticking away here. Flashes of Brilliance, one of the best looks they've probably had on the net in a while, turned away.
So they're fighting for that one good opportunity, but all this time spent on the defensive half, certainly taking away from those chances on the offensive side of the field. All three players really needing to try to push. Cream's able to be found on the offensive effort, and Cream scoring this from a nice little roll from Spider, almost unseemingly, the touch not expected.
Yeah, Krazix definitely didn't really have much of a choice on that one. You basically have to guess at that point. I mean, you're firing from point-blank range. If you're Creams in that situation, you just have to guess right, and they did. Final 30 seconds, they get back out onto the offense almost immediately, but Mektos is the first one to the ball there. Will wrench possession away from Flashes of Brilliance, but they have a lot of open space in the midfield. They gotta be careful. Mektos left a lot of open space there in the net. They couldn't snipe the corner, though, and now they're going to have to recuperate. Shot here from Jacob will be touched out to the side, but Creams with great coverage here, looking for the top of the net, cannot quite find it. One to Mike Sidewall, over to Spider, over to Jacob, onto the backboard. Where is Creams? They're not there in time, and Kansas City will lock down game one.
Closer game than we saw at the beginning. At the start, it was all the looks in the Pioneers' favor, but slowly, Flashes of Brilliance, they came alive, they got some shots off, but still that extended time on the defensive side of the field, it just seems like the Pioneers controlled the game from pretty much start to finish, and Flashes of Brilliance really only saw those flashes of opportunity at the very last minute of the game.
Demo counter looking a little bit one-sided here. This time it's actually Jacob with 5, and of course I say that as if I'm surprised. He was a part of that notable Season 4 NRG roster, and of course everybody knows NRG at that point, they were just freshly off that Kings of Urban IP, and everybody knew them for their demo play, and I'm not surprised that Jacob has brought that a little bit over into the, I guess, Neo demo meta, which is kind of how we're coining it so far on this broadcast. Still, it was not quite enough for Flashes of Brilliance to make any significant differences on the offense, unfortunately. They had a lot of good looks at the net, though. They were certainly starting to generate many more genuine opportunities to take shots on target as the game progressed. But still, now a clean slate here for KCP. If they can start off with some solid attacks, then all bets are off, and it might just be a bit of a wash for Flash of Brilliance again. So they have to keep up the momentum as best they can here.
I mean, I think some of the issues as well for Flashes of Brilliance right now are those double commits, those little bit of mistakes on their part. And I think it comes to the fact that Creams is still technically a new addition to this team. So they're constantly still trying to fill the voids to work with him. And those mistakes, they will filter in and out on occasion. And that's what's going to be penalized by the Pioneers. A team that, you know, as we said, is newer, but at least it's kind of easier to slot 3 people together from the start again instead of just fitting one person into an already 2-person roster.
Absolutely, but game 2 underway now. Bit of a close call there for the Flashes of Brilliance team, but seems that they do get things under control here. I noted again that there was a lot of movement downfield in that, you know, just send one person, see what they can do, and follow them up if they do end up having some sort of a gap or sorting out some sort of a gap in the opposing defense. I wonder if we're going to see more of that this game. It already feels like we're off to a hot start in that department, but not a very passing-based game here so far. Wonder Mike actually just going to get this one all by their lonesome. It felt like there was a solid defense for this.
I've just keyed him as the MVP for the Pioneers so far, and he has continued to impress, just getting this one under Jacob. And I think Cream's a little bit too much trust in Jacob on that play, that he was going to get a touch unaware, and Wonder Mike just sneaks that one in for the Pioneers.
Might be looking for more as well. I don't think they're going to be terribly satisfied with a 1-goal lead, especially after what happened in the last game with that late goal from Flashes of Brilliance. This looks like a promising area, but unfortunately no demo and not quite enough power there from Jacob. The puzzle pieces were there. They could not quite sort it out. KCP will get back onto the attacking end. Won't be for terribly long here. Creams loads of time and space, but unfortunately it's just a dead giveaway there to Wonder Mike. We've seen that more than a couple of times now out of a couple of teams. When you know that you're up against that kind of mechanical skill, you just have to, sometimes you just gotta wait for them, and they'll just toss it back to you and give you that free possession. KCP did exactly that, and now here they sit once again on the offense. They almost get a chance there. Mektos accidentally gets a little bit of a touch out.
Again, KCP continuing to pressure the net, and they're going to keep trickling some opportunities just by causing Flashes of Brilliance to stay on their defensive half. You know, it's not where Flashes of Brilliance is most comfortable. They are comfortable when they're on the offensive side of the field, and they've just had such a hard time transitioning from defense to offense. It only comes a few opportunities here and there. This one's looking promising, but again, a little bit off target. All the Pioneers jump, but nonetheless, it is cleared out, and Pioneers have a good start for their own counterattack.
Gotta say, I'm patently shocked that there wasn't a punish for that triple commit there in the back end, regardless of the fact that it wasn't the best opportunity to put a shot on target immediately following that commit. It still felt like there should have been something threatening thrown towards the net, maybe even a demolition play. Speaking of, well, bumps in succession here. Jacob with a demo off the backboard now, but Mektos does have the read. Well played yet again on the defensive side. And of course, as I've said multiple times already this stream, you have got to defend that backboard with your life. Otherwise, you will get punished one way or the other. Hello, Flashes of Brilliance. They may have been denied once. Continue on to the offensive zone here, and Spider not really the greatest control of that ball. Does get a flick, but Wonder Mike is much too fast to it.
I honestly feel like Spider has been struggling a little bit this series, especially on the offensive side of the field. We've seen his marks for the saves last game with 4, but just hasn't been able to transition into that offensive half as we've seen, and I think it's made him more quiet than I've seen out of him in the past, and I think that's unfortunate. Cream's able to find this one, but Krozix will take control for the Pioneers. Open opportunity for them on a chaotic defensive stand, and Pioneers find another.
Spider doing their best to get up to that one, but how can you predict that touch up from Creams? And of course, Creams forced to make that contact. They don't necessarily know where exactly that ball is going to end up, but they know that they can't let it stay in front of the net. So can you really blame them for that kind of a panic? Sometimes, you know, we like to talk, there's never really true luck in Rocket League. Sometimes your fortunes just do not go the right way. 75 seconds now to go. Kansas City looking to move on to match point here, and I don't think I'm ready to say that they won't. Nice save by Creams. 2 in succession at that. We'll find some space downfield. Jacob desperately trying to keep this one in the zone and succeeds in doing so. Creams is there for the shot, but there was so much open space, they still cannot convert. Back down the other way now. Mektos looking to make something happen. The ceiling is, they had the flip, but they can't make it happen. Again, Flashes of Brilliance getting away with a little bit of murder here. Things are just going wild.
Another murder as well on the field, and that's all you could wrote for that play. Some more continued demos, but that still isn't making a difference, especially for Flashes of Brilliance, and bringing it right back where it came from is the Pioneers. With each blow that the Flashes of Brilliance team makes on someone, they get one to themselves, and the continued effort by the Pioneers have continued to give them the lead. That one, a double commit save, but saved as well. That's all that's needed, and with 10 seconds, this one's safely in the hands of the Pioneers.
Say that, but we've seen crazy things happen now. I would wager that it's safe to call it quits on this game. The Pioneers on match point now. Here in the the semifinal on the winner's side. They're one game away from making it into that winner's final, guaranteeing themselves at least a third place finish, if I'm not mistaken, which is rather ridiculous, you know, for them. But, you know, you just have to take it in stride sometimes, and we're noticing the pattern here. Again, the demolitions, they have changed sides. One of them, like, with 4 this game, we saw Jacob putting up some major marks in the last one. Flashes of Brilliance certainly benefited for it, I believe, but no goals this time around. It felt like they were just getting closed down more often than not when they were trying to make some sort of a meaningful transition downfield. No matter what it was, their offense just could not break out.
And I think, again, that's the biggest problem, as you said, that Flashes of Brilliance is having. They're not able to break out onto offense, and that's their bread and butter, those passing plays. They need to use the mechanics that they have, each player on that team skilled almost evenly mechanically, to get into a nice 2-on-1 situation. Someone needs to beat someone out, and then they both need to try to beat out that one person that is left in the net. And if they give themselves the numbers advantage, the team advantage, the play advantage, whatever it be, to make something something happen, they're going to be able to convert. But still, they have to create that opportunity for themselves. So it's a uphill battle for Flashes of Brilliance. Of course, as you said, Pioneers on match point, and a sweep in the semifinals. Shocker.
Well, it's not exactly what we wanted. Krasix had to keep Jacob from putting in number one almost immediately off the face-off. You can tell the Flashes of Brilliance not exactly on board with the idea of getting swept here in the semifinals either. Jacob, another huge win with no boost in the tank, though, has to defer. Spider over top of one to Mike, just around Mektos, but it's not playable there towards the net for Creams. They took it a nice flip reset dunk there against one to Mike. Seems like they're feeling fairly confident in their odds here in the corner. We gotta say, they are looking good. A bump here in the net. Krasix is gonna be first to it, though. Good recognition by Creams not to dive on that ball. But it seems unfortunate to me that despite the efforts here, Flashes of Brilliance already a lot of good plays, they still cannot put one on target.
Now, all that matters is you get it in that little square box. You know, that's the point of this game, right? Get it in the little square box and Flashes of Brilliance everywhere, but in the box, all around it, and not in the back of it. And they have continued to put on some pressure, but the Pioneers have so far held off all of those shooting opportunities. 6 shots for Flashes of Brilliance to start this game off, and not one converted. And with that, the counterattacks for the Pioneers, last second saved by Spider, and it's looking like it's going to be a back and forth game. Again, Flashes of Brilliance on the offensive side of the field and can only get 1 shot to account for it. And back we go onto defense.
One to Mike as well. Now you got to be a little bit fearful when you see him driving on your sidewall with plenty of boosts and not much of a challenger. But Creams was able to get out to it now one-on-one. Jacob is quick to get out to one to Mike that time as well. It looked like they had a bit of an opportunity, but just enough airtime on that ball to provide KCP a window with which to rotate back. Return back to a bit of a neutral game. Mektos eliminates Jacob from play. Presses Creams into service. Pass over to Spider. Krasix is there again. That's the second massive pre-jump save that I've seen from Krasix. The first in the opening moments, and then again there on what could have been the best opportunity for the Flashes of Brilliance to score. And then again, Creams couldn't quite snipe in the top corner. We approach halftime, still completely scoreless here, but there have been a lot of good-looking chances.
No, Flashes of Brilliance, they need to get a better opportunity since counterattacks like that are possible. A beautiful pass here from Krasix to himself, essentially gets the read off the corner, and Jacob can't find the read himself. It just seems like the positioning for the Pioneers are that much better. They must seem quicker on the field because they're able to find that ball that much faster.
Creams underneath the Mektos. That one's just wide. Spider denied again by one to Mike. How many times are we going to see Flashes of Brilliance get denied by either the uprights or a defender who just so happens to be in the way? I don't know, but he's looking a little bit ridiculous now. They're going to need something of a miracle at this rate, but they still got loads of time. So hopefully that rate is not the rate at which we continue. Up towards Creams here from Spider. Turns into a shot on target, but only in name it seems. There was never much of a chance for that one. Mektos again with a squishy out. They're trying their best. Jacob shot on. Oh, that is beautiful in the upper 90s. Spider saw the lane and they make it good.
Clean. What a decision by Spider. A quick decision at that to come off the wall. And he sees Jacob, hits Jacob where he needs to, and Jacob finishes that shot exactly where it needs to be placed. It takes, quick caster math, 14 shots, 1 of 14, now 15, for Flashes of Brilliance to get on the board, and it is a hard-fought shot and goal at that.
It is, but they're going to need more. At least one more. At least 3 more if they want to take this series. Of course, that is granting that they completely shut out KCP from here on, which I certainly do not see as a viable option, especially with Mektos looking towards the net. Creams is there for the save. Actually gets secondary contact off the post, but one player now down. One to Mike with just enough boost to make a play. Jacob eased there early to stop it out. A very vital cutoff at that. Had something to work with in the midfield. Creams will actually force Krasix to come across the net. This one's just going to be wide. Now less than a minute to go here. KCP, they're looking towards the opposite end, and Krasix with the angle off the backboard. There's no defense there, and they will take it.
If it's a time for you to pop off, it's a time for you to pop off. And Krasix, both goals for the Pioneers this game. He has read some gorgeous shots in order to make them possible. And he has put on a show for the Pioneers, given them the opportunities, and now has given them the lead with less than a minute remaining. All do or die for Flashes of Brilliance. They do it or they'll go out in a sweep.
Of course, that is to say, they still have the lower bracket, but I don't think this is a good look for them. And Mektos is going to try and establish the final goal of the game, or at least the final one that matters. Here receiving from Krasix off the ceiling. Again, there's just nobody available for secondary defense here on the Flashes of Brilliance defensive side. 39 seconds to go, and they have got to make something major happen now.
Kickoff in favor again of the Pioneers, but Jacob, good control, can make something happen. If only he had more boost. Can't get the touchdown, but the pass is still good. Creams for the finish, and Flashes of Brilliance brings back the differential to 1. Jacob almost with a little bit of a fake, and no player positioned correctly for the Pioneers.
Krasix with 0 boost. There's not much they could have done about that one. The breath of fresh air that Flashes of Brilliance needed. And perhaps the vitality that they need to get this game back in gear. They'll be forced into their own corner again, though. Creams off the backboard. Just towards the middle. Jacob wants a slight double commit here. Miscommunication between Krasix and Wonder Mike. Spider's able to get a double tap downfield. Long clear, though, from Wonder Mike. A key one at that. Final couple of seconds will begin to tick away. Double commit. Mektos and Wonder Mike is moving downfield, but Krasix is there. Spider, the last player actionable here, and will not be able to make a play. It's the Pioneers in 3.
Yeah, not what we expected to see in our semifinal match. You know, probably a little bit in favor of the Pioneers to start, but not to the extent of a sweep. The Pioneers just completely winning out on the field, able to make those plays possible. Like, the entirety of the team popping off at different moments, and whoever's popping off, the other team, the other members facilitate that offense. And it's an overall fantastic job by the Pioneers. As for Flashes of Brilliance, the accuracy. Is it rude to tell someone who's way better than me to maybe go into shooting pack again and get that accuracy down? Like, so many shots just off target. So many open opportunities for them, and it's unfortunate that they go down. Of course, 8 saves, and they had, 17 shots, so 9 off target? That can't happen.
Well, yeah, that is the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. And, I was thinking the same thing, right? 8 saves, it's a lot. So, I mean, props to KCP for making the defense work out. But at the same time, we saw more than once where the iron bars that outlined the goal kind of stopped Flash of Brilliance from scoring. So yeah, I don't think that that was exactly the greatest performance that we've ever seen. But they did put up a reasonable fight. I definitely didn't expect it to go out in 3. But Taco is bringing it back into the loop here. We want to know what you think about this whole situation, because KCP in the winners final now in dominating fashion.
I agree, and dominating fashion is the exact topic that I wanted to talk about. So far, we have seen a lot of matches go down. I've been with you guys go through all the quarterfinals in the upper, and now we have our first semifinal. And yet, throughout all of those matches, we've only seen 2 sweeps in the first round, and now we have another sweep. And 2/3 of all those sweeps are just the Pioneers. They keep on going. They have not dropped a single game yet. Is it safe to say that they are the best team in this bracket so far?
Oh boy, now that is a question that I was not really prepared for.
I'm making bold statements. I need affirmative answers on this because
what are you talking about? You didn't.
I'm curious to see what you guys have to say. So it's a bold question, but it requires a bold answer.
All right. Well, I think I think that they are right now. And here is my one big reason why. It's Krasix. I mean, if you're not watching Krasix for the remainder of this bracket, I don't know what in the world you're watching, because it's definitely not the Flashes of Brilliance like AAA Challenger Series. He is the one difference maker right now. I don't know if you noticed, but he had multiple insane reads off the backboard, off the corner. He had some great stops at the source of a couple of shots there for Flashes of Brilliance that would have made an immense difference in the games that were played there in just that last series alone. But then again, Wonder Mike and Mektos, they are playing a pretty great support game. I don't necessarily think either one of them is popping off significantly. I think Wonder Mike is having an average or above average day, but Krasix is seriously just going nuts today.
And then transferring over, Chixa, I want to get some of your thoughts on that last series, or just kind of generally the bracket, because we have seen Pioneers really pop off. Who's the team, at least in your mind, in the bracket that is probably the best fit for them to be able to take them down, or give them at least a little bit of a challenge?
Ooh, that's a hard question. Of all the teams that we've seen today, who's going to give them the biggest challenge? You know what? I really don't. If they're consistently playing like they're at, I don't think they're going to have a challenge. If they're on their game like I've seen them today, I don't think there's a challenger at this point, because this has been some of the best Rocket League that I've seen the Pioneers play pretty recently. So it's hard to defeat a team that has such good momentum. I think the biggest factor for them is going to be keeping that consistency. Maybe Manzana, if they pull out some tricks, some redirects that the Pioneers can't get ready for, maybe that might catch them off guard, but the Pioneers have pretty much been able to handle anything that's been thrown at them so far.
So what I'm hearing is you think that the team that is the biggest threat to the Pioneers is the Pioneers.
That is the connection, it feels. At the end of the day, the only people that can beat the Pioneers are themselves. That's a thinker, chat. You take that one home and really stew about it.
I mean, it is legit though. Like, if they lose that momentum, it's a little bit on them, So I can agree with that.
It could definitely be tough, and honestly, they still have a long road ahead, and you guys have been on a fairly long journey, so we're going to give you a little bit of a break for now. So for all you guys in chat, obviously give it up for Squid and Chixa. They have put in an admirable effort, but their day is done. We'll be throwing us to a short break as we get on to the bracket. We'll be coming back with Accelerate against Manzana, but we'll be swapping casters as well. Lemon, Kiwi, and Bass from the past will be coming forward into the night, so we can finish out the cast in style with refreshed faces on the desk, and we will be throwing you to a break, so please do not go anywhere. There is way more AAA Challenger Series right here on FOB is Live.
She's a late model sedan, Irma. She's not the flashiest car on the high school lot, but one with the most tenure. She's carried 3 Anderson siblings through a lot of great moments, and protected them through some not-so-great ones. Irma has put in her time with us, so when it comes to protecting her, she deserves more than a 15-minute conversation, or less.
I understand. Let's see what I can do.
we have even more content on the way. And to help us really bring the rest of the AAA Challenger Series to a close, we have new faces as well. We have Lemon Kiwi, we have Bass from the Past on the cast. Both of you, my friends, how are you feeling? And seeing as you've gone along with the bracket, any surprises, bumps along the road?
Not really. The fact that we had double overtimes with Manzana there, they've been kind of going through the gauntlet at the start of this tournament. Oh, hello?
I was gonna say, I think might have been muted for a second there, but I think we're all back now, so I think I've got the communications back here. As long as I can hear. Okay, we are live. All right, figuring this out. Apologies for that. A bit of technical stuff behind the scenes. I think we are all good at this point here. I will respond a little bit. I heard that Lemon Kiwi did have some surprises here in the bracket, but I'll talk a little bit about maybe some of the rookies who are surprising some of the guys here today. I know you guys have seen it already. Manzana taking a 2-0 over Prestige, a little bit surprising. The fact of the matter is, the fact they take it in that 2-0 is the more surprising part. Again, Taco, we are expecting all of these teams to be extremely comparable. The question is whether or not we're going to see a standout. Them and KCP seem to be the team so far.
And it's really interesting to see all these teams go back and forth. And as I mentioned, yeah, the team that are getting the sweeps, we're thinking about they're the most dominant in the bracket. But then you see Manzana just popping up out of nowhere. And Lemon Kiwi, I mean, what do you think the mental has to be for a team like this? Because I mentioned if you're an unsigned team, obviously the goal is to get represented. And what do you feel like the pressure has to be on kind of the young guns? I mean, Poyo, one of the players of Manzana, they turned 15 weeks ago. They just barely are even eligible to play for competitive Rocket League at the RLCS level at all.
Yeah, I was just talking to Bass actually before while we were watching all the matches, getting our popcorn, getting our hair ready. I know we both have our hair rituals going on. We were talking about how young these players are in Rocket League. That mentality is so different, but it's just that drive and that hunger. Do not start the saying about driving power. Do not do it. But there's a lot of hunger to compete and especially to prove yourself. And this is what these tournament series are all about. Yes, you failed to qualify for another RLCS event, but here is your second chance at making a name for yourself. And I would say the stakes are pretty low. This is the first tournament of many series. So I think you do what you can in the first one and then adjust afterwards depending on the results.
And Bass, do you have anything else to add to that? Because, of course, you mentioned that Manzana's kind of the upstart here, but they're going up against Accelerate. That is a team that has been formed actually as a result of what some said is kind of like a marketing tournament. It was the search. They won a tournament beating out all these different teams, including Vibrance, actually, in the grand final. And the prize of that tournament, as sponsored by PAX Arena and Beasley Esports, is getting signed to Accelerate. Since then, you know, they've had some success, maybe not as much, but this is a time I feel like, do you feel like this is a chance for them to really, you know, put the heel on Manzana, show, no, we're still the big dogs, we're the ones signed at the org, and this is kind of the chain of command?
Well, the good thing is I've got a little bit of insight to these guys. I'm going to preface this ahead of time in case the bias does come out here. I do work with Team Accelerate on some of their day one and their close qualifier broadcasts, so I've actually seen every single run they've made to RLCS so far here in this season. And the way I define them in pretty much every single stream is one thing and one thing particularly. They are the guardians of the bubble scene. If you want to make it into RLCS, you have to be able to get past Accelerate, and if you can't do that, you're really going to struggle against RLCS competition. So I've got to hope that this team is going to be able to play up to the expectations that we have for them. They consistently play at a great level. Like you said, the rookies kind of feel hot tonight. Taking a 2-0 over Prestige looks pretty impressive. So who knows? Maybe Team Chicken, as I like to call them, you know, Poyo and Chicken, the two old guys that are together there. I'd like to see them do well here. Are they going to? I don't know about that. We'll hope for a good series, you know?
Well, we can only hope for a good series, and I think these players will deliver as they have time and time again. This bracket has been nothing but craziness, so I don't want to delay it anymore. We have Manzana, we have Accelerate, we have them in the lobby. Lemon Kiwi, Bass from the Past, please take it away.
All right, we get our first match together, Bass. After our hair routines are all done, we're here to go into the semifinal, where a lot of these younger and varied experiences, from what you were telling me, are here to prove themselves today.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams here that I think are trying to prove themselves in this tournament overall. Throughout all of these events, it's just a way to sort of get their names out there to a broader audience. And especially on the side of Manzana, an unsigned team right now, they're looking to get some coverage, especially considering that this is J. Russ's debut back into professional Rocket League. Yes, he's done some competitive stuff in the close qualifiers, but in terms of actually playing in a tournament, this might be the very first. So let's see, can he impress us in game number 1 in this best of 5? Again, we've moved to best of 5s here now that we get to the semifinals, meaning a little bit more time for the teams to feel each other out.
Already some early possession here for Accelerate. They dumped into the corner, immediately caught by Luke. And if you can have that kind of reaction, then you're not, as long as you don't let the other team have control, right? That's the name of the game. But Tool sets it up off the backboard. The cross denied by J-Russ as he tries to lead that charge to the right. But he's got defenders all over himself. Accelerate wanted to make more out of that opportunity. But if they can break past Luke, that could be the solution. As Luke tried to go for a bit of a deposit, it's turned right around by Accelerate as both teams still fight for control.
Ooh, this could be a chance. Not quite. Pollo puts it a little bit off target, and we're going to go the other way now. J-Bot and the rest of Accelerate looking a little bit calmer here in the first minute or so of this game. Could work out as they are going to get a shot on target. Pollo and J-Russ both forced to make the save, and then double commit on the rebound as well. Yeah, looking like a tale of two different stories here right now. All of Accelerate rather calm here in this first minute. Well, it seems like Manzana's still in that feeling out period.
But Accelerate, the pressure is mounting. The offense is growing. The defenders of Manzana, their backs are against the wall, and 2 saves in a row. J-Russ still trying to clear, kind of gets in the way there of Tool, turns it around, creates kind of this subtle opportunity for the offense for Accelerate. Only 1 defender in their way, and still no goals have been scored. And as the boost starts to run out, Accelerate have their rotations on lock, able to still put on more shots. A long shot, speaking of which, comes from Manzana, and limited opportunity still turns into a goal, and that's from our young boy Pollo.
We still stay in a tale of two different stories here. All this pressure from Accelerate, but they cannot penetrate the back of the net. Meanwhile, Pollo, he needs a single shot, and he will slam that one home from the top ropes. 90 seconds into this one, and it very much seems like Manzana, despite being a little bit more chaotic of a team, might have more of a lethal strike.
I like that you're letting out your frustration by demoing someone off kickoff. You know, that had 0 impact besides the mental factor, which I was asking about. And maybe that's how you can use those demos. And still surprising, Accelerate have just that many shots, but could not convert it. You got to break through that defense. As you said, it gets close. J-Bot bumps J-Russ out of the net as Bambi just puts it off into the corner. Not a lot of momentum to center this one out. J-Bot still fighting against Luke. It's maybe some space from Manzana, but have lost control of the ball, and Accelerate still looking for the clear.
It does feel a little bit like, yeah, the chaos really does seem to favor everyone on Manzana here. You could tell Accelerate, as comfortable as they are on offense, their defense is not nearly the same. Beautiful bump from Pollo, and that'll open up the net.
2-0 for Manzana, and it just comes off of these counterattacks where Accelerate fail to convert these chances. And then out of nowhere, Manzana feels like they get these easy open net goals, but Pollo working with Luke misses that touch as Pollo decides to leave this alone. Tool with the long clear. Accelerate looking to follow up. Bambi with a shot blocked by Luke, and J-Bot maybe tried to help recenter that, but here comes the clear from Manzana.
Once again, somehow they're able to survive on defense here. Again, I'm going to keep calling it chaotic because I don't know what other descriptor to use at this point, because it really does feel like Manzana are whipping it around the pitch at Mach 7 speeds, but somehow they're in control. 2 minutes left here in this ball game, and Accelerate, they just need to get a goal on the board at this point. Not for maybe the winning factor, but just to try and shake off the rust, and that's a heck of a way to do it. J-Bot with 2 minutes remaining will cut the lead in half.
All you have to do is ask. I mean, you know, ask and you shall receive. J-Bot, great redirect, and almost there. Almost got contested there by Manzana. Now we have a 1-goal game. Heading into that second half, it's now winnable for Accelerate. I mean, you don't have to deal with that gap as much, and you're able to at least prove you can play Rocket League and go for a second goal and tie it up within 30 seconds.
And this is why that on-the-line defense is a little bit difficult for Manzana to maintain here. You make one little mistake, Luke not able to read that off the backboard, and a team like Accelerate, who are putting on this pressure, will punish. Minute 52 left, and all of a sudden, we're tied up here, and I hate to say it, Lemon Kiwi, but I think that lead Manzana gained early in this series, the chaos that gave them that, it's no longer here.
Accelerate just figuring out how to convert their offense. Because, man, they struggled in that first half. A bunch of shots, nothing done. Luke catches it in the air, throws it up in the corner. Tool, well, he's not going to let this one be easy for the rest of Manzana's. Pollo's trying to pass it to J-Russ. J-Bot gets in the way. Accelerate move down the field, and it's sent right back by Luke. Thank God Tool was there, though. Not that probably was going to hit the post. So see what Luke and friends can do, as it seems to be up to Pollo to set up this offense for Manzana, but J-Bot is such a nuisance.
I continually make this difficult for Manzana to find a clear lane into the offense here. You look at the first 2 goals that they scored, it's all from these breakaway plays that come out of nowhere. Speaking of out of nowhere, Tool to make the save on the line, and he'll do it again as well. J-Russ goes in for the follow-up, but is denied. And with a minute remaining, Manzana have got the pressure, but can they find a sledgehammer to break down this brick wall?
I was just thinking that the ironclad defense of Accelerate, it's still tied 2-2. 41 seconds left. Manzana moving down, but the control is for Accelerate. It's up to Tool, who is centering that out in front of the net. Sent away by Manzana, and look how stressed everyone is playing. Much quicker, challenging everything. That's an open net! Accelerate have fumbled the bag, and Manzana will take a lead.
You talk about fumbling the bag, though. I thought this was a guaranteed goal from Luke, but when he puts it into the bar, J-Russ has to recover. Luckily enough, that's why you have 3 players on the pitch, is to make sure that that one goes home into the net. And with 25 seconds left, it's looking like Manzana could take this game. But again, Accelerate love this pressure. If they can get one more good offense, they absolutely have a chance to tie this one up.
Manzana, they started with a lead. Accelerate, they climbed right back, but what a mistake in front of the net. The defense not communicating. A few more seconds. It's going down the field. J-Russ puts it away. Accelerate have to keep this ball in the air if they hope to tie it. Tool's doing his best. Bambi's by his side. J-Bot double commits. And now he's looking for someone to pass to and can't keep it up in the air. And Manzana will take game 1.
They do so in such a narrow fashion, and honestly, this is the way that Manzana would do it, in dramatic fashion as well. Last second goal out of nowhere, and crazy to think that they actually finish off with a majority of shots. It really does feel like the last minute or so, we got back into that uncomfortable state where Accelerate started this game with a very simple pattern. The way that they were rotating around the field, utilizing all 3 players, that kind of started to fall apart towards the back half of that game as they gave a lot more space to Manzana to set up some offense. And, well, when you have an offense as lethal as Poyo and J-Russ, who just continually combine for insane shots, you can't really let that happen. So, Lemon Kiwi, right now, it feels like Accelerate are still in this series, but they need to not give as much room to Manzana and let them gain momentum.
And I want to give credit to someone like J-Bot, who's just a constant nuisance, harassing and bullying everyone in front of the net, and has been able to slow down the pace of that Manzana upcoming kind of retaliatory offense that comes up, because that's a lot of how Manzana scored in that first half, where Accelerate, they felt like they were controlling the game. They were putting on, 5 shots within the first minute, and then Manzana, all they had to do was send it down the field, and they scored immediately. So Accelerate got frustrated, you saw them start to demo, and then they figured out the offense and were able to climb back in the second half. But game 2, it's a different story.
Let's see, can Accelerate find a way to tie this one up? I know it would be massive for their momentum here, especially considering that this team, when they are playing confidently, they can link up some passing plays that'll come out of nowhere. Blinking, you might miss it, but for right now, I don't think we're going to miss much here. First 30 seconds, and it's kind of just a ping-pong match. Neither team really developing a midfield presence in game 1 nor game 2 so far.
Yeah, so far, it's about, can you just get the ball slow enough to carry it, just like J-Russ is doing? J-Bot says no, but maybe a pinch towards the net again. Bambi is there just in case. He's going to bring it over to the left side, gets above Luke. Tool helps him out. Not a lot of boost to make that magic happen, and now he's got a clear reset thanks to Luke. As Poyo, now that the pressure has been relieved, he's going to work with Russ for that counter-attack, but the ball has lost a lot of momentum. It's up in the air, and this will be recovered by the defense of Accelerate.
Doing a good job at holding on to this pressure here on Manzana, but again, they need something a little bit more lethal. You look at the final goal they scored in the last game, it really was the defensive errors that opened up that space, so now they need to do it themselves. Find ways to disrupt this defense, make them uncomfortable enough that they will leave gaps you can exploit. So far, though, no gaps whatsoever on either side. We're a minute into this one, and as much Accelerate do have some pressure here, it's rather short-lived, and I don't think it's going to result in much of an offense.
Just like that, Manzana have good control of their area, and just playing things slow. They have someone in the net, people in corners, a shot towards the net, to the post, and no recovery in time by Manzana. As Luke went forward, he gets demoed, relieves that pressure, Accelerate with a quick counterattack to see if they can get into position while respawns come back as J-Bot pinches it, Tool can't reach it, Bambi is center field, brings it back in, but how long can Accelerate keep this up? They love to put shots, but they need to be more threatening if they hope to have a lead with how much control they have.
100%. At this point, it just kind of feels like they're trying to set up a play and then never actually setting it up. Oh, speaking of setting up a play, Bambi almost able to get the drop down into the back of the net, but a little bit off target. Again, another shot, just not lethal enough. Tool puts this one to the backboard. Maybe something can be there. Bambi given a free lane, but Poyo will close it out. Again, more shots from Accelerate. Something's got to give eventually. This won't be it. Poyo, yet another save. And now already, we've seen 4 saves from Manzana within half of this game.
I mean, it's just an ironclad defense from Manzana, and Accelerate have to play a little bit less predictably. And then you have JRuss. The Manzana counterattack is so successful, they don't have to stay there for hours and hours like Accelerate do. And JRuss, well, thanks to J2 a little bit, gets that one in first for Manzana.
That's an impressive play for Manzana, but again, it's Accelerate, who I feel like are just kind of panicking when it comes to these counterattacks right now. We talked about the midfield presence being somewhat non-existent, and I think it's coming back to bite Accelerate here as they continually have to rush into their own half to get any sort of semblance of a defense right now. So let's see, can they play a little bit more calmly? I would say game 1, they by far look like the calmer team, but maybe that's the reason why their offense was a bit lackluster. Who knows? We've got 2 minutes remaining, like we said. Plenty of time for Accelerate to turn this one around, but I would say this is a must-win game for them. If they go into game number 3 down 0-2 and only scoring a single goal throughout the series, oh, let's make it 2. Never mind. It would be difficult, but that's an even more difficult angle. Bambi to tie us up.
I just want to say J-Bot sets his team up for success. He's the one who put this down the field, bought enough time for everyone to set this up. And it's a 1-1 score. Manzana versus Accelerate. This is the name of the game. There's always a response. Look how Poyo's just like harassing someone off kickoff. Like they're both getting into each other's heads. 1-1 score going into the second half, just like it did in game 1.
Going into game 1, we thought that this might be a little bit of a different game where 2 sides would play very, very differently. Now all of a sudden they're starting to get a little bit more of a similar play style here. I think that Accelerate are recognizing that the pace of play they'd like to operate with is not necessarily something they're going to be able to dictate here. Manzana are too quick and too unpredictable of a team. I mean, look at that. Poyo literally went from midfield to try and pre-jump that one on the wall. It's going to turn into an offense here somehow. But that's what I mean. Manzana, they're a young team. They've got some weird plays, and so do Accelerate too. That's a double commit, and then whatever's going on here in the corner. Oh boy, Accelerate, you're going to need to escape real quick, because if you give up a goal with a minute remaining, that could spell trouble.
Yeah, as long as Accelerate can talk about who's leaving the net, because remember that happened in game 1, and J-Bot seems to be kind of that last man you fall on. And that's looks like how Manzana can score off of that. 54 seconds as JRuss leads it off the left wall. J-Bot gonna grab some boost, try and cross the field with it. And 45 seconds, there's no clear control. Bambi and J-Bot working together to get past these defenders that just keep challenging them, and it gets recovered just by a second by ball. Manzana, Luke gets demoed, and Bambi sets up for J-Bot, redirects it in, and a small lead by Accelerate with 32 seconds left.
Remember how we said blinking you might miss it? Yeah, blinking you're not seeing this shot. J-Bot comes out of nowhere. Poyo expecting a shot on target, but as soon as he realizes a pass, it's all too late. 30 seconds left and Accelerate take the lead. And Lemon Kiwi, if they can hold on, we've got a tied series.
That's what they're looking for, to adapt and overcome. Going through the center, though, is always going to be a tougher time, and I like that Accelerate take the different sides. These redirects have been deadly, and Accelerate have learned that you can't just make a solo play on your own against Manzana's defense. You have to pass, and like you said before, find those gaps. But with the lead 2-1, Accelerate on the defense. Manzana have a few more seconds to make the magic happen, but with JRuss gone, Luke has no one that's going to pass to him. He's free in front of the net. The game 2 will go to Accelerate, and we have a tie series.
Well, we have a very narrow series at this point, too. 2-1 ball game after a 3-2 in the first. Only 1 goal game so far. That just means that this is going to be an exciting series as it develops, because I really do think that that's what this second game was, a development period for Accelerate. Manzana, similar strategies to game 1. Definitely a lot of chaos on the pitch, but chaos that was controlled and something they were comfortable with. Accelerate, though, the second game, I don't know if I'd call it chaos. I'd call it quickness. The pace of play at which they are able to whip it around this pitch has started to throw Manzana off, because they just seem more comfortable. So maybe it's about the experience. Maybe it's the fact that Accelerate have been in tournaments like this on repeat for now years at this point, versus Manzana, who this is their first big tournament. I have to find out. Lemon Kiwi, I'm excited for this third game. This one should be pretty telling.
I know. I just love to see as the series, especially in a best of 5, you have more time to play, get to know your opponent. Accelerate are figuring out the key to success, to pass in front of the net, to trick the defense of Manzana, and that worked out for their second goal and what led Accelerate to having a lead. Let's see if they can make that happen again. As J-Bot was hoping to deposit that in front of the net, Poyo got in the way. Bambi comes in swinging and a miss from the bump from Manzana that takes it away from Accelerate. Now they're starting to weaken that defense with that demo as Accelerate continue to set up. But that was what kind of costed them in those previous 2 games, was all that time and then no reward, no goals.
Just kind of feels like, again, I don't know if it's maybe too much patience, a lack thereof patience. I'm not sure what it is, but again, that lethal punch, the thing we saw that Manzana has done so well throughout this series, it's just not something Accelerate have quite yet. But we're only 45 seconds into game number 3, and it looks like they will not have a goal. Pitch in front of the net, and somehow, some way, Manzana survive.
Accelerate are just frustrated. Like, how many damn shots does it take into this net? Like, if we're frustrated, imagine these guys. As Luke, okay, he's like, I'm done with this, gonna pop it over defender, just like that? Oh my god.
Ugh, that's just disgusting. Luke takes it around 1, and look at this. He gets the bump on another. Side flips into Tool to guarantee that hits the back of the net. I gotta say, it's just, again, 2 different stories. Accelerate, they love their passing plays, and Manzana, they want to pop individually. Battle of attrition here. Both teams just throwing everything at each other.
It's the fact that Manzana can just run it mid, do a little flip, and it goes into the net, and Accelerate have this like 45-second triangle offense all around the net, and they can't do anything. It's quite hilarious, actually. So, but it's just a 1-0 lead for Manzana as Tool and friends get ready for another offense. It's cross to the left, to the right. Can they fake out this defense? They sure ain't baiting them out of the net until Luke shows his face, and it's a long clear centered out to the other side of the field. Luke with the second goal, and the second one for Manzana.
This is not looking good right now for Accelerate. They're starting to fall victim to what you were talking about before. They're throwing all 3 pieces at this offense, hoping that they get a goal. But when you throw all 3 of your players onto that final third, that means you've got no one on the back half waiting in case you got a cross-court counter. And considering, I think that's the 3rd one we've seen so far throughout this series, I'm a bit worried Accelerate might have a matchup that does not favor them. 2 different play styles, both extremely viable, but right now the team in blue is coming out on top, but maybe not for long. Shots start to volley on, but Manzana find a clear.
I mean, Accelerate are trying everything now, even to make some plays off the backboard, but Manzana deny it every single time, and now that's where Accelerate might want to take notes, because both goals from Manzana, I feel like, were at the fault of the defense of Accelerate, especially the long clears. So it's like, Accelerate, the offense, it's threatening. It doesn't score a lot of goals, but you gotta also make sure you deny Manzana, because that's how they're potentially able to take this series. But Poyo with the demo, it's not over yet. Manzana moves down the field. It's sent right back. Now you got this ping pong match as we go into the second half with 2-0 Manzana. It hits the corner, and nothing yet.
They continue to try here. Manzana starting to get more and more shots on target, starting to put on more and more pressure. But again, it's not the team that needs the pressure right now. It's the one on the other end. Accelerate, find a goal, and cut the lead in half.
Well, that's a great catch from Tool, and just this pass and then a redirect that quickly. So Accelerate know how to turn it on when it's time for offense. It's just, it feels closer with how much control Accelerate do have. 2 minutes and 15. You have a 1-goal differential. Bambi sets it up. The bounce red as it's sent right back. Manzana have Luke in the air. This is the most threatening guy on the offense, if you ask me. 2 goals to his name, making fools out of Accelerate every time he has the ball, but the defense from Accelerate able to ward off the storm for now. J-Russ looking for someone to pass to. Bambi's in the way. Poyo brings it back. J-Russ chases it, hoping to center it out. Bambi won't let it happen. And Manzana is stuck, and they're not able to convert anything yet.
They're trying their best here. They want to close out this game, not even give a chance to Accelerate to come back. But with 100 seconds left, there's plenty of time. We just need to see Accelerate with a little bit of a different offense here. Again, they've been going for so many passing plays that just develop in that final third. I'd rather see them move into that final third a little bit more quickly. The last passing play we saw that worked out for them was phenomenal and a lot better than what we just saw here. Luke in a 1v1. If this goes past him, this has got to be a goal, but it's not. All right, chaos abound on both sides. never mind, no one has any idea what's going on.
Did Manzana just double commit and kind of
Oh, yeah.
sabotage their own accuracy on that shot? And Luke, it's right on the goal line. Are you serious? Accelerate, deny it, and Manzana won't be taking any larger of a lead yet. As a pinch towards
Oh my
Tool,
God.
he's under fire. J-Russ with the follow-up. Bambi's trying his best. Poyo misses that. It's off the cross. And everyone is exhausted. But Luke, he's not done yet. It's off the backboard. Tool says no. Poyo with another shot. It's nice and soft. Nothing Bambi can't handle. Luke won't leave them alone. Now he's bumping Tool in front of the net. And finally, maybe Manzana have lost control. No, they recover it quite quickly. Accelerate couldn't react fast enough. 25 seconds left, and Manzana still have a lead.
I cannot believe this. I can tell you one thing. I don't know who should have another goal at this point, but someone should have another goal at this point. Maybe it could be Manzana here with 15 seconds left. If they get another one, it guarantees the game. But at the same time, if Accelerate can keep this up and go down to the other end as they've done, he's got a chance to send us to an overtime here. J-Bot, he's going to retreat for this one. Interesting plan. I don't know why you'd give Manzana extra pressure to possibly try and spike this down, but maybe it'll work out. Poyo has this on the side. He should be able to just possess this until it hits the ground, but not if Tool can keep it up. Not for long enough. Manzana find this one to the ground and find a win underneath their belt. They're on series point now, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, series point after it felt like we said, Accelerate, they know how to just rally that offense. And by that, I mean just keep it going forever. But I think as the ball loses momentum, as the chaos strikes, the communication starts to break down. But you know there's potential from Accelerate. You know that once they communicate and they're in the right spots, their passing plays are incredible. But they just couldn't find that in the first half. It took a long time, and the two first goals that came from Manzana came from Luke, kind of making a fool out of Accelerate, which makes the series hilarious.
This series has been hilarious, whether or not it's the chaos that we are seeing, the whiffs that we are seeing. Hey, listen, this is why the bubble scene's more exciting than RLCS, because you really have no idea what to predict, including the defense not knowing what to predict there. I'll tell you one thing, Tool's gonna put this in center, but the defense will deny it. Not on the follow-up, though. J-Bot gets the dunk, and Tool will finish it off.
Accelerate can finally start a game off with a lead. And they finally know how to crack that defense. Poyo was stuck on the wall, couldn't jump out in time. It's so close. And Accelerate have it for now. But it's all about, can you rally that offense? But specifically, I'd like to see those more passes, because they're really good at redirecting it. That demo will weaken that defense for a second. But as kind of some missed touches happen, it goes back over to the Accelerate end, and now we're tipping it back and forth like a volleyball game.
Back to this state. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of expecting it to get back to this state. What I'm not expecting is an open net here. J-Russ gets the goal. I'm sorry, Poyo not touch this?
Yeah, I'm watching the replay too. What? J-Russ not even off the cross. It's right down. Looks like J-Bot just dove in for that, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I'll say yes. How about yes? That's the best answer I can give. 35 seconds into this one, we are all tied up and Accelerate after fighting so hard to find an early lead. That has got to be heartbreaking for them to give it up that easily.
This whole series has been so intense because of how quickly the opponent can respond to these goals. You're not ever having more than a 1 or maybe 2 goal lead, but even then, that gets closed quite immediately. So Accelerate feeling vengeful. They want that cushion to work with. Bambi kind of bumps J-Bot in the butt there for a second, but now you see Accelerate kind of falling back, because here is the retaliation from Manzana, and Luke is just in reverse.
You know what? At this point, I'm just going to say this is why we're casters. We're just going to let them figure it out. Obviously, they've got some sort of plan that we do not know about here, and 90 seconds into it, we're going to try and decode it a little bit more. Tool's going to try and find some space instead here. Flicks it over one, and Poyo will find the follow-up to put it back out to midfield, and then J-Bot sends it into his own half. Yeah, I'm thinking the nerves might be getting to both of these teams here. They're making some touches, which I would say are a little bit not precise. Is that the nicest way I can put it?
Yeah, I think you're pretty nice. Yeah, that's fine. 3 minutes, we got a tie game. We could be nicer, we could be meaner, but that's about the bubble scene. We want that tough love, so everyone is gonna learn as they grow. But for now, we'll see what kind of learning we're gonna do. How about we learn what the next goal is gonna be? J-Russ is trying his darn best in his corner, steals the boost. He's got defenders all over him, like butter on bread. He can't really do much with that. He's not getting the backup. Everyone has fallen back. They've given up. Now Manzana, they had that long clear, and there wasn't that immediate reaction from Accelerate, so they went and grabbed control, even got a shot on net. And Accelerate, they're kind of slow to the pitch.
Ooh, this could be something, though. Pollo, he's going to try and set up his teammate, and J-Rush will slot it into the bottom right. And again, Manzana, after being out of midfield for so long, the quickness at which they move into offense and immediately score, remarkable.
Luke is the one who makes all of that happen. It feels like, it is a team effort, but he's one of the most impressive scorers we've seen today. Let's be honest, but what else can Manzana do? Can they maintain this lead? The answer is no, because This is Rocket League and it's Manzana versus Accelerate. There is no lead.
There is no sort of normalcy here. And again, another kickoff goal. I feel like we've seen a lot of these at this point. But, hey, you know what? A goal is a goal. A lead is a lead. And, well, now a tie is a tie at this point here. Half the game remaining, and at this point, Accelerator just trying to hold on to the series. Again, this is an elimination matchup. Or, well, not elimination, but it'll send them to the lower bracket. And at this point, with how few teams are left in this bracket, you really don't want to go down there.
It's an elimination if you consider the winner's bracket of the fun side. Like, who have...
True.
Whoa, that came flying. The follow-up was there. Manzana, well, the tie is gone and we have a lead. But how quickly will Accelerate respond this time?
I think quicker than Luke will build points at this point. I'm starting to recognize that Manzana here are kind of having a pattern. Each game, someone gets to pop off. In this one, it's apparently Pollo. He's gotten a goal, 2 assists, and the only save for the team, and they're kind of just letting Luke hang in the backfield. You guys can't see this, but he's currently got 46 points. But you know what? After he carried his team in game number 2 and 3, I'd say it's okay. He can do whatever he needs, although they might need some saves. J-Russ barely makes that one.
The shots are so close, the goals are so close, but all the weight is on the shoulders of Accelerate because it's series point for Manzana, and they almost got their fourth goal blocked away. The counterattack is there, and J-Bot scores to tie this game up.
I don't want to take away from the goal. It's fantastic, but yeah, that's a team pinch from Manzana to set up Bambi for the pass. All right, listen, we need another word. Chaos can't describe what we're watching at this point.
The tomfoolery that is happening.
Yes!
And you get all of that in the bubble scene. I'm so excited to see what the rest of this tournament is going to look like. No matter who comes out of this, I'm sure it'll be even better. As Luke with the carry, denied by J-Bot. Up in the corner, a little double commit, both miss. Luke, does he have boost? He's about to take candy from a baby and score from them. What is happening?
I was hoping you could explain it to me, because I'm not really sure, especially when Luke, he has no boost that whole play. He is literally side flipping to bait out Tool to go for it, and Tool goes, yeah, sure, all right, so I'll do it, fine. And it just kind of goes for it. 4-3 here with 1:23 left. I'm almost going to guarantee this isn't the ending scoreline, though, because we've had a goal basically every 30 seconds. Here's another one. Come on, Manzana, make it true.
The small lead, but 1:12, plenty of time. Accelerate with a long clear. There's no such thing as a lead. We're gonna go to 10 million goals to 10 million goals, and there is no dominating each other. You're just both so equally matched.
Why am I taking notes? Is there a point to it at this point, or are we just kind of gonna like react and, you know, eventually someone's gonna throw some stats at me and I'll like scream some numbers or whatever? I don't want to try to keep track at this point, because with 1 minute left, I'm gonna almost guarantee we get someone to end this one before overtime. Could it be Manzana here? Could it be J-Bot with a shot out of midfield? Pollo's gonna cut that out, and Luke will go the other way, or no, he will not. He's gonna miss that one, and unfortunately, Manzana, I think, are gonna give up a whole lot of pressure. It's good 50-50, but not quite enough to set up anything major. J-Bot shot on target, but he'll find 2 saves in a row. And there's the Accelerate we know and love. That's the brick wall we were hoping for.
I was wondering how, if Accelerate were starting to get into their heads when they double committed and let Luke score off of them, because that would get to me, but that's right in the center field. J-Russ got too much air on that one. It's off the backboard. Nothing that Manzana can work with yet. They're starting to back away. Bambi receives a pass. Tool wanted to follow up. It goes the other way thanks to Manzana. 16 seconds. The next goal will be the one, the nail in the coffin, and it's J-Russ and Manzana that take it for now.
I gotta understand what. Oh, it's a bump out at midfield. That would explain it. And then Bambi's left by the lonesome. They've got two choices there at that point, and really two jobs as well. Go to the corner and try and play pressure and play in the net. When you can't do either and get stuck on the backboard, that's an open lane for Manzana to snipe at. And honestly, at this point, I don't know if I can call them a sniper, more just a random AR, because they have 13 shots. They found 5 goals because of it, and they might find the win, but they need to be careful. Here come Accelerate to try and keep the series alive off the ceiling. Will this stay up? No, Manzana will not allow it to happen. To the ground it goes, and the upset team continues with the upsets.
What a last game. Game 1, 3-2, back and forth central, yet Accelerate that retaliated in game 2 with a 2-1. Game 3, kind of another low-scoring one, is a 2-1, 3-1, and then you have this game. That's just the black sheep of the whole series with a 5-4. I watch a lot of hockey as a Canadian. Yes, you can talk about it later, but it's like, it feels like when both teams take the goalie out, everyone's just trying to score, but everyone forgets about their own net. That's kind of what that game felt like.
You know what? That's a nicer way to describe that game, I would say, than some of the ways I might have described it. It was a little bit chaotic, a little bit tomfoolery, I think is the best way to put it, and I think it's a little bit of fire and flames for Accelerate as they head down to the lower bracket. That's a performance they're going to want back. They had a lot of shots there that I think they should have sunk, especially for a team that has experience at a level like this. When Manzana are that much on the ropes on defense, you have to be able to score on them.
We'll bring our wonderful host back in the dangerous, the voluptuous, the tastiest of tacos. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's on that side.
Now I'm blushing. I mean, I just
Oh,
didn't expect that. I mean, it's just, it's nice to be noticed and appreciated. I'll just leave it at that. And I'm sure it's nice to be appreciated if you're Manzana. I mean, Bass, you called them the upset team, but at a certain point, I feel like the boys from Manzana are literally winning a game, putting down the controller, coming to the chat and be like, why are you people calling us upsets? Like, these are our wins. They're just that good.
I mean, I can't really argue at this point. At this point, it's now, yes, they are that good, and they've proven it 2 times in a row. Most people had some questions. They were wondering, okay, maybe was that KCP series, something a little bit different here. Excuse me, not KCP, Prestige series. Was there something on in the air? And then they go ahead and do it again to Accelerate, another team that is very proven at this point. So I guess I gotta cheer from them from here on out going into the rest of the bracket. They look fantastic today, even if it is too chaotic, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm a new Manzana fan, especially Luke. There's like a term in hockey that Americans just don't know about, but it's called dangling. It's when you absolutely just shatter the ankles of your opponent. And I felt like Luke dangled his opponents like every single time. We'd be casting Accelerate on a minute-long offense, just playing squash off the wall, and then you have Luke that takes it for 5 seconds and scores. It's just, like I said, dangling people. It was so amazing to watch.
It's really something to behold when you have these upstart teams. I think the one thing that I love about watching pro play is how the meta develops. And I think there's a huge amount of play where it's like, oh, you're just playing fast as possible. Maybe get an infield pass, whatever. But then you have teams like Manzano come through, I think, that bring this weird kind of flair into their gameplay. And I don't think some teams know how to deal with it. It's like we're so accustomed to this certain style of play that when this one team comes in, it seems unorthodox, but maybe they're just pushing the paradigm forward. This might just be the way you have to play. At least it's working for them right now. They're into our upper final, which will, in fact, be our next match against KCP.
I'm excited.
I have no words. I just want to get into it. Taco, I'm ready, man. Let's just get into it.
KCP haven't lost a game either, which is kind of intimidating.
This is the matchup we were waiting for. I mean, even hell, these players are trying to get seeded through based on how they finished in there. The number 1 and number 2 seeds for this bracket are actually in the losers quarterfinal right now. So this whole bracket has been turned up on its head. So I guess if we use the term upset, Manzana folk, don't get angry at us. We're just trying to do our jobs. We're going off seeding. We're going off expectations. At the end of the day, some results gonna be a little surprising. And I mean, going to you, Bass, I mean, you're the one that with that term here, but Zana going up against Pioneers, they have been wrecking this bracket, and that even feels like an understatement. Do you feel like that continues, or do you think Manzana got that special sauce, applesauce though it may be?
I mean, Like, here's the thing, is that, like, you know, you want to talk about special sauce, I feel like this is also upsets for KCP here. They're one of those teams that, like, they've taken wins from teams this week that they were struggling against in previous open qualifiers. So, I don't know who to take at this point. All I want is a good series, and maybe a series that doesn't hurt my heart. A little bit more controlled play would be kind of nice, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure what to expect at this point.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
just
no,
going
go
to say
on.
Manzana are really good at just exploiting mistakes and punishing, which I felt like that's all Manzana really focused on when they played Accelerate. But are you going to see mistakes from a team like KCP? You might have to rely on a different playstyle and take a little bit more initiative, but can you even match the pace of a team like KCP? I've yet to find out. I'm maybe leaning more towards KCP. Also, the fact that they haven't dropped a game yet, which is quite scary. And most of the games have been within one goal, so it's not a crushing lead except in that first round. But I'll see if Manzana can put a dent into KCP.
Earlier on within our bracket, we had KCP going up in the first game. You know, they're doing pretty well. They win the first game, and then we have the first player in chat. Someone comes in and goes, KCP, they feel like a pretty good team. I'm surprised they're not doing better in a couple different tournaments. And apparently KCP heard them because they're answering back and just popping off. So obviously, I think not dropping a game. Sometimes in tournaments, you might say that's the expectation, but this is against their peers, or at least what you'd expect it to be their peers in the bubble scene. Very impressive. I would not say Manzana would be the team to match them in that regard, but I feel as though if you're sitting down with the Pioneers, you got to be confident, you got to be cocky, and I'd be curious to see, what do you think, at least I'll turn this to you, Lemon, what do you think has to be the focus for the Pioneers? If Manzana is taking care of all these mistakes, do you feel like you just have to keep playing your game and you'll stay mistake-free, or is there any special adjustments they need to probably keep in the back of their mind?
I mean, you look at the success of the Pioneers, you look at the experience, the long resumes that they have. They can play their own game. I don't think they should be intimidated or have to change anything for anyone in this tournament. I think you continue to do what you're doing, and then you only fix something that is broken. You don't want to kind of freak out and change too many things that you're not used to doing. Whatever you're doing in practice, keep doing that. And I think take game one, like every team should do, take game one as your litmus test, kind of figure out what the opponent is weak at, whether it's the defense or whether it's the offense, and just exploit that. But I think KCP, they could just run the show, and I think it's going to be up to Manzana to keep up.
So Bass, I mean, weighing in on that, at least if it is on Manzana to then keep up, do you feel like they have that pace? And beyond that, if they do have the pace, you had mentioned earlier, it feels chaotic. They're hitting the ball all the way around, but somehow they're always in control. Is that going to be sufficient against the season roster of KCP?
I might say yes, and for only one reason and one reason alone. I think that KCP might be the second most chaotic roster we've got on the pitch here today. They really do feel like another chaotic team. Again, it's not necessarily saying that they aren't all cohesive, but they do have a lot of solo players there that can have that pop-off potential individually, which I think is going to lead them to some more chaotic play here. Are they going to be able to match Manzana in that chaotic play? No, but that actually might be to their benefit here. That being said, I think Manzana are starting to calm down a little bit, if you will. The big factor for this team is the fact that J-Russ has not played in 10 months. He took a retirement for 10 months without playing professional play. So he's starting to get back to that level that we know and love. He was a fantastic player when he was in professional play, but he's not quite there yet. So if he can get to that level again, I think even teams like the Pioneers are going to have to watch out.
I do like you bringing up J-Russ because it does feel as though 10 months in the grand scheme of things, you're thinking, it's not even a year. That's not too crazy. I feel like at esports, this is the equivalent of like you have Poyo coming together as the upstart new player, and you're coming with Luke, and they find out in the mountains a grizzled J-Russ, like, we need you to come back. One last job. You're the man. Oh, you've been there before. We need the veteran experience. And he goes, oh my goodness, you know what? I'm in. And then they shake hands, and then they lock down this roster, and then they just kick so much butt. Like, almost all the butt, I would say, has been kicked by them. So they have still so much to prove, and I think they just cannot wait to be able to actually get all the way into it. So, honestly, I don't want to delay it too much more, but we're just trying to get all the players in the lobby. So, at the very least, let's kind of take a step back and maybe try to look at the bracket as we have it so far, because it has been updated. We have been trying to keep up with all the players and all their results that have come through so far. And I think if we have gone through the upper bracket, we have now completed our upper semifinals. So as you can see, our upper final, Pioneers Manzana on deck, trying to sit underneath the warming lamp, the entree that we're waiting to devour. But eUnited ducking out early in that first match, but then taking down Charlotte Phoenix, so they will be facing off against Accelerate, seeing who's going forward. Litecoin Gaming, after getting dealt a loss, has been trying to cruise through here. 2-0 against Prestige, 2-0 against Flashes of Brilliance. Unfortunately, our hosts team will unfortunately be bowing out, so Litecoin Gaming looking to continue that march down, and that lower semifinals, I mean, our eyes have been on Pioneers and Manzana. Do we have anyone in that lower bracket that looks like they can be the contender?
It's a tough one. Yeah, then you look at a team maybe like Flashes of Brilliance. You just got kind of slapped by the Pioneers, not in terms of goals, but, you know, in a 3-0 fashion. Not what they wanted to do. But Flashes of Brilliance, I think with that kind of revenge mindset, they're going to want to come back and face Pioneers again.
We're going to have to see. I think that this, unfortunately, is going to be one of these things where it's the first event. Teams are going to really need to figure out what the competition is going to be like, what they want to play like in an event like this. And I think for FOB, it didn't really work out here tonight. But I'm also interested to see if Accelerate are going to be able to handle eUnited. eUnited, a team that came into this, a lot of people were thinking they'd have a pretty good run, and then they end up immediately losing to Flashes of Brilliance. But then they also beat Charlotte Phoenix. And I'd like to point out, Charlotte Phoenix are the only team here in these 8 that have qualified for the most recent RLCS. There was one RLCS team here, and now they're out. So I don't know. I want to make predictions, but at this point, it really does feel like everything's been flipped on its head. So we'll find out.
I suppose we will find out. And maybe just take it a little bit easier. I think maybe don't sweat the predictions too much. Maybe just buckle your seatbelts and really enjoy the ride, just like everyone else in chat, because I'm not going to delay any further. We got Pioneers, we got Manzana in our winners upper final there, trying to see who's going to go on to the grand final. Please take it away.
We're jumping into that winners final, Bass. I'm so excited. Manzana, they just came off that 3-1 win against Accelerate. Pioneers haven't lost a game yet. You know, we are leaning maybe towards one side, but it's that kind of unknown factor that makes a series like this so exciting. You never know what to expect.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially considering I think that KCP, they might also have a little bit of a cloud of mystery around them as well here. Manzana are a very good team. They're a very strong one who don't have a lot of results. KCP, a bit different. A very strong team who do have results, but they're up and down. And speaking of up and down, from the ceiling to the ground comes the first shot from the Pioneers, but it will ring off the bar for now.
Manzana got that guardian angel in the net that just did not allow that to go through. The damn cross is in the way. Hoyo comes charging. Misses that shot, got bumped by KCP, but it's not over yet for Manzana. Luke has it in front of the net, so close to the defenders, and they just get a touch on it first. Manzana gonna have to match that pace of quickness to KCP. They get close, though, to scoring, as now the control goes back over to KCP, and we'll see what they can do on their offense.
Well, they're trying their best here. Again, good pressure, something we've seen a lot here today, but when it comes time to rip shots on target, some teams have been about lackluster. One team that hasn't done that has been Manzana, so I don't think they're going to be that type. And speaking of which, give them a minute and they will score. First shot of the game, and it's a goal!
I was looking at Luke to be kind of the magician of this team, and he just does so much when he gets the right pass. No matter how low quality or high quality that pass is, Luke is the one you got to watch out for when it comes to that offense and that accuracy. Manzana, they're the ones who start a lead. I mean, to be fair, KCP, they got so close to scoring that first minute.
Not incredibly close, but again, close doesn't really count here in Rocket League.
Yeah.
You have to be able to hit the back of the net when it counts. And speaking about when it counts, Wonder Mike needs to get a touch like that and send it the other way. Feels like Manzana have been in their opponent's half since they scored that first goal. Kickoff pretty much immediately sent it into the orange half, and it's not going to leave here either. It might even hit the back of the net. Poyo with a cheeky touch, and all of a sudden it's 2-0.
And I just did not expect such an open net. Mektos jumped up, missed the touch. Krasix couldn't put it into the corner as he hoped, and you have now a more significant lead from the boys of Manzana and KCP, who haven't lost a game yet. Maybe they've had a deficit, but they're not used to being down like this.
I just don't think anybody's used to Manzana at this point. Again, another team that's kind of surprised by the playstyle that we're seeing here, because it really does feel quicker than a lot of other teams that we're seeing. I mean, passing plays like that, most people aren't even going to attempt it. When you have two players both on the ball, usually someone leaves to try and rotate out of position. Instead, Manzana go, all right, can you doink this one up to me so that I can then slam it off the back? I mean, literally slam it off the backboard and into the back of the net. Listen, you call for it and it will be summoned. What on earth?
Now, every player from Manzana has gotten a goal. We have Poyo, Luke, and now J-Russ. You got a double tap happening on the KCP end. We got a 3-0 lead for Manzana. Okay, well, you know, it was Accelerate that were making Manzana sweat, and I didn't think KCP were going to be that easy. But, you know, game one, as I've mentioned on the pre-desk, it's about the litmus test. KCP have a lot to learn and a lot to adapt, as now it's KCP's turn to make some offense happen.
They've got a little bit of offense here. Can they score with it? Yes, indeed. Kradzik's to put this one into the back of the net, and finally KCP will get on the board. And honestly, I don't want to say that this was a defensive error, but you know what? I won't. A goal's a goal.
You're trying to work on your niceness, right?
I'm trying my best. Trying my best.
You're the analyst. You're supposed to be the mean one, but it's fine. KCP. KCP are... they're hoping to be a bit meaner themselves, right? You're only putting up one goal. We're going into the second half. There's still a lot of time, though. So no haters are going to be found on this mic. KCP, though, they're on the defense. You got to get this ball away from Luke. He's kind of a nuisance. J-Russ going to give him the loving shove forward. Let's get some business done. And it's kind of a fight for control. Wanda Mike making sure this doesn't land in front of the net. Puts it off to the right. Mekto's going to help out. Luke stands in his way. Gets above, Poyo's in the net, has to maybe leave it for a second, gets demoed because he left his baby cage, and now you got KCP on missed touches with a chance to score.
Trying their best. I would only really call it a chance at this point, though. It does feel like they've had a lot of pressure, but they've only got 2 shots registered throughout this game, and one of those shots is the one that hit the back of the net, so they need something else. This was an issue we were seeing with Accelerate as well. Really good offensive pressure, but when it came time for a shot, well, this time there is none at all. So now it seems like KCP are really starting to feel the pressure of Manzana. That incredibly fast offense that the blue team has been putting out seems to be catching everyone, no matter the team, by surprise.
And that first half, remember, game one started off 3-0 for Manzana, and KCP clawing their way back. Poyo with a touch off to the left. Mekto's going to try and recover it, but it's stolen by J-Russ, who was hoping to pass it to Luke mid, and KCP are not letting that happen, as you see KCP employing more and more physical play to slow down, to disrupt what Manzana are hoping to plan. And KCP have still working on having a threatening offense of their own.
And they're getting some decent offense here, but like you said, the word threatening is the big key factor here, especially considering they've only got a minute left. At this point, I don't know if they're looking for the comeback as much as just trying to slow the momentum of their opponents. I gotta hope that they're looking for the comeback here, because they do have some good offense building. An offense that is very short-lived, though. A shot off the ceiling is a bit too powerful, so now J-Bruss will punish on the other end. He sees an awkward defender, and he says, sure, I'll take an easy goal.
And I think all I'm kind of noting here in this KCP game one is just accuracy. I think once they straighten out these shots towards the net, it's going to be a bit of a closer game. I'm counting at least 2. Like, even that ceiling shot could have been angled a bit better. And, you know, I'm trying to find the silver lining. A 4-1 score from Manzana is not what I was expecting. Mektos misses that. Kradzik's with the backup, but it goes towards the Manzana end. You got 33 seconds. You need 3 goals. KCP are playing from behind, but you can more think about what is the lesson for game 2 at this point.
Yeah, I think this is really a learning period for them at this point here. Game 1 is usually a bit of a feeling out game, but I think this is more than just feeling out at this point. They need to go into this one with a bit of a different strategy here. It really does feel like Manzana have got them read every time they approach offense. I mean, another great example of that. Mektos can fire off a shot, fire off a pass, but they've got a defender in net just waiting for it to arrive, and then they're going to trick them on the other end as Luke gets a fake.
No way.
It's not going to hit the back of the net, but if we had a second further, it would have. And Manzana, to say they took this in dominant fashion would be an understatement.
Wow. The absolute domination. I think you pointed it out right. The fact that we started the first half of this game 1 with a 3-0 scoreline for Manzana. You had KCP try to fight back. They found some gaps, but I think the biggest issue was just a bit of accuracy, and I wonder if this is needing to warm back up. Maybe, I don't know what they expect of their opponents. How much do they respect them? I want to see Pioneers play at their 100% before I, clearly call anything after that. But yeah, and you saw that glimpse of potential from KCP. You saw kind of these redirect plays with Mektos, but you got to play, even kind of this advice I said in the previous series, a little bit less predictably.
Yeah, I think that predictability is a huge thing here, and it's something that really has started to separate a lot of teams just in general at this point. It feels like a lot of these veteran teams that are used to having an offense that is rather built around all three of their players are getting surprised by a lot of these individual players. Ones has become a really popular mode in Rocket League for a reason. It's how you individually grow as a player and start to just become a better offensive player, a better scorer, and just a better all-around teammate as you can kind of adapt to the way that the rest of your teammates are playing. So I'd like to see Pioneers play with a little bit more of that play style. All three of their players are extremely capable of having pop-off potential. Now they just need to play for it here, because I think if you go for passing plays, a team like Manzana, who are just quicker than you, are going to be prepared every time.
Yeah, it just feels like Manzana are like the MacGyvers of Rocket League. You give them a string and a stick and they make goals happen. You don't know how, but they do. And it just makes it so you cannot underestimate the potential of Manzana, because they've been more and more impressing me as I get to know them more. And KCP might be quote like the better names, but if they don't kind of transition that respect onto the field, you gotta do it. Game 2 and KCP are down. And this is the first game they've lost all tournaments, so I think they're starting to open their eyes real wide and figure out what they got to do to fix.
I think that this is going to be a very telling game here. If KCP can make the necessary adjustments, I have a feeling we'll have a decent series on our hands. But if Manzana go back to the exact same thing they did in game number 1 and find just as little resistance, I'll be a little bit worried. But I'm getting ahead of myself. 30 seconds into this one, it does seem like KCP are getting some decent offense together, but maybe I spoke too soon. Mektos has to make a last-second save, and then another one as well. They will survive, but KCP already feeling the pressure.
Yeah, that pressure is mounting. Finally, a good tip from Krozix that gets some space for KCP, and no immediate follow-up, just with how quick J-Russ was there. Krozix off the backboard. Wandamike tried to touch, maybe even got bumped by Pollo, as it's still a 0-0 scoreline with a minute diminished. Mektos goes past 2 defenders, was hoping to follow up, and J-Russ is always the last bit, the third man on the defense, and KCP bodies against the wall, and they still can't score yet.
They are throwing literally everything at their opponents at this point. It feels like, heck, the kitchen sink, the refrigerator, you want to grab a stove, go ahead. And they still cannot find anything that seems to do damage here. We're about a minute 15 into this one. It's all been pressure from the Pioneers. They found 4 shots already, but there goes all the pressure. No one wants to approach that ball, and J-Russ is going to get a freebie. Krozix is there on the other end, but again, KCP, they need to find some sort of solid strike here. Otherwise, I fear they're just going to fall too far behind in this series, especially if they're missing shots like that.
You know, and all this back and forth, I'm sure it's diminishing all these resources, so everyone taking a second to grab their boost. Luke gets past 1 defender, and like I said, he's kind of like the dangler of Manzana. He knows how to find these tiny little gaps and set up plays. So if KCP are worried, they got to be looking at this guy. Krozix and Wandamike just recovering control, and kind of these iffy touches, has the ball crossing in front of the net, and that could have been dangerous for KCP.
Well, could have been dangerous, and so is that double commit here. J-Russ is going to have time and space, and
Wow.
he's going to slam it home! Again, punishing on the mistakes, and that's how Manzana open up the scoreline.
Manzana, they started with a lead in game 1, and they're starting it again in game 2, but a much slower pace. You know, not absolutely thrashing KCP like in the first half of game 1. Our first goal comes at the 2:47 mark. As we enter that second half shortly, KCP working that offense, but it's sent away. They lose control so quickly. They don't get the setup time that Manzana do. The ball crosses. Another huge risk. KCP just so thankful that didn't slip by, as Manzana, it's a bit of a ping pong action. Luke seeing if he can have someone to pass to. It's all about this pop-up potential towards the ceiling and who can have the right control in the air. As KCP still in the dust.
They're still not able to find enough control as they move out past midfield here. I like that a midfield presence is being developed, but they need to do something with it. Oh wait. Or they need to dodge the demo. J-Russ, another goal. And with that, that's now his 4th goal. He has more goals than the rest of the lobby on both sides combined.
And then we didn't even get to see this side of J-Rus in the last series. He was kind of just setting up, being the enabler, and now he's the top scorer. And I like that just everyone almost on Manzana is a danger, is a threat. And how do you deal with everyone being that talented? KCP are still trying to catch up. I mean, I don't think a team in this tournament has made them sweat this hard. So we'll see if KCP can even have a response, because it's still a big old 0 up there.
They have a chance, but not if they give up another goal here. J-Rus predicts exactly where that pass is going out, and unfortunately, it's going to lead to even more offensive pressure here for Manzana, and it's also going to lead to KCP giving about 12 years for someone to approach the ball there. They might be trying to bait Manzana into these plays. I like the idea, but again, I don't know about baiting a team that's just faster than you. You can try and argue all you want about what the advantages KCP have in this game, but one thing is for certain, Manzana are speedy, and they seem to outpace anyone they go against.
And I feel like Accelerate struggle with this as well, of trying to break through the Manzana defense, and so far you can't, because their offense is just that good. Luke scores 3-0 for Manzana.
He says, hey, J-Rus, I know you've been scoring, but here, let me just give you a free assist. You didn't do anything to assist this, but, you know, assist, extra stat padding here, if you will. And I don't think they need to stat pad here. With only about 70 seconds left in the 3-0 lead, it just kind of feels like KCP needs some sort of key to victory. I don't know what the catalyst for the squad is going to be, Lemon Kiwi, but they need one, and they need it fast.
You just think maybe some quick passes is what would confuse all of Manzana. J-Rus almost sped past the defense there. That was scary, almost a breakaway. And I mean, KCP, this game is pretty much done. You're down 3 goals, 50 seconds left. A similar situation as game 1, as you couldn't stop the bleeding, you couldn't have a response. And I was gonna say is maybe more passes is how you would find these gaps, but there's always someone interrupting your train of thought when it comes to you trying to set up anything that I'm sure KCP don't even have the time to have this type of play.
I don't even think they have the time to think right now. It feels like KCP, they want to have a thought, but as soon as they do, someone from Manzana is 5 steps ahead of them and already there. Maybe this is what they mean when they say that, you know, kids have a better reaction time than adults here. It's just the fact that Poyo quite literally is thinking faster than us and faster than the pitch at this point, especially with shots like that. Rips off another one, and Luke tries to go in for the follow-up, but at this point, it's all but moot. There is nothing that KCP can do except maybe get a goal for the road, and I don't even think they're going to get that. This one spiked down to the corner, and Manzana take the clean game, 3-0, and now they're on series point. This is unexpected is probably my best word to use.
I was gonna ask, because you're the bubble historian, the bubble expert, the Einstein of bubbles, if you will. So tell me, just how much is everyone's hair falling out over potentially KCP getting knocked out by Manzana?
I think the bigger part is not even KCP getting knocked out. It's Manzana going to the grand finals through the upper bracket. That is going to throw everyone into a tizzy. Listen, Bubble Boy Bass here can assure you of one thing for certain, and that is that the Pioneers did not expect, after going undefeated on the night, to struggle to even get a goal in their second game. It doesn't even feel like KCP are in this one right now. I don't know what it is, but they need a change up here, because it's not that they just need to, you know, be a little bit more successful. They need a completely different strategy.
I'm getting you a shirt that says Bubble Bass, because I'm just so in love that I forgot everything that just happened. And I think that maybe Manzana want to forget that one happened. Finally, we get to see KCP on the board. They're alive and well.
Would it make you happier if I told you I already had a shirt that said that on it? Because I'm not kidding. I do.
I will buy it. I will be your first buyer.
It gets better when you find out that my mother is the one who gave me that shirt. Not really sure why. Probably found it on a trip. And, well, at this point, I can tell you one thing. This is a trip for the Pioneers for sure. They were not expecting a 1-1 ball game as J-Rus ties this up. They finally find some momentum in Game 3 out of nowhere, and then it's gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Manzana said it's my turn on the Xbox, and they're so quick to react to everything their opponent does. They might not be console players. That's a joke. 439 though, and KCP don't even get to live in the comfort of that lead.
They lived in the comfort for probably about 5 seconds, and now all of a sudden we are back to what I imagine is going to be a ping-pong match here. The end-to-end play has been interesting. I do feel like the best we've seen KCP is when they've had that pressure out at midfield, because shots like that, they just seem like Manzana has been prepared, so maybe they need to go back to that pressure play here. I don't know what it needs to be, but it still kind of feels like they're missing something with this offense.
Wanda Mike's like, anyone want this ball? And Pollo just baited him. And Wanda Mike's surrounded by defenders, getting bumped, having issues moving. Krosik sets up a bounce. So many defenders. And like I've already previously mentioned, Accelerate struggled with puncturing through that defense of Manzana. And I'm seeing KCP have those same issues. They might just live and set up camp on the blue side, but converting these shots into goals is very, very difficult.
It's been really hard for them so far here, especially considering the fact that on the other end you have Pollo doing things like this, trying to set up his teammates, but a little bit unsuccessful. But 90 seconds into this one, this does feel like the pace of play has at least died down a bit. No longer are we in that chaotic period, which I would say Manzana know and love, especially when we have double commits like that. 2 players go off the backboard, but neither one of them touches it.
Mektos off the backboard. Krosik's back to Mektos. This is the type of passing shenanigans I wanted KCP to take the time to do, and that's all they needed. And that's all we talked about, Bass, was having the time and the train of thought to successfully execute it. And KCP, they had an inch, they took a mile, but they only have a 1-goal lead. I'm expecting about 10 more seconds between Manzana scoring again.
Yeah, honestly, I'd be very surprised if this is the ending scoreline at this point, especially considering that Manzana are already back to offense. Wanda Mike is on the backboard, so he should be able to clear this one out, and he actually might be able to take this one all the other way. He'll put it off the backboard. Mektos tries to just keep it alive, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do much with this as Luke is on the backboard. Now a chance. This is a 3v1. Krasix has to be careful, and he'll do exactly that. Pass out to Wanda Mike on the retreat. And now KCP, this is that midfield presence that we were hoping for.
Oh, Luke just passed it over to Mektos, but he misses that touch, but the rally still continues for KCP's offense. Wanda Mike right on the goal line, and the follow-up was a little bit slower, but KCP can bring it back. They can try it again. They're bumping some opponents, control up in the air, and it's Wanda Mike brings it back. KCP gonna try this one again. Luke misses that touch. It goes to the center field. A shot from Wanda Mike was a little too high, but at least he demos a defender, and KCP continue their reign of terror. But it's not gonna be terrorizing unless a goal goes through, and that long clear by J-Russ and Pollo with the redirect. It goes in, and we have a tie game.
This is literally a mirror of the last series at this point. Accelerate had the same issue. They were so frustrated with Manzana with on-the-line save after on-the-line save after on-the-line save that eventually they threw all 3 of their players at offense, and it costed them. And well, here's the exact same thing here. The Pioneers get frustrated with the Manzana defense and completely abandon their own. Unfortunate scenario here, especially considering that KCP have just been looking for momentum. And when you give up a goal like that, there goes all of that momentum.
When you go all on offense like that, it's the panic, it's the desperation of, if I just helped out a little bit, maybe this would be a goal, right? And then it's the immediate turnaround that Manzana have that made them such a scary team, and honestly, such a frustrating team probably to play against, as Accelerate found out through that series, and as KCP are starting to learn. This is now a 2-2 game, a minute 30. And maybe that's all Manzana have to do is let KCP have their fun and then just react that much better.
It seems to be working for them so far here. I think they'd rather take this one in regulation than send it to overtime, but we're gonna have to find out. 75 seconds left here. Either one of the teams technically could score, but KCP need to break out like they do here. Wanda Mike without any boost in the tank tries to wall dash to get there and see if maybe he can keep the offense alive. But there's J-Russ and Pollo. Let's see if they can link up and find something on the other end. Pollo will leave it for his teammate, but denied by Mektos. Luke tried to go for a shot, but once again, KCP looking a whole lot more prepared than before.
And it's just like that KCP are just starting to demo people in front of the net, and a beautiful setup from the ceiling right down. Wanda Mike tips it over right into the loving arms of J-Russ, and Luke misses that touch, but it's still a follow-up J-Russ can do, but it's a little too far to the right. Krosix still denying it, making sure it doesn't go in. 34 seconds. This next goal could be the nail in the coffin, and this is scary. Manzana on series point. KCP fighting tooth and nail now that they feel at full form. But this defense has to make its way out, and KCP are still trying.
Well, that's a good 50-50 too, because this is going to go straight to Krasix. He would have had a touch there, but now instead Poyo has got time and space, and that is not a player you want to let set up his teammates. J-Russ now puts it into the backboard. Krasix with a booming clear. Wondermike's actually up for this. Could he get the double touch? Ooh. He's going to not get it. It was on target, but it hit the ground, and unfortunately for KCP, that golden goal will have to come in overtime. Here we go to fight for their lives. KCP will not be out if they lose this, but Lemon Key, we said this before, no one wants to go down to that lower bracket.
That golden goal, I mean, you're serious. It's worth $1 million if you're KCP. Luke has the ball. J-Russ has to go down back to the ground to make sure he can dodge it. Just lands conveniently into Mektos, and that weakened defense suffers as Manzana take out KCP 3-0 after a 3-2 win in Game 3 overtime.
It is only proper that a J-Rush to grab at his third game in a row with 2 goals. This dude doesn't stop. Once he came to life, he seemed to be on every single shot. And remember we were talking about how long was it going to take him to find the form that he was in before he left Rocket League? The answer was 1 tournament. It took him a single tournament, and this man is back on top. J-Russ and the Chicken Squad at this point are going insane. Oh my, I'm very scared for any team that's got to face them in the finals now.
Yeah, the fact that Pioneers went into the series without losing a game. You have Manzana that strike them down, and I gotta say, not that super close, except the last game, of course, that was in overtime. The first game, 4-1. Manzana making a statement, so you're like, okay, KCP are trying to figure out how to get through that defense, because I think that's what was so stellar about Manzana, was denying so many shots. We're in the double digits of shots. In game 2, 3-0, they shut out KCP, and then you go into game 3 with the best version of KCP we've seen in this series, and just a heartbreaking $1 million goal that goes the other way, and it was a demo that made it all happen. Just big congrats to Manzana. They really put the work in.
I just can't believe it. I've got no other words at this point. I'm pretty much in disbelief. I mean, hey, you know what? At least it was a sweep. It's kind of only fair that after KCP go undefeated on the day, the one time they lose is when they don't get a win. The irony there is absolutely incredible, and, well, I don't think it's something we can fully explain. Let's bring back Taco here and see if he's got some insight to seeing it from the sidelines, because, listen, man, you said it. We got to stop underrating this team at some point. I think he might be muted.
My goodness, every time I hit the mute button, I'm like, I'll remember. I'll certainly remember. Of course I'll remember. I'm a professional. I do this all the time, and it turns out I don't remember. Anyway, an apple a day keeps the L's away was the... You know, it's not even worth it. It's fine. It's whatever. Manzana's playing great. That's all that matters. That's what we all need to focus on, because, my goodness, they look good. Accelerate are the only team so far to take a single game off them. We had discarded them. We were like, wow, yeah, but they're not Pioneers. They haven't dropped a game. And now we're looking at Accelerate like, are you the last chance right now for this roster? Because, my goodness, they look so good, Manzana. You said the Apple Boys, Chicken Boys, whatever you want to call them. I mean, fun fact, actually, J-Russ's old name used to be Chicken. That was the username. So you potentially could have had Poyo and Chicken, which would have been delightful, but that's neither here nor there. Where Manzana is in our grand final. We just got to wait to see who's going to face off against him.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit sad that they didn't call themselves Los Pollos Hermanos. That would have been great. I really would have loved that team name. It would have been fantastic. It's a Chicken Brother. Come on, everybody knows what that is at some point. You know what? It's okay. Whatever you call them, we might have to call them winners at the end of this night. Because, again, the crazy thing about this is that they don't have their biggest opponent left in the bracket now. Accelerator gone. So, who's our savior at this point? I'll ask you, Taco. You've been here the whole night. You got anybody else that might be able to take this squad down?
The whole time I'm looking through the bracket, I'm seeing, Accelerate drop down. Okay, that's fine. We'll go through. And then I don't know what, eUnited gets a clean sweep in the lower bracket if we actually bring in that bracket to really just witness the carnage that is the bubble scene going all over the place. It's so hard to keep track of all these matchups and really what's actually going to transpire, because even when we think we have trends up in the upper bracket, we then go to the lower and notice that pretty much everything is going out the window. Because when we do actually take a look at everything to try to unfurl what's even happening, I think you see a very weird path from United. Taking a 2-1 loss to Flash of Brilliance, then scraping by with Charlotte Phoenix, but that is the only team in this bracket that is currently in RLCS. They just made main event for Regional 2 in NA. And then they're just cruising. 2-0 over Accelerate, which we thought might have been the team that would be able to take some games off Manzana. They kind of do, but then get sent home now, and they're in our lower semifinals against Litecoin Gaming, which we're waiting to wrap up because we will be covering that lower final, which will be the winner of eUnited and Litecoin against Pioneers. That one is looking to be pretty spicy. I don't really have any predictions for that, but at least going into lower semifinals, I mean, eUnited, I have to go with, I would say, past performance. They seem to be kind of streaking through the bracket here, getting some good, solid victories. They might be a good contender, especially because Litecoin Gaming didn't look convincing against Accelerate, but now they seem to be also kind of picking up the momentum. So lower bracket runs, they can be really so dangerous, really, that edge of the bracket type play. I don't know if the nerves are there to be able to take down Manzana, but I really don't know who's it going to be able to step up here in the finals.
If it's anybody. Honestly, like at this point, I'm starting to think that you kind of course corrected me at this point, Taco. It does really feel like Manzana initially came into this one, yeah, really good team. They could be great. They could be fantastic. And then slowly throughout the night, I've gone, oh, no, they're more than fantastic. They are probably the best shot at someone taking this one clean because they just look that good. I mean, Lemon Kiwi, we were talking about this all throughout the matchup. It just seems like they have a play style that no one else seems to demonstrate.
Yeah, I just noticed that Manzana's defense was just so good. Like, and for example, when we casted Accelerate, it felt like they were permanently on the offense. They're such an offensive-driven team, and they lack that defense. And look what really fell through, just kind of these accidents, these oopsies in front of the net, and Accelerate got scored on after it felt like they were kind of commanding all the opportunities. And I think maybe this is a similar identity to KCP, who are so used to being better than other teams that they can live in the opponent's end for ages, and they can keep the rally going. But when it comes to try and salvage the chaos that is Manzana, it's something they're not used to. So I'm wondering who can really truly go up against Manzana. And this will also spell the storyline for the next tournaments we have, and if these teams return.
And especially because Manzana, I mean, this is the storyline that we're waiting for. To be honest, scriptwriters, killing it. Keep it up, guys. I really believed in this one. I didn't think that I would buy into it, but I'm emotionally invested. We'll have to see really everyone else's, because Manzana's waiting for a grand finalist. Now we just got to work all the way through. We're going to shove all of you guys into a brief break as we're trying to wait for Litecoin and eUnited to wrap up their game. But then we'll be back with the lower finals to decide who is going to be moving on in the AAA Challenger Series to face off against Manzana. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more Rocket League action to come.
Our grandfather built it with his own 2 hands. It's been through 3 generations, going on 9 cribs. It's had a couple of facelifts over the years. The 70s weren't so kind. The scuffs and the cracks are just memories. And some have been patched up, others preserved. So when we talk about this house, we do it with love, not through some chat bot.
I completely understand. You know what?
This is Larry. Larry just loves candy.
Oh, hello.
And even though these sweet, glorious pieces of candy don't seem expensive,
This one's only a dime.
the inevitable dental fees his mom will have to pay makes it pretty pricey. The APR of eating candy is the cost per piece plus the dental bills. A much higher APR than, say, vegetables.
Why can't I quit you?
Hello, hello. See, I said it's a short break, and we keep our promises here at the AAA Challenger Series. I'm Data Taco, back with the Lemon Kiwi and Bass from the past. We had just seen Manzana really just put a stamp on a series with a 3-0 in the winners final to get into our grand final. So now we go to the lower side of the bracket, where the team's on the upswing, trying to get back into the glory of that grand final. But there's two teams that are really vying for that. So our next match coming up is going to be the Kansas City Pioneers, as well as, I'm sorry, I'm just getting choked up just thinking about this. It's just, you have, you have eUnited coming up against Pioneers. So two, I would say, more traditional RLCS level teams, but in the lower bracket to get up against the true bubble team.
It's okay. It's okay, Taco. The Crypto Boys will be back next tournament. You don't have to cry.
I believed. Also, because they lost, my portfolio hurts now, and that's
no.
just I'm losing money. I'm literally losing money on this.
Oh, we're gonna start talking about the crypto crash again. I don't want to get into this one now at this point. Let's focus on the game that we have at hand here. And well, like you said, Taco, this is a game that honestly I kind of expected for the grand finals here, especially with the way that KCP came into this day so incredibly hot. And then again, eUnited, just another team that has made RLCS events. Not everybody that's in this bracket has been to RLCS, but the fact of the matter is there's now only one team left that has here. This KC Pioneers team hasn't found it in this trio, so maybe they can get something done here and start the upswing going into the next event, but I'm not holding my breath. It really does feel like eUnited have turned themselves around in this lower bracket.
I gotta say, it's tough to look at just United and how they're gonna do against the Pioneers. I mean, just kind of if you look at just the stats of the tournament, United lost to Flashes of Brilliance, and then KCP crushed Flashes of Brilliance. So if you do kind of this rock paper scissors move, you would say that KCP is the better team. But then when we watched how they played against Manzana, I don't know where my faith is residing right now.
I think there's a lot of kind of logical steps, and I mean that in like the academic form of logic, where it's like, well, if Team A beats Team B, then then you should calculate if Team C then loses, and then you try to do that, and it all works out in your head, and then you just have one team that goes all over the place. Or they just had a weak start, maybe they needed the warm-up, and then they get hotter down the stretch. I think that's really the hope for all those lower level teams, and at least for Litecoin and United in the last series, that seemed to be the case. United able to take it. So here they meet Kansas City Pioneers, and I think KCP, they just need to pick me up. I think they needed coach go in there, be like, hey buddy, feeling okay? You want an ice cream? A little cheer me up, a little pick me up, because that cannot have been good for the ego to go out in 3-0 in the upper finals. And then knowing that even if you beat this team in the lower finals, you then have to do it again against the team that kind of made your lunch for you.
Oh no, what, why, this is, I mean, like, I understand that, like, this is the way the bracket's working, but you have to understand, considering that everybody can complain about any format, no matter what it seems in Rocket League here, yeah, they're gonna complain about this just because they have to go up against them here. KCP, this is the way that it goes, though. If you want to try and take it to the top, you really have to be able to beat the best of the best here, and at this point, Manzana have definitively said, we are the best team in this tournament here. They need to have a comeback here. There's just some sort of change. Maybe Pioneers can at least find enough confidence in this series that their shooting's a bit more lethal going into the next one, if they get there.
Yeah, at least Pioneers could get a second shot at it, and I think if they do, then they're going to be much more prepared. But now you're facing the weight and the pressure of being in the lower bracket the first time the Pioneers are here, not very used to that experience, whilst eUnited have been here since the womb, since round one. eUnited are used to this lower bracket stress, so I don't think they're going to be as affected. Now KCP probably, you know, lost their first couple of games to Manzana, so I'm wondering just, can they bounce back? Kind of like as Taco was saying, did we get some therapy in between the series? Did we get a lollipop, some cookies? Are we feeling better? Because, well, eUnited, they're not waiting. They're ready to go.
I do like the image of eUnited having Pioneers get sent down to the lower, and KCP is like, oh, this is kind of new, and eUnited's like, you merely adopted the lower bracket. I was born in it. I have gotten used to this stress, and under that pressure, we have formed a diamond, or at least I kind of hope that that'd be the case. We don't really know, because Kansas City Pioneers obviously are the best team in the lower bracket based on how this is going to work. So I think they have a lot to prove here, but KCP, they need to pick me up. Can they get it against United? I don't know. United looking hot, and I know this team has a high peak. They just got to prove it. We have the players ready. They are all in the lobby ready to go, so we just need two lovely voices to be able to carry through this story. Levin Kiwi, Bass, take it away.
Oh, I got it. I got to raise my hand. We got to raise our hand.
Oh,
wait. Transition.
Wait.
We're voices.
Yeah.
Hey, pick us.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
All right, voicing. Voicing. So we're going into our lower bracket final, best of 5. You have 2 brain cells, but we got one amazing series coming at you live. Pioneers versus eUnited. eUnited have been here since round 1. Pioneers have been dented in 2 by Manzana. Hopefully they can bounce back, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to bounce back considering how, let's say, rough the last series was here. But if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be the Pioneers. I've got faith in them to get this one done. The big thing that they need to do, though, is I would say start off hot. It's very clear that eUnited are going to have a lot of momentum going into this one. But it's momentum we're going to have to save for a second. We're going to head back into the cameras here and talk to you guys a little bit more, as I think we're going to get a little bit of a server reset, get some technical difficulties sorted out. But that gives us a little bit more time to talk about why this first game is going to be so important here. Again, eUnited come into this one with so much momentum. KCP need to slow that down if they even want a shot at this series.
I was just reminded to leave. I don't want to be the cause of delay. They're just getting a new server. There's only one thing that's delayed, and that's my brain cell. But we're going back into game. I promise. We're just teasing you. We're getting the appetizer for the main course, which is eUnited versus KCP. And, you know, both Bass and I will remember to click spectate this time. And then we're going to jump into this first best of 5. Where, I mean, it's just crazy to see that KCP even got shut out in one of the games against Manzana. So now you're going up against a completely different team. Do you think eUnited and Manzana could play similarly? Or KCP going to struggle? Like, you drop your brain cell. Well, what's going on?
We're gonna have to knowledge bomb here. Again, the bubble scene caster gonna try and talk about the bubble scene a little bit here. I should have something to say about this one, but again, it's kind of hard because these are two relatively new rosters. The Pioneers one, they've gone through a lot of different changes here. Krasix used to be playing with Oxygen, and he's no longer playing with them. And now this is a roster that's still kind of trying to find their footing. And for eUnited, although it is a somewhat seasoned roster here, Savvy has been with Tristan and Ajax for some time, they're still kind of trying to figure it out and trying to pick up the pieces, if you will. That being said, I feel like neither one of these teams is going to play like Manzana. It's going to be a lot of team plays. It's going to be a lot of passing back and forth, and it's going to be yet another server. We're going to go to our third server, and maybe this one could be the one we start on.
Just kidding. Haha. Got you.
Pranked.
Got you. Get pranked, chat. I'm gonna reset the game again on you. It's actually not my fault. It's actually before everyone sends hate my way. I'm just pranking you.
Oh, no.
I also have to leave the lobby. All right, we're gonna do this one more time. 3 times the charm, guys.
As we all know, though, the casters, obviously, we start the lobby, we make all the rules. So, you know,
Casters,
obviously,
we're
the guy. Yeah, start the game, casters. Come on, get this underway already here at this point. And, well, we'd like to get it underway as quickly as possible here. I don't know if this is actually going to benefit KCP, though. I'm thinking about this now. This could be making them a little bit nervous. It's just more time for them to get into their own head, because when you're like, all right, I'm ready to go, and then someone goes, hold up. You kind of take a second and are like, are we getting back into this? And we're gonna have to find out. I think we are ready to get back into this one in just a second, so hopefully we can get this underway. But Liquipedia, at this point, I think we all can agree. The tension is at an all-time high. The excitement is ready. We're just wanting to get this one underway.
I'm getting ready to drum roll and see if this lobby actually starts this time. But to be fair, there's more time to sit on the main screen and look at ugly my vehicle is. I got the Scooby-Doo mobile with the chicken hat. I personally think pink and red clash, but for some reason I put it on my car so everyone gets to stare at how ugly my vehicle is. And then someone has succulents on their car, so I'm just enjoying the break that we're having before apparently going to be the most amazing series, because we're waiting so long for it. It's got to be good, right?
I have to imagine. So at this point, if this isn't the best server, or the best server, best game, best series, everything, it's got to be perfect. I believe in it, and I think we have finally gotten it. We are ready to go. 5 minutes on the clock, a best of 5 to determine who heads on to the grand finals. And again, Liquipedia, this is a very important one, especially for KCP, who just want a shot at revenge.
Wanda Mike is like, is this Rocket League or is this bumper cars? We're just gonna slash the tires of everyone on the other team and just truly confuse the United just right off the rip. So through all of those demos, it's still KCP on the defense, but nothing too threatening coming their way, as they were still trying to clear, still doing so. But there was, I think it was Ajax in the center field that kept bringing it back. Now Wanda Mike up in the air and deposit this in the corner. Caught by, I think that was Tristan, and the rest of KCP trying to pass, and Ajax misses that touch. Krasix is behind them, seeing if they can bump someone as Wanda Mike goes forward. Not a lot of boost, not a lot of fun juice to work with, and KCP ain't doing much yet.
Not quite yet here, but I'm already noticing a massive difference between this game and the last. First off, it's the fact that KCP are going to get scored on first. Ajax, a beautiful pass out to Savvy here in the center, but notice how much space is being given here. Very different ball game already, Lemon Kiwi.
All I could hear was the Shrek song, and I just wanted to turn it up. The goal, I'm always impressed by the different, there's the song that was playing. It's fine.
Oh, the song after.
That wonder my brain is singing and I'm the only one can hear it, and maybe it's not KCP that needs therapy. So anyway, 1-0 for United. And off of a great retaliation, it's not even over yet. eUnited are continuing.
I think I have the songs turned off, but now that I know someone in this lobby has All-Star enabled, I think I might need to turn them back on. That being said, I think at this point, someone on the Pioneers to turn on the Jets here. They are trying to get some offensive pressure, but truly are struggling to find solid shots. And again, I really do want to go back to the fact that there is so much space. Manzana were so quick that if you gave them the space, they would immediately have a player ready to set something up. Now you can see United are able to put off 2 to 3 passes in a row, and eventually someone from KCP interrupts. So yeah, I think this kind of confirms what we were talking about before. There is no team in this bracket built like Manzana.
Yeah, KCP on the defense. Mektos with the catch. One of my has no boost, so this offense is going to be slow going. But pretty easy for eUnited to stop it. No, I had a bit of a lag. It's fine. That's fine. I'm fine. The fire has been put out. eUnited on the defense. Let's see if they can put this out, and Krasik scores and ties the game 1-1.
Oh, no! Krasik! What on earth? Ajax takes a half a second to figure out what to do, and Krasik goes, all right, cool, mine! Slams this into the back of the net, and halfway through this game, we are all tied up. That might be the spark the Pioneers were looking for.
Just got to keep yourself in the game and make sure those resources are up. And oh my god, the left post just got hammered into. Mike brings it over, and it gets recentered. Krasik's there first, though. Ajax with the catch, just playing this slow, making sure eUnited are ready to turn around. And almost a great touch from Savvy. Completely whiffs it, but that could have been a great shot for eUnited as they're back on the defense.
They're back on the defense, but for how long here? Again, KCP really struggling to keep extended pressure so far. And Krasik struggling to make that save, but will at least get a touch. It's not going to lead to much, though. Mike wanted to carry that past midfield, but again, eUnited doing such a good job at showing that midfield presence that we were really missing throughout the day. Maybe that's the big difference between these teams that are at an RLCS experience versus the teams that are on the come-up right now. The meta seems to be changing. No longer is it this constant pressure. It's pop-off plays that come out of nowhere, and, well, neither one of these teams are really doing that right now. It's a lot of really developed plays that don't turn into much, but although this could be something. I thought Tristan would have a breakaway, but I guess not. And this midfield presence, not really much of a presence anymore, as much as it is just sort of a back and forth.
Yeah, it just feels like Challenger Central, and then you run out of boost, so you can't even fully follow up with the play. So I totally see where you're coming from. Krasik, well, he's going to demo one. Give chance for the boys at KCP to put a shot in. It's blocked by Ajax. Now retaliation time. Tristan Savvy getting above those defenders. It hits the cross. It's left alone for a second. Ajax with a shot. Mektos blocked. And eUnited still have a chance to keep it going, but it went up into the air. Recovered by KCP. Counterattack ensues. Mike maybe over tips to Mektos, and it's KCP with the lead.
They take 2 seconds to get into offense. They stay there for about 5, but they find a goal from it. Ajax left a little bit jaw-dropped as he just has to watch that one whip over his head. And now with 70 seconds left, it seems like KCP might have gone back to their winning ways, but they do need to hold on here. Again, eUnited have had the majority of the pressure throughout this match. The only unfortunate thing for them is they just don't have more than a goal to show for it.
KCP got to do more than just the one. The one goal lead will still win you, but you're not feeling too comfortable, especially with how that last series went. You know, more of a cushion to work with. The ball was left in the air. Both teams wondering who was going to jump for it first. Mike trying to just maintain possession for KCP. It's sent the other way. Savvy, the accuracy not there. Mike saves it. And it's so back and forth. And honestly, it's coming down to accuracy on these shots for the next goal.
Oh, it really feels like we should be tied up right now, and we should be heading to an overtime, but considering KCP have yet another offense building, they can kind of just put on the pressure until the final ball drops. Or maybe not. Tristan, he's got some space in the corner here. He can set something up, especially if Mike gives a clear pass to Savvy, but he's not able to put the shot on target. That needed to be there because now with 10 seconds left, eUnited have to rebuild their offense all over again. Tristan will try and do exactly that, but as Mike puts it out to the corner, it's instead up to Savvy, who will not be able to get it done. Tristan will try and keep this up with Mike on the backboard. He's not going to do anything. Wanda lets the shot come in, and we go to overtime.
I have to watch this again. There goes the song again. So Savvy scores. Mike, I thought That's all he had to do. Get the touch, landed on the ground. We're going into overtime.
I thought he was going to spike it down, at least go for the ball, but instead Wanda just kind of lets the shot rip off and instead tries to play for the save. Probably a mistake at this point, because now all of a sudden KCP are second-guessing themselves going into a very important overtime. They lose this one. That means they've lost 4 games in a row. So shaking off the rust? No, shaking off the everything at that point.
And 2 overtimes in a row for KCP. They're tired of this, Grandpa. They just want to take a game win, get that confidence back. Krasic's in the corner, needs some backup. He's going to buy some time, drop it. What a good setup, but so many bumps in front of the net. Couldn't get that one at the back as oh my God, Tristan almost brings it back, and I'm still surprised we're at 2-2. The golden goal opportunity still there, as now we're just fighting for control. Tristan gonna dribble this one up. Gets bullied by someone from KCP up in the air, and Mektos redirects this one back in, and KCP have won a game.
We've been asking for those pop-off goals. How about this one? Mektos from the ceiling, from the top rope, and puts it into the bottom right. At 54 seconds into overtime, the Pioneers will find themselves that break in their loss streak and find a win as well. And again, we said this one was incredibly important. eUnited, coming from the lower bracket, had not lost a game, and I believe it was... Oh, actually, no, they did go to a best-of-3 and went to the full best-of-3 against LTC. But aside from that, they've pretty much been uncontested, so to finally shake them up and break their momentum, this is a huge win for the Pioneers.
Got 11 shots for eUnited versus the 7 of Pioneers. Talk about eUnited just disappointed with how that went, especially where they felt like, not that I felt like they were gonna win, but they just looked so strong in that first half.
Yeah, they look really strong. It's very interesting. This is one of these things where it just feels up and down as it stands right now. Certain players are playing at their peak, and other players are making some mistakes that aren't really working out in their favor. It feels like eUnited, had they put some more shots just on target, most likely would have won that game. But, you know, here we are. Now they've got to try and battle it back in game number 2, but I'm thinking we might have a little bit more of a back-and-forth series here. So far, everything that you and I have casted, it's been Manzana all the way. Now I'd like to see a best-of-5 that goes to that Game 5 and really does have that back-and-forth feel. But only time will tell if we can get there. Let's see if we can find at least a solid start for eUnited as we get into game number 2.
In fact, it took that much effort for KCP. You thought this was going to be easier in the lower bracket. It is not. 2 overtimes in a row. And KCP, I mean, honestly, that overtime could have went into either direction. There were some close calls from even eUnited. KCP, at least they start with a cushion in this series, up 1-0 as we're in game 2. And you're seeing eUnited start that setup on the offense. It's off the backboard. Mektos pops it up. Wanamaker makes sure that it doesn't land just directly in front of the net. Savvy doesn't care. He's coming in with a vengeance. Ajax trying to help him out. Off to the corner, wishing he had more power behind that bounce. Probably not a lot of boost left as Tristan and Savvy just slow posts on this and not able to be more threatening on that offense. And here comes KCP. It looks like an easy shot. Tristan barely saves it.
I'm getting real nervous right now. It feels like the pace of play is broken down pretty significantly, and both teams are kind of playing this one patient, but there's why you can't do that. You give space to a player like Savvy, and he will flick it right on over. 1-0 in favor of eUnited.
Easy. eUnited, I mean, both games have started off up by 1 goal. And it's KCP, even through the previous series, kind of playing from behind. Now you got the kickoff demo from WandaMike. He sure likes to do that. He did that in game 1 too. As all the smoke clears, eUnited don't know their feet from their hands because KCP just scored.
Okay, WandaMike, that's a heck of a way to respond. It's a heck of a pass from Mektos as well. And it's honestly what was necessary there, considering the way that eUnited were playing. Again, it's about breaking this momentum for eUnited. They look very confident in the way that they are playing. And although they're not connecting quite yet, once we get to the back half of the series, I have a feeling they'll be a whole lot more efficient. So let's see, can KCP avoid that? Can they not let them do that? I think that they just might. This is a much better performance from KCP, only a minute and a half into this ball game.
Ajax sets it up. Krasic's was the easy clear. Mektos also demos the offensive line, so it's up to Ajax. See what he can set up for Tristan. Oh, he don't need it, man. He don't need no help because eUnited now just took a lead.
I did not think that this was going in the narrowest of angles out of AAACS here, and honestly, you can't really blame Mektos for not making that save. He's not even expecting it going there. He's covered, what, 90% of the goal, and the 10% that he's left uncovered, apparently that's going to be enough. eUnited find themselves with a 2-1 lead here, and Tristan finds himself with an attempt at a bump. Not really sure if maybe that was the brightest decision, because now it's left room to go the other way, but the savvy save will keep it out. In and out squishy, and somehow eUnited will hold on to their lead.
And eUnited are also demoing people in front of their net, taking a lesson, taking a page out of the books of KCP. Look who's being annoying. It's one to Mike again. Krasix is good at helping everyone transition down the field, but it's what KCP do in the blue win that seems to be the question mark. But for now, the lead still stands for eUnited as Tristan goes and demos Mektos. Now we got brawls happening left and right. No cards almost remaining at this point as Mektos gives a chance for KCP to make something out of this offense. Very little boost. The bounce is there. Tristan with the catch. Krasix is still trying to rally KCP, but it's sent away.
It feels like that drop-down pass was literally too perfect. It was just straight down directly in front of the player. I'm not sure who was supposed to take the shot, but they kind of just stood there going, yeah, that's too nice. I wasn't expecting that. And, well, they're not expecting shots like this on the other end. AAACS fires one off the bar, and it goes out for now. And, again, it still feels like eUnited need to be a little bit more lethal with their shots. Another one off target, but the follow-up is not. AAACS to increase the lead to 2.
I mean, you can have so many redirects, and finally this one hits, but it's just AAACS off the bounce. It was off Savvy's redirect that didn't go in, but still, it's a dub for eUnited nonetheless. Now they have a 2-goal cushion into the second half, and KCP, they had a quick response after the first goal, but kind of being left in the dust. It's Mektos with the carry, Tristan not allowing that to go through, Krasix bumping heads, and Wonder Mike is by his side. KCP, and they keep getting disrupted as soon as they set up, as Mektos will send it off to the corner where no one was. That's being a lot of time wasted for KCP, but maybe this goal can go through, but Mektos gets bumped on the play, and KCP are still struggling.
Putting on the pressure, though, and that's a really big thing for KCP, is that once they get this pressure, they're doing a good job of just putting eUnited in an awkward position, especially when AAACS has to make a save like that. Mektos can get a great 50 to follow it up, and Wonder Mike can put a shot into the back of the net. I thought he was going for a pass here, but apparently I was mistaken. Wonder Mike with the slimmest of angles.
Wow. Sure love scoring from that left side, dude. It's like, yeah, you're like trying to cover the passes, but you don't really expect like the cut angle like that. And 1-goal lead for eUnited. Minute 22 left in this game too, and it's KCP in the series lead. Krasix with a shot, and no one knew it was coming. And we have a tie game 3-3.
All right, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a bit confused here. It's a beautiful pass down, but I expected someone to at least try to interrupt. Again, it feels like so much time is being given in the air here, and that's honestly something eUnited cannot afford to do. They needed to hold on to that 3-1 lead and really just try and give themselves the best chance possible to come back in this series. All of a sudden, they're just looking for a comeback in this game and possibly a chance to even get some offense here. AAACS will finally get a 50 and alleviate the pressure, but it really does feel like KCP are finally coming to life. Something we lacked in the last series, but in this one, it is definitely there.
I mean, the pace of this game is so fast. You're seeing players without boost try to involve themselves into plays, but at this point, it's just to stop the bleeding. But at 47 seconds, the next goal could be the one that defines the winner of this game too. Will it be KCP that go to series point, or is it going to be eUnited tying things up? Gets awfully close to that at KCP net, but it's safe in that corner. Krasix with control, gets past one challenger, and AAACS kind of snuck up on him, and it gives eUnited a chance. It bounces in front of the net, and AAACS capitalizes as eUnited take a lead.
Once again, late goals becoming influential here for eUnited, but this time, rather than tying it up, could win them the game. Mektos a little bit unfortunate in the net. And now with 25 seconds left, it's up to KCP to try and turn this one around and hold on to that momentum they fought so hard to build in game number 1. And honestly, momentum they fought hard in this game as well. None of these goals have been easy. They've all been very hard-earned. And speaking of hard-earned, this one would be as well, but not if Savvy has anything to say about it. On the line save, and with 10 seconds left, eUnited hoping to just keep this out of their half. Tristan a 50-50, and Savvy with the follow-up sends it into the backboard. Unless Krasix can keep this up, it's going to be the end, and no, he cannot. eUnited spike it down and tie up the series.
Just that missed touch in front of that eUnited net. I thought for sure that the Pioneers were going to tie it at the last second, but that opportunity has gone by, and we have a tie series 1-1 after an overtime in Game 1. In Game 2, just a 1-goal lead by eUnited. This series is jam-packed.
This series is a little bit easier to read at this point, and that's what I am hoping for. We can actually see the trends of what's going on, and it's making it all the more exciting. We can see as United start to get more lethal with those shots, exactly what we were hoping for. The accuracy is increasing every single time, and KCP are starting to work better as a team. Again, those passing plays, they were struggling to connect because of the speed of Manzana in that last series, but now here, they are getting those passing plays to work, and even if some of them are a little too precise, you know, the shot lacking from that pass off the ceiling really does come to mind, it's good that they're going for that and that they're even having the opportunity. So we've got an interesting series on our hand. I don't know who's coming out on top, but I can tell you one thing, it's going to be a back and forth battle to the bitter end.
Yeah, and you talk about taking risks, but they're also calculated to the point where you're not having these kind of silly open net, cross-field goals or anything silly like that. It's more like you don't expect these crazy cut angles or you're trying to cover the pass and you don't look at the shot. It's like these goals are just barely squeaking by, and it makes the series so exciting. A chance right here. Tristan recovers it before KCP could turn around and realize the chance that they had, and the score is still 0-0.
That should have been a goal. It was completely open for at least a shot on target, maybe not hitting the back of the net, but then all of a sudden now KCP are on their back end trying to just alleviate this pressure. Again, passing lanes are fantastic, but maybe they're relying on them a little bit too much. If they're not communicating that effectively and the players are still expecting these solo plays, then something's got to change here. KCP maybe shook up a little bit from the loss they just took versus United.
When you have kind of this such a closely tight, kind of both teams equally skilled, that's when you're trying to force these mistakes and see if you can capitalize on them. That's why I'm seeing a lot more demos in this series compared to anything else we've casted, and it's off the backboard, a shot from Nectos. It rolls in slowly like mini putt, but it's still a dub for now. KCP lead 1-0.
Yeah, so listen, a goal is a goal, even if it doesn't necessarily have the most power in the world. I actually think that if Savvy had not flipped on that one, he might have actually just landed where the ball happened to be and blocked it. But you know what? They're going to look back at that goal only in the replays. They can't focus in on it right now because we're only 90 seconds into this one, and eUnited have plenty of time to try and come back here in this game. But again, it does feel like when the Pioneers are getting their confidence, when they build this pressure, is by far when they play the best. So let's see, can they hold on to this pressure as we go into the latter half of this ball game?
Savvy just trying to get past this barrage of offensive members. KCP committing forward. So many threatening shots. I mean, Savvy and Tristan are stuck in the net for so long with how much they have to dive for that. And somehow Ajax managed to clear it. And the clap back that just happened. My jaw is on the floor.
Ajax continuing with his scoring prowess here, off the bar and in. Man said a hat trick last match was not enough. I want to add a little bit more. 3 minutes remaining, and eUnited in the blink of an eye are going to tie us back up. Oh, they might even find the lead. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Krasik slams it home.
Dude, this series is giving me whiplash. Like, what is happening? You think what team's going to score? They counterattack harder. Now you got a kickoff goal by KCP. They're back in the lead, and they have forgiven everything eUnited just threw at them.
I wonder if they really have forgotten at this point, or if more there's just a little bit of fire underneath the flames here, and they're remembering every single goal here. eUnited are really starting to get under the skin of KCP, and you can tell with the way that the pace of play continues to go up every single goal. And also you get bumps out of midfield like that. There was literally no reason that Krasik bumped into Ajax there, except to disrupt him and annoy him. But you know what? Nuisance playstyle. It's something I think that Manzana has done a really good job of, so maybe some of the teams are starting to try and copy them and play a little bit of an annoying play style.
I think that Ajax is demoing people on the offense. Mactos has gone too. Krasik's like, I have no friends, I'm going back home. And so he does on the defense. And the shot that just came from center field was almost nuts. Damn, Cross got in the way. Now you got the double commit from KCP just to clear as Ajax steals it. Savvy scores. And KCP fumbled, and eUnited will capitalize.
Gotta wonder what happened here. Krasik and Wondamike all in the same corner, and then all the way out of midfield is Mektos, who is rushing back. No one prepared for that shot, and Here we are, 2-2 with 2:17 remaining on the clock, and again, we thought this series would be a little bit easier for us to understand, that the chaos might die down, but the chaos has been replaced with just this ping-pong match of back and forth. I score, then you score. No, I score, then you score. Just back and forth here. With 2 minutes remaining, I think we have to guarantee again that we might not head in overtime. We might just see someone end this here and now.
Oh, Savvy in the corner. He wants to end this. So has to wait 2 minutes for it. Krasix with a little baby clear. Ajax brings it back off the backboard. Mektos Krasix is not going to let that set up. Savvy setting up a play. Tristan trying to receive that pass. Is pretty nicely lined up to the left, and it doesn't fool the defense of KCP. But it's not over yet for eUnited. Tristan jumps up to 50. KCP forced it. They still can't make any space up until Krasix has to climb up the wall to do it. Mektos receives the pass. Krasix bumping Ajax in the net. And KCP, this is their chance to take a lead. And Wonder Mike over to Tristan. Nope, not who you wanted.
That's just not enough power there. Again, we've been talking about how much these players really need to rip shots on target if they want a chance at penetrating these defenses here, because both teams, when you play a patient game, it means that your defense is a lot more prepared when anybody rips off a shot against you. Speaking of ripping off shots, Mektos has got some time and space here. He wants to slam it past the last defender, but Tristan will deny it. And now we go into the final minute of the game. We're tied up still. We talk about golden goal scenarios, and I think we have arrived at yet another. Considering the chaos we had in the first half and now the turnaround here, this could be the goal that defines it all. Tristan tries to get it there, but is denied by the defense once again.
Every game this series has been tied in the last 30 seconds, and my heart cannot handle it. I'm gonna have to see a doctor after this, and I'm not liking it. But 30 seconds remain. We're in the end of KCP, and their defense is now, you have the offense starting to weaken them. Demos, when Mektos recovers, goes down the field with the dribble, meets Tristan halfway. The follow-up, Wonder Mike off the backboard. It's not centered out, not something Mektos wants to dance with. As eUnited with their last chance, it's sent all the way back. Wonder Mike is demoing everyone as he usually does to force maybe the overtime. The ball is coming back. eUnited have lost control, and KCP won another shot.
Oh, this is off. Wait a minute. We're still here off the bar. Savvy's there, and he puts it high again. Savvy, what are you doing? You have to just put a solid shot on. It feels like he's hit the bar too many times, and this time it could cost eUnited the game. 2-2. We head to overtime, and eUnited are gonna want that one back.
Okay, Wonder Mike, pretty fancy in the air. Tristan is just his arch nemesis. He's always ruining all the fun. Mektos demos Ajax. The ball gets pinched off all the way in the KCP end. Wonder Mike with quick control. Savvy runs into him. That's where KCP, they like to guide it up the wall, and that's the most successful way they've been able to clear it so far. Wonder Mike has Krasix in the net to pass to. It's a little bit tough. Maybe he was looking to just bump someone. As Savvy, it's their turn to make eUnited shine, and a shot! Oh, saved by Wonder Mike. But it's not even over yet. eUnited off the left side this time. It's popped up. And Mektos gives a chance, a sigh of relief for KCP for now.
I like that they were trying to also go for some stunting plays there. That redirect through the air would have been something special. But right now, you might need to focus on the high percentage plays and focus on some defense as well. Mektos with the last second save will keep it out for now. But you can tell these players are playing a whole lot different in this overtime. They recognize how risky and how honestly pivotal this game is going to be. The winner of this one moves on to series point, and although that doesn't guarantee them the series, it definitely gives them a whole lot of confidence going into the back half of this series. So 80 seconds into overtime, both teams have had their shots, but maybe Krasix has one here. He wants a double touch. He wants a teammate to be there for the follow-up as well. Wonder Mike eventually will arrive, but it's a bit too late, and I think the offense is going to die down for KCP. Or they'll get an open net. Why not?
They couldn't get the touch in the air, and Krasix gets a piece of it. And through both teams predicting each other, shutting down every play, it's Krasix that makes the magic happen for KCP. They take game 3 and now lead the series 2-1 on series point.
I gotta be honest, I'm a bit surprised that that's how it's end, but I probably should have expected it. There's two ways that Rocket League ends in an overtime. Either someone hits a banger shot you never would have expected, or a defensive error. And well, unfortunately, we got the latter of the two, and for eUnited, they're really not going to be happy about that, especially after they fought so hard to get back here and get that tied series in the last game. Now it's 3-2. eUnited, unfortunately, looking like they might need something a little bit different here, considering the fact they ripped off a total of 12 shots throughout that game, but only found themselves with 2 goals. I'm thinking they need to be a little bit more lethal. And I know we've said it a million times, but when you hit the bar 3 times in a row on 0 seconds, I think it needs to be said.
Yeah, the accuracy is something that you just have to clean up or it's going to cost you games. And I've noticed that too. If eUnited always having more shots than KCP, but the scores don't line up in that same way, and they're fired up. Series point for KCP after 2 overtimes of them winning it. It's WondaMike that has to chase this down, but Savvy gets there first. Chance blown for KCP as they start to fall back. And this is tough. Gotta see if eUnited can gain control of this. I mean, 2 of them had to go up in the air to chase that. Ajax slowing this down, but it's an easy block off the backboard there by KCP, and nothing for now for eUnited.
It's an interesting pass out to Tristan. It's going to work. No way that actually worked into an offense here. Somehow eUnited are going to hold on to the pressure here and hold on to the possession. Or at least I would like to think so, especially with a demo like that. Ajax should have some time and space, but instead Krasix will be able to clear it all the way to the other end, where Tristan and Savvy are both waiting to pass it out to WondaMike. That's a bit surprising here. You'd think that maybe eUnited would play this a little bit more carefully, but apparently they don't need to. They can just rip cross-court shots and force Mektos to make last-second saves. No longer do we have that midfield presence that we were praising. We're back to a ping-pong match, and honestly, I'm loving it.
I'm just seeing both teams take, just calculating these so much more. Every shot being blocked, but not this one. Ajax finds the back of the net, and eUnited lead.
There we go. eUnited finally starting to find some efficiency within this offense. Ajax, beautiful shot to the left. He sees Krasix going off the top of the goal, and, well, he knows exactly where to place it. A minute 20 into this ball game, and all of a sudden, eUnited look a lot more confident. The question is, considering how volatile this series has been, can they even hold on to this 1-0 lead for more than 30 seconds?
To find out what KCP are cooking up in the offense, WondaMike dumps it into the corner, quickly caught by Savvy, transitions downfield, almost getting past Krasix, but it costed him all his boost, so he's going to need backup. And the bounce is not what eUnited hoped. It goes all the way back down the field. On the defense, eUnited return. They make sure that, they don't allow this ball to stay centered out for too long. As Ajax with a free shot to the net. Okay. All right, that's how they take a 2-0 lead, I guess.
Just do me a favor, watch the bumps in front of the net here. Are they going to be able to show it for us? Just Savvy bullying Krasix all around. He goes 1 bump, 2 bump, 3 bump, 4 bump. How many can I get in a row? Enough to open up the net entirely, and enough to give eUnited a 2-0 lead. And yeah, this is the eUnited, I think, that was cleaning up that lower bracket. The offense efficiency is here, and the pressure they are putting on is insurmountable. KCP need to slow them down here. They've got 3 minutes, but they need a goal just to try and break this momentum.
I'm just impressed with the kind of level of control that Ajax has of the ball. The fact that he has a teammate that has time to be playing bumper cars and just kind of contribute nothing but to remove that one member, create the 2v2, and Tristan will make the most out of that. So you just got to applaud to just them identifying their strengths and working around that type of offense. But KCP, where is the response? It's a big old 0 up there. Krasix at least will start the offense. The pinch goes over to Savvy, who's, I think, kind of a big reason why KCP don't have as clean of a follow-up, is Savvy is just turning the ball on its head every single time it even gets close to the net.
Yeah, Savvy's being a real nuisance right now, and I say that in a very complimentary way. That's been a lot of the meta in Rocket League over the last couple of months, is this nuisance playstyle where you just kind of get in the face of your opponents, make it difficult for you to really find any sort of momentum. And a good example there, Mekto's forced to jump on that one because Savvy was directly behind him going for the demo. Listen, homage to Woody at this point. Shout out Woody, because he really has influenced everybody to go for these demos. With about 100 seconds left, the demos could separate the 2 squads. eUnited still with a 2-0 lead.
I was about to ask, what does Toy Story have to do with any of this? And then I'm like,
no. little bit different of a different Woody here. And, well, this is the same Savvy we know and love. Yet another flick into the back of the net. And with under 100 seconds left, I think we might just be going to game number 5.
I was not expecting this level of dominance by eUnited to turn around a game 4 after probably an exhausting overtime in game 3. And KCP, I mean, they just got out-adapted in this game, to say the least. The fact that they're just completely given up, Tristan can just do stuff like that uncontested, tells me, yeah, they're just getting ready for game 5. It's a mental reset.
I mean, this is also just a mental reset, I would say, for pretty much the whole lobby here. eUnited have found that confidence in every single player as well. There's an assist and a goal apiece for each player on the team now at this point. Every single one. Ajax has got 2 goals and 2 assists at this point because, well, it's the A carry at this point, as he's continually done this against every opponent. But maybe you should play some defense here. Mektos finds the first goal, and Lemon Kiwi, do you believe in miracles?
I thought this was the song. I keep making references or playing in my head like a music box, and I'm trying not to get the stream knocked off live from a DMCA. But it's Mektos is saying, boys, believe in the dream that there is a game 5, and we've been through worse. We've won every overtime we've been in. It won't be this one because we cannot do overtime. But wait a minute, Bass, are you jinxing this? What are you doing back there?
I'm not calling. Listen, if this happens, this ain't a jinx. This is a blessing. We all of a sudden see a series that probably should have been going to game 5, end in 4, and KCP gets to go to the finals with more than just confidence. They go with the entire world. The ego of these guys better be on top, and really deservedly so if they can find a comeback here. But with a minute remaining, this is not going to be easy unless they find an open net and put it wide. All right, well, you know what? Never mind. Let's go to game 5.
So open, so free. An almost all-American goal, but it's... Mektos is trying, and I think he's trying to revitalize those spirits. This almost could bounce in. Krasix at least gets the touch. With 40 seconds remaining, it's not out of pocket that KCP can still do this. They're trying their darn best. Wonder Mike brings it. Krasix with the backup. It gets popped up out of his reach, and Wonder Mike has to fall back. All KCP were doing is committing to offense, but at least it's not an open net goal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's that. You know, look on the bright side at this point. And the bright side is that, audience, you guys are in for a treat at this point. We're going to game number 5, and you guys are going to get to see what is a single game that determines who goes to the grand finals. And honestly, there's more than just the grand finals on the line at this point. There's money on the line as well. Again, top 3 get money, but the difference between 3rd and 2nd is $200. $150 versus $350. So these guys are playing to make sure they guarantee themselves some more money and for a chance at $1,000 for first place. So they both know what's on the line. They both understand it. And, well, now they're going to have to try and battle it out in one final 5-minute period. Lemon Kiwi, we have arrived. It is game 5, eUnited and Pioneers.
Finally, the immense amount of shots that eUnited have finally converted that into a win. I'm seeing 13 shots by eUnited to 5 of the Pioneers.
Oh my.
The success rate that the Pioneers have, though, kind of nice. But like we kind of laughed about with Taco, you know, eUnited had been molded. They've been living with this pressure for a while now. It's okay that they were down in the series because they just forced a game 5 to determine who's going to the grand finals. And will Pioneers get a rematch, or will eUnited upset all of that?
I'd love to see it here. Honestly, either way, I'd like either one of these teams in the finals here. It does feel like we're finally seeing some competition for Manzana that can really put on the pressure and find a counter to that chaotic play style. The question is, again, who is going to beat that team? It does kind of feel like eUnited are a little bit more in their bag, but it could have just been a one-off game number 4. They did score some early goals that kind of put the momentum in their favor and then ran with that from here on out, but that is the past. We are in the present. Let's see if we can find a team to play in the future. 5 minutes on the clock. A single game determines who goes to the grand finals in the first ever FOB AAA Challenger Series event.
And KCP want the rematch against Manzana. They've been clowned, they've been deceived, and almost a chance for eUnited to score early, but denied 0-0. Everyone is exhausted in terms of boost. So now you're taking a second to grab all of that. Wonder Mike still having issues getting control of it. Almost great setup by eUnited, but falling again.
Ooh, but Tristan's got some time and space here. He'll get it over two. Is anyone there for the follow-up? He might even be himself within inches of finding the dunk, and eUnited again back to their stunting ways, and Tristan back to putting shots into the back of the net, or close at least. We'll put it into the backboard, but he will get some pressure here for eUnited. Again, the midfield presence for this team has been stellar, but the issue have been the efficiency of these shots. I would like to point out, though, it wasn't as if they weren't efficient or at least not accurate in the last game. They forced 9 saves out of KCP, so at least they're putting shots on target. That's a huge improvement for them.
Just that pressure is going to mount. If you can rally and keep the offense going and catch those rebounds, and then you become more and more threatening, and we haven't seen like a mounting type of pressure because both teams are just cross field to cross field and forcing mistakes through demos, which we saw in, I think, game 3. That ball was in front of the net for KCP, and they have full control of it. Tristan's just being a nuisance, as we pointed out before. He catches that pass, a shot towards the net, blocked by Krasix. And the defense stands for now for KCP. It's on the goal line. Ajax is there, and eUnited lead.
eUnited find the early lead here, and it's from a whole lot of pressure. Savvy, apparently all you can hit is that bar. Yet another one ricochets off, but this time it probably was better than putting it on target. With defenders in the net, it left them awry, and all of a sudden, eUnited find themselves the 1-0 with 3:15 left on the clock. But this has been the issue here. It's not that eUnited can't hold on to a lead, it's how big of a lead do they need to hold on. Last time it was 4-1, then all of a sudden KCP started crawling back, and when Savvy puts his 5th shot in a row off the bar, we're not going to get to 2-0, although eUnited probably would have liked it.
That pressure from eUnited was insane. KCP, I mean, mainly Krasix has done such a good job of trying to predict these shots and squash every opportunity as eUnited thought they were back on the offense. Tristan missed that catch, so the ball comes all the way back to the blue side. KCP, though, it's kind of been their issue in previous games of being able to maintain that control once they transition to offense, as eUnited go full chaos mode when that happens. Pop up in front of the KCP net. One of my demos, Ajax, as he probably had his eyes in the air, and you have KCP back on the offense.
Someone needed to touch that ball at some point here. It feels like KCP are being a little bit too complacent. When a save in the net is being made like that on the line, it's because of the fact that you guys are not putting on enough pressure. With 2 minutes remaining, KCP, you gotta stop paying attention to defense here. You cannot afford to not score right now. You need something, especially when Savvy's getting passes like this and a goal into the back of the net. All of a sudden, the lead increase, and KCP looking down the barrel of being shut out here in game number 5.
Tristan, what a beautiful steal from Krasix too, and Krasix was just trying to dangle him and couldn't shatter those ankles. 2-0 for eUnited, and this is kind of reminiscent of game 4 of how they started to take that significant lead and KCP just could not catch up. You still have 2 minutes. It seems like a lot of time, but KCP need all of that time, and they started that catch up in game 4, but playing from a deficit is so stressful. I don't know how they do it.
Listen, I'm stressed here in the booth. I'm like already sweating through my shirt, and we're just screaming at people playing video games. So, hey, listen, man, I'm going to let them do what they want to do. At this point, they can play however they want to, as long as it gets them a win. Stressful or not, KCP need to survive, especially on defense right now. eUnited putting on even more pressure, and Ajax not letting them out of their half. One to Mike, that's a big miss. If Tristan takes advantage, he doesn't even need to. He just needs to let it on the half, because with 70 seconds left, eUnited are recognizing it's not time for us to score. It's time to let KCP fall apart.
Oh, it is falling apart. 10 shots from eUnited to 2 of the Pioneers, and then 7 saves. So like you said, pretty much on target. But eUnited, how long are you going to let them command this game 5? This is your last chance if you're KCP. If you want that rematch, you better hustle, and so does Krasix. 47 seconds, he scores. He makes this winnable for KCP.
And you can just see the pressure there. Tristan forced to put that one out to the side. And when Savvy goes in for the follow-up, he leaves Ajax by his lonesome to try and save off a missile at the net. 47 seconds left, and I'd love to head to an overtime here, and so would KCP. But eUnited are going to try and fight against that no matter what the cost. But they better be prepared to pay a whole lot, because Mektos is putting on shots like that. Under 47 seconds left, and if eUnited can do this, they can secure the game. Ajax with a cross-court double touch, and that just might be the dagger.
Someone give Ajax all the checks. Mail them Give them all the subs, because this man is insane. 3-1 for eUnited, 33 seconds left. KCP being left behind, but there's still time. And they can force the overtime. KCP have won both overtimes against eUnited, but they struggled in Game 4 with that 4-0 lead against eUnited, getting in their heads and not even getting a chance to score there. KCP have 17 seconds, and Savvy has almost made that lead larger if it wasn't for Mektos.
I think, unfortunately, we've come to that time. There are 7 seconds left on the clock, and even if you get one for the road, it's not enough to change the outcome. eUnited will move to the grand finals after getting eliminated in round 1 of uppers. They have battled through many rounds of the lowers to find themselves a chance at glory and a chance at a grand as well. It will be eUnited versus Manzana in your grand finals of the very first AAA Challenger Series event. Oh my!
I mean, that was a mouthful. This whole series was a mouthful. The Game 5, 2 overtimes. eUnited started from the bottom, and by that, I mean the lower bracket. And now they're here in the grand finals. Manzana is waiting in the wings. Will be a best of 7. Manzana will have a 1-game advantage. So keep that in mind. But eUnited and Manzana have not faced each other. But I'm sure eUnited took some notes. I'm sure Manzana took notes after that match, and it's going to be a good one. Taco, I'm sure you're as much out of breath as we are. That series was crazy.
Asthma since I was single-digit age, and yet I'm looking for the inhaler because I definitely did need that. And of course, this is just one of those classic series where you see it 2-0 and you're like, all right, well, you're just going to ready it up, and then the goal goes in, and you're like, guess we're going to have to buckle in again because who knows how this one's going to go. You said Ajax had the dagger, and that was needed just to stabilize the nerves, I think, for United because it did take everything in them to really poke away KCP, make sure they didn't come any closer. But I think if a team is playing that well, I think that's the team to play against Manzana in our grand final in United. But I think they might have hoped that it would be a little bit cleaner because that one went all the way down to that final game.
I don't even know what we say at this point. It's one of these things where you come out of a match and usually you've got some sort of analysis, some sort of reflection at what's going on. This time I've got nothing. I've got a little bit of a need to go grab some water at this point. I am just exhausted. What a matchup.
I want to say that KCP tried to play their own game. It felt like in Game 3. Remember when Wonder Mike was just demoing 2 or 3 people and just causing so much destruction wherever he went? And then KCP were forcing kind of this chaos or just these mistakes out of eUnited, and they were usually able to capitalize off of these demos or even forcing eUnited to go for some of their own just to keep up. But then we didn't see that same level of KCP physical play in Game 4, Game 5, and it was really eUnited just controlling them like puppets and taking huge leads that KCP could never close.
It's a really tough thing to really behold when you're watching a play unfold and you feel like you have the response and then you get the win and then you feel like, okay, we figured it out. And then the very next game, they bring something else. And now you don't really know how to counter that. It just feels like there's always this adaptive process. And it is really rare for them to be straightforward sweeps because the skill level is so close and normally teams can adjust in time and at least take one off of you. So I think that was on display from KCP, although this is a very strange projection for them going so well. This meteoric rise and then really an instant collapse, unfortunately. eUnited is the one that is going to continue the upward trajectory. They will be on our grand finals, but just like we need to catch our breaths and I think just dab some sweat. I feel all shiny after watching that. We're going to have to let these players also get some drink, get maybe a little snack, get the glucose flowing through the veins into the brain to fuel them for our grand finals. It's going to be Manzana against eUnited in our grand final for the AAA Challenger Series. Do not go anywhere.
Why is gamer extraordinaire Yvonne Bosworth playing with the lowest rated character on the game?
No.
Well, she's just biding her time. Because now that the Siege of Arcana is upon them...
Elves. Flank the Warlocks.
It's time to level up to a wizard, obviously. In this scenario, the character rating is the credit score, which is useful when you're predicting your ability to pay back a loan, getting good interest rates, or in Yvonne's case,
standing with the army of Xandar to protect my king.
Go get him, Yvonne. Go get him.
Archers, on my signal. Phil, dude, you're blocking my horse.
We have ascended the mountaintop, and now at the precipice, we are so close to rounding out our night with a wonderful grand final. It is Manzana. It is eUnited. Those are not the teams I expected, and to be honest, if any of you predicted a bracket and you got to this point with perfect predictions, you're a liar. Get out of chat. Odds, please ban. I have no patience for that. But it's also good to look back at how we get to this kind of weird circumstance. So we're going to bring up the bracket real quick to really spin the tale of really what we're even looking at anymore, because of course we're all Manzana fans. I'm a huge fan of Fruit, but when you look at these results, it doesn't seem to make sense. eUnited went out first round to Flash of Brilliance, a team that got eliminated in lower quarterfinals. Pioneers cruising through, loses to Manzana, and Manzana, they've been the GOATs all series long. So I feel like we've been, and I wouldn't say biased, but people in chat are like, man, they really love that team. What's not to love? It's the underdog. It's the newcomers to the scene now playing against eUnited, who had a rough start, and then everything after that's been pretty gravy. Lemon, what's your reactions looking at this bracket?
I think it's from boys to mans. You know, when it comes to man, no one was predicting them, but honestly, proving people wrong is such a good motivator, even like as a caster. So I could see how just that young drive, that hunger to prove everyone wrong and to prove that you're just better than most teams, but no one knew it until now. And I gotta give credit, because my girl Chicks has said that if there's someone that's gonna give a run for KCP's money, it's gonna be Manzana. So she predicted it. I'm living in her shadow, but we'll see if eUnited can even put a dent, because if KCP can't put a dent in a Manzana, can eUnited? Question mark?
I mean, at this point, it's just the bubble scene is trying to throw any team. Like, please, someone show that there's competition. We have depth, please, I beg of you. And eUnited is just the latest fodder being thrown to the Manzana fire. But who knows? Bassett, do you feel like that's going to be the storyline?
I don't know. This is an interesting one because we also have to take into account the fact that Manzana come into this one with a game advantage. And they also come with, in my opinion, a little bit more to play for at this point. I have to point out, eUnited, I believe, are going to be back here next week, or at least I'm going to have to double check on that one. It depends on if you made it into the closed qualifier event for RLCS. You know who didn't? Manzana. They did not make it to day 3 this time for close qualifiers, so they will not be back here next week, or at least 2 weeks from now, excuse me, meaning that this is a lot for them. This is big. If they don't get another chance to play during this split, it's going to be difficult for them to make it to that super event to play for $3,000. So they want to put a big result on here today. I think they've got a little bit more motivation going into this final game, and they've also got a game advantage. Do I think eUnited can give them a run for their money? Yes. Do I think eUnited can win? Yeah, I don't know about that one.
But, I mean, I can't really disagree with it. I totally understand that. And to be honest, for everyone who's just joining us, first of all, welcome. This is the bubble equivalent of a regional, and right now we are at our grand final, but no bracket resets here. We're giving a game advantage to Manzana. That is the team coming from the upper bracket. eUnited coming from the lower bracket. We got Lemon Key, we got Bass and Pass in the call, and we have the players in the lobby. So please finish up this nice, be able to bring everyone the grand final that I'm sure we've all been waiting for so patiently.
Well, let's get it, Bubble Bass. This is the matchup you wanted to see. $1,000 for first place, $350 for second, but no one wants to be that first loser. There's also points on the line, which will help you qualify for the championship at the very end of this long season. But I'm excited to get into this.
Oh, I am beyond excited at this point. I don't think I can contain my excitement. At some point, this cast will devolve into just me yelling at nonsense. So, let's see how long it takes to get there. For right now, let's see eUnited and Manzana battle this one out in their very first game here. And again, best of 7 now. We've got a little bit more time to feel it out. But again, if Manzana do take this game, no longer is there a feeling out period. There's a 2-0 lead in favor of the team in blue. Or, excuse me, orange.
Yeah, eUnited fired up after that win, but also, how tired are you, man? This has been a long day of tournament play, and I've been here for like 5 minutes, and I'm sweating like through you as well. Like, we're just unsure how eUnited are feeling after a game 5, 2 overtimes against KCP. KCP in their series, they got crushed so fast with the 3-0, so they had time to go and make a meal. But this is the last straw, and you have Manzana, who have been waiting. and just teething at the moment they could face whoever. Maybe a rematch against KCP, maybe eUnited, and whoever it is, it's almost the first goal for eUnited. The rally continues on the goal line. J-Russ saves, and here comes the counterattack.
Can someone please keep track of how many times Savvy hits the bar? I think this is yet again, he has introed the series with hitting the bar on his first shot. I'm actually impressed, because at this point, it takes more accuracy to hit that than it does to hit the back of the net. So, hey, listen, man, who knows? This time he will hit the back of the net. Cross-court counter, and Savvy will be the first to strike, redeeming himself for the bar shot.
It's not the spiciest of first goals, but it's a save from Savvy. Denies J-Russ, denies him so nasty, it goes all the way down the field, and eUnited could not, or, the other team couldn't catch up. So eUnited are up a goal. I know, that was, like, confusing with the colors. But that's a lead that they're used to having. They did the same thing against KCP of starting off with a cushion, but it's maintaining it. That's a question, and here is your answer. J-Russ evens it up 1-1.
And this is not the player you want to score the first goal for Manzana here. Again, we said it, when J-Russ lights up, he comes alive. My, oh my, has he done something special to score the very first. 3:40 left on the clock. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to find some dominance, but Manzana's feeling themselves. That is a bad sign for United.
What? J-Russ, I mean, he was one of your favorite players to watch earlier with how many goals he was scoring, the crazy saves he was able to accomplish. And I think Luke was the one I was keeping my eye on for kind of the top scorer and the magic maker of this team. But 1-1 so far. eUnited have gone through the gauntlet, every round through the lower bracket, everything on the line, and it mounts up to this grand final. Best of 7. And Savvy starts up the setup. Luke meets it, puts it back into the corner. Tristan's gonna try again. Wish it had him more centered out, because that's where Ajax was waiting for the pass. The double commit, though, in front of the net is gonna cost them, but they still block it. I can't believe United didn't score there.
We're going to have to get used to this all over again, huh? We completely seem to forget the fact that Manzana, this is how they play. Yeah, sure, fire off as many shots as you want. Don't worry, we'll save every single one. And on repeat at this point here, this team really does have that pop-off potential that no one else seems to have in this bracket. It's the reason why they've made it to here, only taking a single loss to accelerate. Well, now they might not even take a loss in game number 1 because they've got the pressure building. eUnited starting to feel it, but can they find a reprieve? Can they find a pass out? That might be it. Savvy to buy some time for the boys in blue.
Oh, Tristan's in front of the opponent's net with the ball. That's something you don't want to happen. I was like, where's Waldo? What's Luke doing here? But Savvy in the corner, drops it off to Ajax. This is just gonna T-putt in. Like, what's happening? There's Tristan. 2-1 for eUnited.
Let's, listen, a goal is a goal, and even if it is one that probably should have had a third defender there, it's not too surprising. I think Pollo is kind of relying on his two teammates to try and clear that out, and when neither one of the 50s has that ball move even an inch, it's an easy goal for United. 2 minutes remain here, and again, we said this was an important game for them here, Lemon. They need to score and take this game by force if they want to try and even this up and not allow Manzana onto that 2-0 lead.
Pollo with the clear, and no drastic follow-up by Manzana. It's keeping the ball in the air from Pollo to Luke. Tristan, that's not who you wanted. But they are setting up that offense. And as J-Russ moved down the field, Savvy demos him. So now Manzana are thinking twice about this. They start to fall back. They collect their fellow third man. But here comes Ajax. Maybe trying to pass this to Tristan. Even just maintaining possession is what's important for eUnited. Get their men set up around the net, but it's immediately sent back by Manzana. But it's not like a possession they can maintain.
No one's really maintaining much of a possession at this point here. It does feel like United are getting a lot of pressure, but maybe they can get possession here. Someone's got to approach this. Manzana just letting them set up in their half for as long as necessary, and it might even work out. Here comes a counterattack going the other way. Pollo not quite able to find a touch, but Manzana, a team that's usually incredibly quick, incredibly chaotic, playing this one rather reserved, and I'm wondering if it might be a detriment to the team.
Oh, Savvy. Oh, that's an easy one. I've done that in my custom games. So now it's about what Savvy can do, and goes over to Tristan, passes it, and just mainly maintaining control. Didn't actually go for a shot, but it's sent all the way down. And this is, like you said, the battle of just maintaining possession. But game ones, and I mean all series, is kind of that you're analyzing your opponent, you're seeing what's working, you're not taking huge risks. And Tristan It's a long clear, and he's able to follow up with it. Poyo even helped out, and that's the third goal for eUnited.
And there's a player that I think was a little bit quiet in our first series we saw with eUnited. Not that he wasn't really contributing, but Tristan really showing himself up here in this game so far. He's got 2 goals for his team as well as a save on the other end. So 18 seconds left, and it looks like eUnited will indeed be the second team to take a game away from Manzana. But is it going to be enough? We've still got basically a best of 5 from here on out.
Yeah, that's true. Manzana did start with that series lead, and well, eUnited gonna forgive all of that, and that they continue to hold on to a pretty significant lead. And Manzana, I mean, the first time they scored was I believe in that first half to tie it up, and nothing since then. And Manzana have always been a team, at least in the series we've casted so far, that more like to they're kind of just their counterattack, I think, is what makes them so strong, but they just haven't been able to follow up in any of those opportunities.
It really feels like there's just something missing here. And I think the good place to sort of look at that is the fact that we have no shots, like, at all from anybody but J-Russ here. J-Russ has 3 total shots. Poyo and Luke do not have a single one, let alone really any sort of contribution here. They have 2 saves or 3 saves between the 2 of them, but there's got to be something else. At this point, Manzana, a team that are so good at having pop-off from every single individual player, when 2 of those individuals aren't really popping off, you're going to struggle. So they're going to need to turn that around here in game number 2. I've got full faith in them to give us a competitive series, but maybe United come in here with a little bit more momentum than we could have ever even anticipated.
Game 2 kicks off. The series is 1-1 after Manzana had the winner's bracket advantage. Keep that in mind. And like you said, yeah, like, it's weird to see Poyo and Luke not really have contribution, and I think it's maybe having issues keeping up with the speed of eUnited, who were speeding around, and that's what they're used to when they went up against KCP. And Manzana are used to just kind of sitting back, having a really strong defense and counterattacking, at least from what I've noticed, and haven't had that chance just because eUnited, they speed all the way back, and it's always Savvy who catches the ball and transitions it downfield. So we'll see 0-0 with the first 30 seconds gone. What can happen as demos happen in the midfield, which slows everything back down.
Another good flick, though. This is something we've seen a lot out of eUnited. They are great at just putting on this pressure and then getting these 1v1 plays to dismantle a defense. Savvy trying to do that there with a bump on Poyo, but isn't quite successful. So now a chance for Poyo to go the other way. 0 boost in the tank. We'll pick up that 100, but with Luke with 0 boost in the tank as well out at midfield, can they do anything with it? Apparently not. Savvy sees an opening, will send it the other way. He'll try and set up his teammate, but Tristan denied by J-Russ. And now with time and space, maybe Luke can do something here. We said he was a deadly player, but ooh, not too deadly there. Is this one just gonna float on in? No, just barely off, but my oh my. It really feels like Manzana trying to move an offense and just being muted every single time.
Both teams just hustling on that defense. Still a 0-0 scoreline. I mean, we casted a game earlier that had like 9 or 10 goals, so it's kind of like a different pace of casting almost too, of a game of chess. Now you got a double demo from eUnited as they race back to the offense. Luke is there to meet him and contests them in the corner, buys time for the defense of Manzana to kind of find themselves as they still struggle to find a clear. eUnited mounting that pressure. Tristan up in the air off the backboard, follows up with a double tap, and it's still blocked.
How on earth is that saved, able to keep out? And this should be open. J-Russ, he's going to find the counter. And in the most Manzana of fashions, they find the lead going into the 3-minute mark.
And that's what Manzana have been waiting for, a team to commit all onto the offense, to rally until they find an opening, and the counterattack just looks so easy when you look at a team like Manzana.
It shouldn't be that easy, especially against a squad like eUnited, but hey, apparently they can do this to everyone, whether it's Accelerate, KCP, or even eUnited now. They just know how to bait teams into putting everything into their offense. It's like a poker player. You're faking. You know you've got a bluff, but you can still make every person put all their chips on the table and win the hand anyway. Halfway through this game, and Manzana have got their opponents read like a book, but apparently their defense needs to do a little bit more studying, and so does Savvy when it comes to the training pack for shooting. Again, another shot off target, and the follow-up is saved. eUnited needs something with some force.
Yeah, teams have struggled to crack that Manzana defense. eUnited had those accuracy issues. Remember when they were doubling the shots of KCP in their series and still losing games? And with all these demos, J-Russ manages to put the ball in the corner and just dissuade the opportunity of eUnited to score, but it's brought right back. Luke's not going to let him have a chance. Savvy is such a disturber. He's always up challenging, and he might not, you know, be like the huge contributor of game one, but if he can just disrupt all the plays of the opponent, that's a huge contribution right there, as we see what Pollo can do in the corner.
Not much at this moment, which means Savvy's going to have a chance to go the other way. And my, oh my, does Savvy do something special with it. He sees a retreating defense and knows if he puts enough power, it will even out this game, and it does exactly that. 100 seconds left, and now we're back to a 1-1 scoreline.
Oh, and this, the winner of this game will also take a lead in the series. Keep that in mind. It is a best of 7, so we still got a long road yet to go. And oh my god, the missed touches of eUnited in front of the net gives Luke the chance to score as Manzana now lead.
That's gotta hurt for eUnited. You have such a nice play to get that even score line, and then 5 seconds later, a kickoff goal goes into your net. The good thing is they've got 90 seconds now to try and turn this one around, and considering that eUnited are seemingly a pretty efficient team when it comes to their offense, I believe in them to be able to get this one done, but maybe they can do it a bit quicker than the last. Savvy wants to put one into the back of the net, but instead it's Tristan to try and keep that offensive pressure.
Yeah, Tristan realizing everyone has left the party, and he was left in the dust, but here is Manzana, retaliation, Luke with the drop in front, the double coming from eUnited, and Manzana score again!
Oh no, that is disastrous. This is an own goal of epic proportions. Who comes at the net here? It's Savvy. Savvy, I'm not sure what your plan was there, my friend, but I can tell you one thing. Your accuracy on the post on the other end did not come in handy here. Unfortunately, it goes directly into your net, and now eUnited, I think that panic that we said Manzana gave to every team they played, now eUnited are starting to feel it as well.
A bunch of goals in a row from Manzana, and ring, we're looking for an answer from eUnited, but just know it's home right now. Savvy doesn't have boost, neither does Ajax. Luke is dangling everyone, Savvy's in the net, and that'll be the last barrier to stop a score as Ajax takes his time to line up the perfect shot, throws it into the corner. Tristan gets past a few. Savvy's there for the follow-up, touches it, wanted it straight down, goes to the other corner. Not what eUnited wanted, especially with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, they needed something special, and they are not finding anything special whatsoever. Maybe they've got an ace up their sleeve, a rabbit in their hat, but they need something. They need that magic to be shown right this minute, and a Savvy sets up Tristan. It could be, but no one wants to go for it. Pollo, what on earth? All the passiveness out of Manzana, and they allow eUnited to possibly get back into this.
This is possible with 8 seconds. We've seen weirder things in today's tournament. So 8 seconds, eUnited, the weight is on their shoulders to potentially take a lead in this series. Oh, but it starts on the defense. They already have to work from behind. Savvy has to keep it up in the air. Tristan bumps Pollo out of the way. Ajax was hoping to pass it. It misses, and Manzana takes game 2.
They do so in a very scary way, but the good thing is now they are back to a lead technically in this series. 2 goals for Luke. Luke finally coming to life, a player that we said was really integral in the last series. Does it here in this second game. The question is this the start though for Manzana? That late goal makes me think maybe they don't have momentum entirely in their favor yet. One more good game and I'd be willing to say it, but with a game like that, I'm still kind of seeing if this is the Manzana we saw in KCP or if this is a Manzana that needs a little bit of a warm-up period.
I think that's all we needed, because we're seeing some of these goals that go through off of defensive mistakes, you know, double committing and just even own goals you pointed out a couple of times. So it's as the series goes on, those will be improved. We'll put a big old band-aid on that sinking boat, and the winner, whoever out-adapts the other, will thrive and be our first champion of this series. Now it's up to game 3. And Manzana have the series lead so far, so it's eUnited playing from behind.
They're going to play from behind, but I do wonder if eUnited are thinking that right now. A big thing about playing from behind is that mentality of sort of send everything, see if something sticks, because we haven't been able to find something that has previous to this one. Considering this is the first game that they have technically lost, I'm wondering if maybe it'll take a little bit before the floodgates open. They could have opened right there with an early goal from Luke, but not successful enough here. Manzana putting on the pressure, but again, doesn't feel like they've quite hit their peak yet.
Now you're running out of boost, so you're being left behind. J-Russ catches it before it goes off that backboard, denies that chance, but Tristan's pretty fast. He's about to slow down with 0 boost too. Luke leaves it into the hands of Pollo to try and clear this through the left side. Gets past Savvy, could be on a breakaway. Tristan has to stop it, but he can't! Absolutely ankles shattered as Pollo gets a goal.
Wonder Kid doing as the Wonder Kid does. Boy, yo, my, oh my. He's going to bait out Tristan to make him think I'm going to slam this into you, but goes all the way to the right. Little bit of a fake out, and with a minute gone here, Manzana are starting to pick up the pace. Again, J-Russ was putting in some nice shots early. We saw Luke make some highlights in the last game, and if now Pollo is feeling it as well, this might be the Manzana we saw previously in this day. Can they continue stunting? Only time will tell. But a 1-0 lead for the team in orange bodes well for their future.
Look at how low scoring these games have been. It just makes these 1-0 leads a lot more impactful than other series where there was just answer after answer. As Luke takes his time for this one, Savvy and Tristan lined up. Tristan off the backboard. Savvy tries to redirect it back in. Saved by Manzana again. As Ajax fights Pollo in the corner, J-Russ assists to try and budge this one out. It crosses to the other corner, but Pollo missed that initial touch. Tristan, I thought he was going to go for the demo. He gets demoed instead, which relieves the pressure, that offensive pressure that eUnited were mounting.
Well, that's a relief of pressure, but this midfield still pretty heavily contested. Good 50-50 from J-Russ. Might be able to buy some time for his teammates to pick up some boost and get ready going the other way. But apparently not. Ajax instead will put shots into the backboard. Try and set up Tristan, but Pollo will be there for the save, and J-Russ for the follow-up. Somehow, some way, Manzana with their patented on-the-line saves, but not for long. Ajax sees a gap, and he will tie us up.
Just when Manzana thought they could leave, they thought maybe Luke had the clear, they were ready to follow up, and then eUnited score. They get there first. That's the unexpected. 2.5 minutes, getting into the second half with a tie game. And the kickoff, you see how much Manzana want this, and just eUnited know they have to disrupt it, but they committed too many members to that corner, leaving the center open and Luke to score.
Again, this is what can define games and really separate teams is can you punish on the mistakes? A single double commit is all that it takes, and all of a sudden, it's back to a lead for Manzana here. Again, it just feels like these are always heartbreaking goals for eUnited. They fight so hard to find themselves an equalizer, find themselves a lead, find themselves something, and then Manzana get it done in what looks like the blink of an eye. It just feels like there's something that's got to change here. It's instability at its finest right now. It just doesn't seem like it's a viable strategy considering how volatile it is. So eUnited, you need to find something with a little bit more of a forethought here. The plan as they move into the half just seems a little bit messy right now.
Savvy does such a goal. That Luke touch, it's there. Pollo's like, I got you. Never mind. I hit the left post. Let's go again, boys. And Manzana, now they're trying to demo people. So are eUnited. A 2v2 in front of the eUnited net. It's cleared off by Ajax. And he's got a nice follow-up to it. But a heavier touch gives it right back to Pollo. And Manzana with the lead. They're just so free right now.
Pollo seemingly uncontested on that wall. I know someone was there, but somehow he basically popped it around them, did a 360, picked it back up, and just kept going like it was nothing. Man, I really do wish I had half the skill that these kids have. It's absolutely incredible what they can do with a ball. It's also incredible when you can't hit the back of the net. Savvy again. Another golden opportunity turned to bronze as we enter the last 90 seconds of this ball game. Feels like eUnited probably should have tied us up, and we might have a chance of going to overtime, but now they really need to find something. Tristan could find it here. He could actually find Ajax on the pass, but it's off the bar again, and the follow-up is off the backboard. Inaccuracy continues to plague eUnited.
eUnited in February about to ask that crossbar out to Valentine's Day. It's just like, that's all they're in love with. And eUnited, they're kicking themselves. Manzana only in a 1-goal lead and almost got a third one if it wasn't for the save by Ajax, and it's not even over yet. J-Russ dumps it in, but Manzana weren't ready. They were rotating back for boost, and that's a missed touch. That will cost them, and we have a 2-2 scoreline.
But it's only proper. They have to hit the crossbar before they score. Perfectly from Tristan there. And then Ajax and Savvy kind of decide who wants the goal in this one, who's stat padding this time. And well, you know what? A goal is a goal. Even if it isn't necessarily directly into the back of the net, it's going to tie this one up anyways. No, please tell me this isn't a kickoff goal in favor of Manzana. All right, Ajax will deny it for now. And we can't call it a kickoff goal, even if Manzana do find the pressure here and somehow take the lead again.
Poyo versus Tristan. Tristan's having flashbacks. He's getting away from this guy. Luke can't catch up. Poyo has to fall back into the net. The last saving grace. Tristan just lost control of the bounce, and it was an easy save. 2-2 with 17 seconds left. This next goal is going to be the decider, I think. As Tristan climbs up. Ajax demos J-Rust. The defense is weak, and it's up to Luke. An easy block. It drops right into his hands. Savvy, he's not done yet. United with one last opportunity. It has to be Tristan or Ajax who fumble it. They're trying to bring it back, and neither team can really salvage an offense until maybe Ajax right there. No follow-up as we enter overtime.
I feel like we can't even comment about it. Another one goes off the backboard and bar. This just feels like a repeat story here. Feel like a broken record. I don't know what else to say. And, well, at this point, let's just go back to a normal play-by-play as Luke goes the other way. 10 seconds into overtime, he's looking to end it already. Not quite able to get past the last defender. But Manzana, they seem to have a whole lot of pressure. Maybe not. Ajax sends it the other way, and just like that, it's all of a sudden dissipated.
Oh, it's just a rock, paper, scissors matchup of out-predicting each other, and no one is scoring. I don't want to curse it, but I feel like this overtime could take a long time, and Ajax almost had the double tap, denied by Poyo. And remember, if Manzana win this game, they go to series point, and United could tie it up if this overtime goes in their favor. Savvy demos Luke. United felt strengthened at that moment, but took too much time. They're still moving down the field, but possession is still the name of the game, and Manzana still keep taking it away.
Also feels like there's a lot of boost being wasted right now from eUnited to just get these booming clears. It's one thing to get a booming clear, but it's another thing to set up a play, and that's the issue we're seeing with eUnited right now. They're so desperate to get it out of their half that there's not a lot of planning as they move into their opponent's half. So let's see, can they find some sort of structure as they move into offense yet again? Tristan, he's got a pass there, and he's got, I think, a goal! Savvy, he used the back of his car. The doink goal will all of a sudden tie up the series.
And you thought that was going to Savvy at first. The side of his car to the right side. Manzana committed everything to Savvy at that moment. Could not stop it. eUnited take game 3. And you know what that means. We have a tie series 2-2. And this is it. I couldn't ask for a better grand final.
This is everything we could have been hoping for at this point, Lemon. I mean, this is really just, it's excitement on both sides, and it also doesn't feel like either team is playing poorly now. Yes, United might need a little bit better of shooting. When you go, how many shots is that? 19 shots and only score 3 times. There might be a little bit of criticism for the offense, but besides that, this has been a pretty good ball game for both sides. It also does have to give the credit to the fact that Manzana had 10 saves on those 19 shots, so it's not like all of them were going off target. It's more that Manzana continuing to do Manzana things and making on-the-line saves that no other team would ever even think of.
Yeah, it's the accuracy thing, yeah, is still true, and we're not trying to be too mean about it, because obviously these guys could run circles around us in any custom game, but it's been eUnited's struggle against now many opponents in this tournament of just out-shooting them, commanding the offense, but not always converting it. So it's about getting more creative, if not the accuracy thing. If you can't control the momentum, take things slower, but can you even afford to take things slower against Manzana, who have proven to have an insane defense?
Yeah, I don't know if you can break down the pace of play at this point. I don't know what you can change at this point. It really does feel like both teams have got a game plan that they need to stick to, and they've just got to hope that on the day they've got the better matchup here. And it seems like for right now, eUnited do have the best matchup against Manzana out of any team we have seen tonight. But is it enough to take it in a best-of-7? Again, Manzana come into this one with a game advantage, and although we are tied right now, it could come to play later in the series. But right now in the series, it's eUnited who have all the pressure. 30 seconds into game number 4, and it does sort of seem like eUnited might have a chance to strike first.
Oh, it's just every time you think eUnited have a chance to score, there's just someone who has this crazy save. Tristan, carry, Savvy misreads the bounce. Ajax is there for backup. United continued the offense. No clears are getting past these boys. Now it's about slowing down that ball at the corner as United were hoping to receive that pass, but it's popped up by Manzana. But United still have some possession. If you squint hard enough, it's there, but it's not too threatening of an offense until the redirect. What? Well, Tristan, I'll shut up now. You lead the show.
Hey, listen, caster blessing, caster curse, depends on which side you're playing for at this point. But Tristan, one thing's for sure, that shot was a blessing in itself. Minute 12 into this, and all of a sudden, eUnited find a banger out of nowhere. And that's a really great way to sort of solidify that last win. Again, when Manzana have confidence, they look great. That will drain all of the confidence possible.
Yeah, I feel like some of these goals are just coming out of nowhere. That's the theme of this. United with only a 1-goal lead, working on the second. Ajax has to fall back. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Neither does Tristan. But now no one has the ball, so Ajax starts running after it, and all of Manzana thought that was the chance, and Luke gets demoed. That gets squashed. No one's receiving that backboard bounce, so both teams seem a bit lost.
I just want someone to touch the ball in a way that I can understand at some point. That's all I'm asking. Is that too much to ask here, J. Russ? Oh. Yeah, never mind. All right, okay, take it. I don't know what to say.
I'm trying to keep up with his replay too. So J. Russ kind of gets it off the wall, follows up. Tristan gets in the way, but it bounces right back to J. Russ, which goes, I don't even understand. I feel like I need a PhD in physics sometimes.
Hey, this is why we have Taco on the cast. Mr. Smartman here is going to absolutely be able to explain that individual play when we get back to the desk. And, well, honestly, I'm going to need him to explain a whole lot to me because this series is starting to evolve into chaos. And it's a chaos that I would say favors Manzana. Again, they've played with this style so many times over that this is kind of their bread and butter at this point. It's another day at the office, and this office really is one that's on fire. There's smoke everywhere. People are running and screaming and causing chaos. And apparently Manzana love it. It really is a peaceful sound to them, it seems. So halfway through this game, Manzana are back to their chaotic play, but will it be to their benefit? Shots ripping off, and I'm thinking right now they just want an alleviation of pressure.
Yeah, I'd be out of my voice if I had to play this game because there's these shots that look like they're going in and they're saved on the goal line. I'd be screaming until everyone muted me on my chat. So that's why I'm here. At least I'm allowed to be loud, but it's still United putting that pressure on for the offense. Savvy, trying to be cute with it. Needs some backup, though. Luke is like, I'm thinking about leaving this net, and he does, because United trying to give this one up, but they're at the center field to bring this back every single time, and now you have more and more demos coming from Manzana after United were kind of being some bullies earlier on, but still a 1-1 score with less than 2 minutes.
I just need someone to challenge the ball, though. Look how much time and space is being given right now. Manzana playing this one patiently, and eUnited trying to, I guess, compete with them for who gives the most space, and that's why you can't do it! You let J-Russ set up something like that, and you will get punished! 100 seconds left on the clock, and J-Russ gives the lead to Manzana.
To just be in that position in the first place, talk about prediction, talk about reads, and he gets through 2 defenders. Manzana are up in this final, and 1:35 are left. United have to be careful. The series is tied. Manzana could take a series lead, could be on series point if this scoreline stays the same. Tristan trying to be quick with it, but it drops right down to Pollo. Ajax looking for a long clear. Here comes J-Russ trucking down the right wall, and Luke is there to help him out. But can he deposit this for Pollo? Luke doesn't need anyone else. He's gonna make it happen.
All right, Luke, I get it. You heard us saying that, you know, Pollo and J-Russ, the Chicken Brothers, those are the guys to be the highlights. We should focus on them, and you went, you thought. 1-3 here, and all of a sudden, Luke is just popping off. 72 seconds left, and I'm thinking that Manzana might just move on to series point.
Luke using the force on that. I don't even know how he just self-passed off the wall and made that go in. 3-1. United down 2 goals, a minute left. It's still doable, but they're just chasing cat and mouse. It's trying to keep up with Manzana to maintain possession is a different story, because look, J-Russ is there messing up all your plans. Tristan, oh, he can deposit this in front of the net, and Pollo's not going to make that easy. Ajax and Savvy too far away. Ajax with another beautiful setup. Savvy was a little too low, pops up. Tristan continues. Ajax is there, and it goes in. United are within 1 goal.
There we go. That's the eUnited passing plays we have been looking for. Not a lot of teams can make Manzana awkward on the line, but apparently they can. This team in blue is not backing down, and with 36 seconds left, why would they? They do not want to allow their opponents onto series point. Actually, it's not even series point. At that point, that's championship point. That game would quite literally be for $1,000. And also for the points later on. Again, neither one of these teams, I don't know if eUnited are guaranteed a spot at the next event. So for both of these guys, this is incredibly important.
Great timing on these demos from eUnited. That frees up their chance to go down the field. Ajax to Savvy, was hoping to have a nicer redirect. Goes to the corner, 8 seconds left. eUnited can't afford to dilly-dally. We gotta get at her, and eUnited are stuck on the defense. And Luke about to help someone get their 4th goal, and eUnited can't even move down the field. Luke and Pollo dancing around. Manzana will be taking game 4 and are now on championship point.
I don't even know what to say at this point. It just kind of feels like this is the same sort of story on repeat here. We see a comeback at eUnited. They start to give a little bit of life, but it is always a bit too late. I think that this game, they need to start off with the first goal and just hold on to that momentum here. It feels like they keep playing into the hands of Manzana. Manzana get back to this chaotic play style, and then they really struggle to figure out a way to counter it. So eUnited, they need to find that comfort, that confidence in their team, and I really hate to say this, but they need to stop own goaling. When it's happened multiple times in a series, someone's got to point it out.
When you say stop own goaling, I feel this is a level of rocketing that we've reached that is just having us all shrug our shoulders. And if you look at the stats, you're seeing the physical play, the demos from eUnited, they have that on lock. They're starting to bully Manzana a little bit more. And if you could frustrate them, get them out of positions to chase after you, eUnited have been able to convert some opportunities off of just frustrating Manzana in that way. But Manzana's still able to squeeze by. And J-Rus, I mean, the goals he's getting are not easy. So I'm not even faulting a defense to not being able to save that.
All right, so this is your first experience being able to get J-Rus and, seeing him in his form. I have to ask you, can you now understand why the Rocket League community was quite literally outraged when this guy said he was retiring? Everyone wanted to see him stunned. So to see him finally back, I gotta say, we're all cheering for him right now, except for if you're an eUnited fan. And, well, reasonably, you don't want to go out right now. You do not want to let the upset underdogs find another win here and move on to take the championship. But Pollo seems to want it more. Drop down from the ceiling, and Pollo puts in the first bite.
The fact that pass came from Tristan, who was trying to clear it, Pollo is just at the right place at the right time. He says, are you sure we don't want to name the team after the Chicken Boys? Because, I'm just right here, and Manzana will lead. And that's not what you want when it comes to United hoping to have that cushion at the start. Now they're playing from behind again.
Ooh, my word. Listen, I didn't know that apparently chickens can bark this loud. These guys are just going off. Every single shot is as loud as a firework. These guys keep going. 30 seconds into this one, and Manzana seem to have found that spark of life, that light at the end of the tunnel, and they might even find a second goal here. Ajax has to clear it out to the side, but again, Manzana putting on the pressure early.
Luke's not even done yet. Manzana centered out, and J-Rus with a scary shot. And Savvy barely saves it, but Tristan's in front of that opponent's net, was hoping to receive that pass. It gets intercepted. Manzana back on the offense. It's so quick for eUnited to react. Luke is in the center field, gets ready to set it up. Tristan denies it off into the corner. J-Rus starts to bump the defenders. That's when you know you're in trouble. Manzana slowing things down. They have the boost, though, to make the plays. It's just about being able to complete a pass, which eUnited won't let you do.
So difficult right now. It feels like we talked about before how both teams were giving way too much space to each other to set up these plays. It's what separated the two teams when J-Rus got that beautiful bumping play, and now all of a sudden that space is completely gone. Pollo, the only little space he gives is so that they can rip off a shot, but he is all too prepared, and so is the crossbar. Another one rings off, and of course the follow-up is as well. Why not? eUnited continuing to be plagued by their accuracy, but they do have some pressure here. Can they convert? Is anyone there for the follow-up? No. Ajax out of midfield and Savvy on the back half for boost. And all of a sudden, eUnited's pressure completely dissipates.
What is gravity in this game? Tristan was waiting for 70 years for that ball to drop in front of the net and just went a little too early, which would have been a free goal for eUnited, but here's a chance. Ajax with the slowest carry of all time, so Manzana easily intercepted, and the retaliation of Manzana is what makes them such a scary team in this bracket. As it's back and forth from offense to defense, vice versa. Savvy's not letting Manzana get too far with it.
Oh my god, I've never been more jealous of someone being Canadian in my life. The free healthcare that you're getting right now probably means that your doctor won't be yelling at you when you go into the doctor and say, hey, I'm stressed every day, doc. I keep watching Rocket League teams go back and forth, and apparently I watch Luke. Wait, score it? Off the post in it. eUnited, take some notes. That's how you score when you miss.
You ever just score when you miss? I don't know what that's like. Actually, I kind of do. But yeah, my doctor would yell at me, and I'm yelling at eUnited to get your stuff together. That's 2 unanswered goals by Manzana, and this is championship point for Manzana as well. eUnited cannot afford any more bag fumbles in front of that damn net. As Tristan gets ready, Pollo in his way. J-Russ, well, he's the bird. He just went and stole that in the middle of his cool setup. But eUnited, they're not out yet, especially with that demo from Ajax. Pollo is gone for a few seconds, and eUnited had a chance to keep mounting this pressure, but it just keeps getting taken away. They're forced to make decisions quicker than maybe they'd hope, and it's just causing eUnited to not put any threatening shots on.
It really does feel like that chaotic play style that Manzana are so known for is what has separated them from every single team in this bracket. Let's go look at EU. Let's go look at who just won the last regional. A team that came out of nowhere with a chaotic play style that no one else understood. Team Queso are above the rest because they really do play with a play style that no one has seen. And apparently no one has seen the same play style here in NA. Manzana playing with the chaos. They have found the smoke, the fire and flames, and put on their gas mask to try and operate through. And with a minute left, they just might be able to survive, but not if eUnited have anything to say about it. One more offense for the team in blue, and they're not going to fight till the very last ball drops.
eUnited are taking their time with the ball to maybe try and fix those accuracy issues, but Manzana, they get to wait 70 years into the net for the shot to come in, and it's saved every single time, hence why eUnited are getting shut out right now. They're on the defense. Ajax is demoed, so they're stuck for a few more seconds figuring out, how do we crack Manzana? How do we turn this series around? Because it's Manzana, the boys to mans, with 30 more seconds before they are your champions of this series. And you know eUnited, they have fought since round 1 to get to this point. They don't care about the advantage that Manzana had. They're putting every blood, sweat, and tear into this, and they deny this shot from Manzana, but with 5 seconds left, eUnited will not get a chance to score in this final game 5, and as the ball drops, Manzana will be your champions.
Oh my. Well, Chad, I think we've all learned one lesson today. An apple a day keeps the L's away. Manzana will take your win in the very first AAA Challenger Series event. Congratulations to Manzana on taking an undefeated run through the upper bracket. What a performance from them, Lemon Kiwi.
Insane. The fact that it just went to this many games, eUnited managed to put a dent in them, and a different dent where we're like, well, if KCP can't do much to Manzana, what is eUnited gonna do? Because they barely scrape by against KCP. Love to bring Taco back in on his thoughts, because this has been a long journey, but a pleasant surprise that eUnited were able to put up such a good fight.
Yeah, I really have to applaud eUnited for doing the best job out of really everyone else in the bracket. And Squid, our beloved first half commentator, we're talking about how at times he's just like, he's really enjoying the day, but you know, man, I gotta take a nap. So we sent him on his merry way. He took a nap and came right back into the production. He goes, how did I take a nap for 3 hours and then wake up to the most unlikely final I've ever seen? What even happened here? What happened here is the bubble scene in NA. It's unpredictable, it's wild, and Manzana's gonna take that crown. Wild to see, like you said, taking home that $1,000, getting that 25 placement points within this tournament, which is going to go forward into that Super Challenger event. For those of you guys who are wondering, what are they talking about? Challenger Series is what's going on right now. You can think of it kind of as a regional. They're trying to get points up into that Super Challenger, which will be your de facto major for the events. We have a bunch of events lined up, and this comes to the end of this Challenger Series, the first one of this AAA Challenger Series that we have lined up for throughout the next couple weeks. And I mean, Liquipedia, what are your reactions to this bracket? I mean, I know we've been talking about it, but really, even at the end, Manzana has repeatedly shown that they can hang in this lineup. Is this a bright future ahead for this team, or is this maybe just a flash in the pan?
Like, just give them the contracts now. I don't know who they have to sign. Just put a lot of zeros at the end, because the young and hungry talent from Manzana proving everyone wrong. I mean, there's not a caster, or maybe Chixa. I know Chixa was kind of going towards Manzana's way, but no one really predicted them to do this well, especially against all the other big names in this tournament. And that's what these tournaments are all about, is making a name for yourself and proving what you're really all about. And Manzana have played some of the best Rocket League in this tournament through opponent after opponent. They stayed resilient, and like my fellow caster said, didn't ever lose.
Nope. Not really much else to add. They don't lose. They do not lose here today. Again, they took 3 losses on the day. On the day. That is not even enough to eliminate them from the grand finals. That's how good this team has been. And the crazier part is we're not seeing either one of these teams in the next 2 weeks. Neither one of these guys have qualified for Challenger Series number 2. So again, this is why we say it was such an important night for Manzana, and really for eUnited both. They secure themselves a decent amount of points now to try and qualify for that super event and then qualify for the championship during the summer. So, hey, congratulations to them both, but really congratulations to Manzana. You guys have put yourselves on the map. I know a lot of people are walking away from today remembering your name.
And that's really the important part of series like this. This Challenger Series number 1 is now all wrapped up, and if you wanted a team to get put on display, then I suppose you do have it in Manzana. They're not going to be playing in Challenger Series number 2. It is not the regular qualification. This is, of course, the tournament series. That is for all those players who miss out on that main event. It's the people who are 9th through 16th in the closed qualifiers, those day 3 open quals. So they will be entering in. If we actually look at who's up next, actually the only team we will be retaining for that next event will actually be Accelerate. It is RBG, Power, Pittsburgh Knights, Torrent, Circuitry Gaming, Accelerate, Vibrance, and Team.exe. So a completely different field. So those 25 points that Manzana just got is huge, because even if Accelerate does the exact same stuff that they did today and finishes the exact same place, they're still behind Manzana by about 7 points. So finishing at the first with any competition of these that you can actually get in is huge for your future results.
I don't even know what to add. At this point, I just gotta agree. Honestly, at this point, this is everything we could have hoped for here, Taco, in this opening. It just sort of shows every single game counts, every single qualification matters, and if these guys aren't playing to the best of their abilities, the rest of the bubble scene is going to show them up. I gotta say, it really is the perfect story here to see the team that first got eliminated in the first round make it through that lower bracket here, to see a team that very few people really were looking at to be one of those top contenders make it all the way to the finals and have the run that they did. This is what the Challenger Series is about. This is why the bubble scene in North America is so much fun to watch. And honestly, I'm a little bit sad that we're at the end of the day now.
I'm excited to see Accelerate in the next tournament, though, and just see what they've learned from this experience, because they were such an offense-heavy team that most of their mistakes and their faults came from the defense. And now you take a tournament like this where you got beat and you kind of get ego checked, and you kind of learned for whether you have to stay calm and collected or where your faults are and how to turn those around for the next tournament. Because like you guys mentioned, Accelerate's the only one coming back, so they're the ones that now, okay, we've seen what you've done. Have you done better, or are you going to do worse? And so there's like an extra microscope on a team like that.
And I think coming back and learning from mistakes is huge, because I think tournaments like this, when you get into them, you're already coming from RLCS, I think, in which you have those aspirations and you fall short. And then you go to this tournament where you're thinking, okay, well, the competition is still stiff, but, you know, we could probably hang with this a little bit cleaner, but then it's still a lot to deal with. So a lot of mental anguish that teams can go through, but I'm confident that they can bounce back. And some of these teams, like Accelerate, will in fact be bouncing back. February 7th is the next Challenger Series, but like we've all said, we've wrapped this one up for Bo. Congrats again to Manzana, but that will do it for this FOB Live AAA Challenger Series number 1. That is all in the books. Lemon Kiwi, Bass, Squid, Chixa, thank you so much for lending your voices, being the storytellers. I know chat was going wild, and we all enjoyed it. It was just a treat to sit back here and watch. Of course, Simpson monitoring everything in the background, making sure the stream is going smooth. Shout out to J-Cubed and Shone, running some TO, keeping the lobbies moving quickly, yelling at those players so that we don't have to, so we can be just the smiling faces in your camera, being friendly with everybody. But with all that said, thank you all for watching. We are going to put you guys out into the ether. But again, shout out to AAA for making this all possible. There are over 1 million roads out there, but no matter which road you take, AAA knows the way. Learn how AAA can help you on your journey through advice, discounts, roadside assistance, and much more at AAA.com. And just through their support, along with all of our kind of partnered sponsors like ProMedica, that we're able to put on events like this. And if this is only the beginning, I can't wait to see the rest of them. Please come back for the next time, and have a wonderful night, everybody.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.